Everybody, and welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics podcast. This is episode 584, and we have a bunch of books, not a ton of books. Because of that, we have kind of a couple of different new segments, things like that, to give you a bit of a beefy length in the podcast. If you have noticed, since Eric went away, there's a lot more people that join me on the show. Thus, it ends up being a lot longer. We almost got to 7 hours a couple of weeks ago, but there's not quite as many books this week, though. I think you have a lot of strong books and a lot of really, really good books, and you might be surprised at how positive I am, at least I am, this week with some of the heavy hitters. It's one of the things. Last week I did mention, like, boy, we had some of these like D-list books, things that I hadn't really been enjoying, but lo and behold, this week, a couple of the ones I have been enjoying did come out, and then I ended up even liking some others that maybe I hadn't been enjoying as much, and kind of coming to, realization that maybe it is kind of good. I'm not going to say that I went hog wild on at least the book that I'm thinking about that ends the podcast. But when we get to that Tom, he took out the whip, cracking the whip on these books. But in the meantime, there's a bunch of people that will be joining me. And if you are wondering, well, Jim, I really was looking forward to the Fire and Ice When Hell Freezes Over #1 review, or, the book that all the kids are talking about down at the local fruit stand, the DC versus Vampires World War V #8. Oh, my goodness. If you want to hear a almost 2-hour show, having fun, going through those books, kind of goofing on things, please check out our Patreon, because that was indeed our DC Comics Badass Patreon Spotlight. Those are 2 books picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. And we ended up, I ended up talking with drunk/sleepy Simon about Fire and Ice When Hell Freezes Over #1. And it was a book, the first Fire and Ice, you had drunk Simon. He liked it a little more than a lot of people. And we talked about this book. I know there's a lot of to-do about it. There's a lot of people that pish-posh it, yell and scream, whatnot. We tried to go into it with an open mind. I'll tell you, it's not a great book, but there's parts of it that were kind of comical and whatnot. So we try to go through that. You can hear us talk about that. And also me and Rocky from the Comic Boom YouTube channel. We ended up talking about that DC versus Vampires World War V #8. And Rocky has a knack for making me a little more positive on things as we discuss them. He ended up saying at one point that when he comes and talks with me, he feels that he has to bring his A game. And do I think he always brings his A game. And but the idea that he does a little more research and things like that. But I think that when I talk to Rocky, he does bring up a lot of things that then I have to sit there and I have to put my thinking cap on. I'm like, you know what? That does make sense. And that does make this a little better. So I usually come out of it a little more positive. When me and Simon talk about things, we kind of rile each other up. That's fun in its own thing as well. But with that, again, that's almost a 2-hour show that you can go over to the Patreon. If you've never gone over and checked out the Patreon, I mean, why haven't you? But you can go into our show notes for the show and click on some links. When you go to the Patreon, if you've never been there, you can actually sign up for a 7-day free trial and check out a ton of books. It's on the one level that has the Patreon Spotlight, but it has so many other things, including a Grant Morrison reading club that I do with Gray. Trying to think of Drunk Simon and me do a Hellboy reading club podcast. Mark Jager and me do a Walking Dead reading club. We have a lot of reading clubs, a lot of things like that I think you can find at least something that you enjoy. One of the recent things that we started, me and Gray started doing Usagi Yojimbo, and the new episode of that will be going up probably tonight when I'm done recording this. And that's, everybody knows, it's not like I'm blowing minds saying Usagi Yojimbo is good. But I don't think until you actually sit down and read it, you realize how good it is. It is really, really good. But those things are over there on the Patreon. Plus, you're helping out, supporting the show and all that. Because another thing that we do, we end up, me and Gray, that is, we have a YouTube channel, the Weird Science Comics. Me and Gray get together every Friday night at 7:15 Eastern Standard Time to talk the Absolute books. The Absolute books were in the news. You're going to hear they the hotness. Everybody loves them. And this week, me and Gray obviously would talk about Absolute Batman number 7. Now, we usually do start at 7:15 Eastern Standard Time, PM, all that. And I was a little late. I didn't show up until 7:18. So we're about 3 minutes late. And because of that, I wanted to make up for that. So when we got done talking the review, and the review of the Absolute Batman is always also on our regular podcast feed. But when we're done that, we have the outro music, boom. We actually, on the live stream, we stay live after we stop the recording of the podcast, and we actually talk to people in the chat and have some fun. Well, because I was 3 minutes late, I figured we had to make up that time. So I ended up, after Gray actually bailed, he went to Taekwondo. I ended up for another, about 4 hours. It total was about 4.5 hours of a live stream talking about the crazy nonsense. So if you want to go, it's almost like a spectacle to go over and listen to that. But I was just shooting the crap with everybody, and people were riling me up in the chat. We were having a lot of fun. I had a ball. It was one of the better times I've had recording solo ever. I thought it was real fun, and I probably will end up doing, not always at the end of the Absolute show, but I think sometimes I might just set up a deal where we go and shoot the crap. But I had a good time. And if you want to hear that debacle, you can go over right now and listen to the replay of the live stream. If you're just interested in the Absolute Batman, that'll be on the regular feed of the podcast as well. But those are other books. And obviously that is the big book. Absolute Batman's the big book pretty much. The Absolute stuff, as we'll hear in the news, is really hitting. In the meantime, though, we have to honor those badasses, the badasses that Get Fresh crew, who do end up picking a bunch of things for us. They decide what we record, especially the weekly spotlight show. So if you end up getting mad, don't get mad at me that there's some, things on the Patreon like Fire and Ice. I don't know who's going to get mad at that, but also DC versus Vampires. It's the fault of the badasses. And now I will dox every one of them by telling you their names in our badass roll call. Really only docs full out Double A-Ron, but he doesn't mind. He's a guy, he actually told me one time, hey, if anybody figures out, where they could all come over, we'll have dinner. He didn't say that. Sean M., Joe, Edward Hawa, Andrew Belfast, Don't Mention It, D-Man 3001, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Rust, Trevitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, JLG, Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork with a Star Trek, Michael S., Matt Razor, Dr. Matt, Neil Stewart, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Ken Halleck, Comic Boom Rocker, Mark Jager. I start getting all dramatic and it throws me off. Ruben and me were talking about some crazy pictures, and they weren't like, that sounds sus. They weren't sus. Carlos, Two Wolf Marv, Luke Hollywood, these crazy pictures. Simon, Luis, man, Ship Swanee, Josh Vermillion, Batman Beyond, Mark, Brandy, B. Mirror, that is Brandon up there in Canada, Buffalo, Canada, and Double A-Ron, doxing his ass in Minnesota on time. All-time great shout out to Reginald Drinkwater and Rob Lewis. And then pour one out for our homie Eric Shea. As I always say, make it that red pop Fago because he was a juggalo, I don't know what. We were even talking on the live stream, and I did make the joke again that Eric likes both kinds of music, new and metal. Oh my, they were talking about Eric's song. So if Eric ever pops in to listen to how things are going, which he probably won't, people do miss you, Eric, and they miss your songs. They miss your songs, is what we're saying here. But we're going to end up going off to the books. Actually, we're going to first start with mail, but when we get to the books, I said we don't have a ton of books. Most of them are pretty good. We have a different segment, me and Jared, because there weren't a ton of books, and he was asking me, hey, what are we recording? And I figured, you know what? Since there's not a lot of books, maybe we'll do something a little special. And I asked him what his favorite Wonder Woman book was, and he told me and we end up reviewing that. So we have a special, it's pretty much a second retro review, but in the vein of this is his favorite Wonder Woman book. And I think it'll be kind of cool, Jared, new to the podcast. You end up getting a feel for, what makes him tick. What does he think of when he's sitting alone? And it just might be, besides hating Tom King, it just might be some of these Wonder Woman issues. And it's a really good issue. And when he ended up telling me, I went and looked. The minute I saw the cover, I'm like, yep, I've read this before. And it's Phil Jimenez back in the day, Joe Kelly story. But it was something that when I first started reading comics, I would talk. And if somebody follows you on Twitter and they're like, oh, Wonder Woman fan or something, I would start talking to them and say, hey, what are your favorite things? Because I always wanted to read the things that people tell me are their favorites. So I ended up reading it before. Funny thing, though, is when I read it, I really liked it a lot for what Lois was doing in it. And lo and behold, Jared doesn't even like Lois, but loves it for Wonder Woman. So in that, we had some fun. We had some fun talking about that, as well as, I'll be doing the news. That'll be some of the top 10 sales type deal, and maybe even some else things thrown in. Who knows? I hear my kids doing some house repairs upstairs. So forgive me if you hear that as well. But that is the intro. That is it for the beginning. Still weird doing this by myself. I do miss Eric. I do miss him a bunch, but it's what it is. And these are the parts where I kind of miss him because the intro was just me trying to rile him up every week. Now I just rile myself up. That's not as fun. That's not as fun. But with all of that, we're going to go off now to the news.
The news.
It is time for the news. I will tell people, if you podcast and you have a theme that's like 3 seconds long, don't try to drink coffee while it's going. I just ended up having to stop drinking suddenly. Though I am recording it. I could have taken the space out, but I spilled it all over myself. But here we are. It is time for the news. And what we're going to do is the top 10 sales for March 2025. I'm trying to talk and get spilt coffee off of me, so I'll hit this sound effect.
Watch the news.
I shouldn't end up drinking anything while I do that either. And we'll hit this because I like to say this is breaking news. It really isn't. Now, before we get into this, let me explain. These are sales numbers from ICV2. I'll put the link in the show notes of the show. You can go and look for free the top 50. If you want to pay a subscription, you can go and look at the top 200. They have a bunch of different things. It's pretty cool. Now, these aren't definitive sales numbers. These are sales numbers based on a very small sample size. It's still about 130 shops. And it is the thing. I ended up at one point, I did a sales podcast when we actually had sales numbers. We'll get to that in a second. But the idea when this started, I saw right away where they have a small print. I'm like, yeah, this is only about 125 stores using the Comic Hub system. So it is a point of sale. These aren't shipped numbers. These are actually sales numbers. So that's pretty good. But it says this is a small non-random sample of over 3,000 stores. And they say it's non-random because it is the people that just have the Comic Hub system. But when I did look, one of the reasons why I thought, okay, this is okay, they are scattered around the country. So at least you get that. What I think and what I've told people, and I've even heard people kind of say the same thing. I think after I told them, I think they should probably start giving me credit. But the idea, you can get trends from it. You can kind of glean some things. Most of the time, while you could probably have shifts if you got the actual numbers, I don't think that there's ever been something that I ended up seeing on one of these top 50 or 200 that I thought, oh my God, that's completely wrong. Like all of a sudden, you don't end up getting Thundercats, number 10 as the number one book. It ain't happening. So you don't have that. Though I will tell you an aside thing. If I ever get enough oomph, say it would probably be something on YouTube. You'd have to have the oomph. You really could pick a book each month and make it the top selling book and kind of, flex your power. I'm talking if you had a ton of followers, people that were real inspired, because you can look at the stores, find out the stores that do the Comic Hub thing. And then each month we pick a book that's like ridiculous. Like, let's just burn it down. We'll pick a ridiculous book and everybody who listens go to if one of these stores is around, because that's one. And all of a sudden we could get some crazy books at the top 10 or even number one. Be hilarious. Be so fun. We'll put that in our back pocket till the day that Weird Science gets 10 million followers on the YouTube. So it'll be soon. it'll be soon, all right? Breaking news. It won't be soon. It's not going to happen. But here we go. Maybe the Sus Records, though. We'll kind of do a little crossover. But again, we're going to do the top 10. And the trend for March of 2025 is definitely absolute / ultimate, but more absolute. This is probably the best month of these numbers for DC that we've had in a long, long time, because they end up taking up the first 6 spots. There were times, the dark days that I say, that we would talk in the Slack when these numbers would come out. And Gabe usually would, put them in with a tweet of his because, he's always selling. And you would look and go, boy, there's not 6 books in the top 30 that are DC. There were times when it was dismal, like in the top 50, there were 5 DC. It was bad. So having the first 6 slots, and not just all of them number ones either. Now, you do have some things that are going on. We have a couple new number ones, but some of them are just these absolute books that are doing well. And the first 3, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, they've done so well. And in my mind, one of the better things about them is that they've actually gotten better. We've had now this week, we had issue number 7 of Batman. And it's not just the idea, oh man, it was really hitting hard. It's getting whatever. I think someone like a Superman is getting better. And same with Wonder Woman. Batman's kind of maintained the whole deal. I was into that right away, and a lot of people are. But I do think that they are, it shows that if you do put out a quality product in something like that, 3 books that are coming out, they're getting better, people will start trusting you. And people will then take a chance on the other things. People say, oh, well, I really, even if it's like, I like 2 of the 3. Say it is, you like Wonder Woman and Batman. You're like, well, I like 2 of the 3. Well, I wasn't going to check out Flash, or I wasn't going to check out Martian Manhunter, probably because you're smart, but also you might not, hey, the Green Lantern, whatever. People are checking them out. What I worry about is these next 3, they have really slow starts and are really odd. Even Jeff Lemire's Flash, which I was looking forward to the most of all of them, wasn't exactly the strongest start. Hopefully people will also say, well, the Superman started slow and whatever. We'll see. But here are the numbers. Number 10, Absolute Green Lantern, number 1. One of the things about it, if you're like, oh man, why that was 10 and it's because how this or because of the art or whatever, it's also because these numbers are point of sale numbers, and that book came out at the end of the month. It didn't have a lot of days to sell. That's another little caveat of this list, but it's still in the top 10. Pretty cool. Number 9, Ultimate Wolverine, number 3, a book that when I read the first number 1, Chris Condon writing, I said, this book doesn't feel like it has anything. It feels like it's just there to just have a quote-unquote regular, real X-Men book, since people are losing their minds about the Ultimate X-Men, the Peach Momoko book, that they just threw that out. It just doesn't feel like it's doing anything, but that's the problem. At the moment with the Ultimate line, it feels like it's limping towards the big Maker event coming up. And me personally, not really excited about the big Maker event, so it's really affected my Ultimate love and the reading that I'm doing in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Now, number 8, it's One World Under Doom, number 2, Ryan North's big event. I say big in air quotes, also event in air quotes, is what I just did. I didn't like the first issue. I liked the second issue less. A lot of people disagreed with me, but it felt like I was at a junior college poli-sci class that I didn't sign up for. Plus, I was probably in my underwear, and I wasn't dreaming. Or was I? Maybe. So with that, though, number 8, you would say, well, it's in the top 10. It's an event, and it's the second issue. And I know, again, you're kind of getting these numbers kind of skewed up because of the absolute ultimate stuff. But I can't say that I'd be that pumped if I was doing an event and the main book after 2 issues, it's already falling out and will probably fall out of the top 10. We'll have to see. Now, if you end up going and looking at the numbers and all these things going on, not a lot of the tie-ins to the absolute, I keep saying that One World Under Doom, those are garbage. I do like the Red Hulk one, but none of them really seem to tie in. The Fantastic Four did a little bit the last issue, but even the first issue, that didn't tie into the event that well. And most of the tying into the event is like, hey, where's Doom? I don't know. He's up doing crazy shit. And they're like, yep, that's a tie-in. So, yeah, there were even people like a Joe Casey, I think, even said that he didn't know that his books were going to tie in until like later. So he put a line in. It's not very good. I do not like it. But It is number 8. Next is The Ultimate Spider-Man, number 15. And it's at number 7. That's kind of shocking because that is pretty much the big book at Marvel. But then you look and the DC Absolute stuff is everything else left. So it still is the big book at Marvel. It's just that there are a bunch of the Absolute stuff hitting. And that's what would happen. Ultimate Spider-Man is at number 15. And some of these are number 1s, number 5, 6, all that going on. So that kind of makes sense. Again, I think that even the Absolute Ultimate Spider-Man, it's just not hitting for me right now. It was the book that I read first, and I don't anymore. And I even fell behind 2 issues, had to catch up, because it just ends up feeling like everything is in slow motion to get to the Maker event. And I already said I'm not really that into it. But let's hit the top 6, which are all DC. Absolute Wonder Woman number 6 comes in at number 6. And we had a fill-in guest artist, which was awesome. And it was a good issue. I liked the book a lot. I think it's Kelly Thompson's best work at DC, probably one of her best works in a long time, if not ever. And I am somebody who doesn't mind Kelly Thompson's stuff. I actually read, again, it's like a badge of honor, but I did end up reading all of her Captain Marvel, and it wasn't all bad. That's my stellar review. It wasn't all terrible. There was a couple ladies' nights. The first ladies' night with, it was this crazy, like, cat, what was it? Like cat, snake, flying farters. It was a weird play. And you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of until it happened like 6 times. And you're like, all right, enough of this. But she does do that. We were talking with Sully today, and he likes Jeff the Land Shark. And Jeff the Land Shark was pretty funny in the West Coast Avengers. And then next thing you know, he's everywhere. And things get pounded into the ground, and then they get kind of boring and cringy. But there you go. That's what happened with those snake, cat, farting things. And I think they peed. I think it was cat pee. I'm telling you, it's been a while, but I did read all of them. My badge of honor, I went through that whole series. I really did like her Black Widow at Marvel. That ended up winning an Eisner and then got canceled, mainly, I think, because it was always delayed. That might have been a lot of Casagrande's art, though. But there you go. All the stuff that you find out, and I barely said anything about the number 6 book, Absolute Wonder Woman, which I do really like. She's doing from the ground floor up, and I mean hell, because that's where Diana was. But we're seeing how Wonder Woman changed hell itself, how she learned from heck. I just really like it. Cersei's pretty cool. Next book is number 5, Absolute Superman. Number 5 kind of shocks me that it's ahead of Wonder Woman, but the last issue, pretty cool. And like I said, it's a book that I think is getting better, which that is kind of something you rarely see. You usually see it coming hot out of the gates, and then it just kind of dribs and drabs down. But I actually think Absolute Superman is getting better. Maybe you could say it's because there's bullcrap at the beginning and just had too much Krypton. But once we got past that, you end up with Smallville. This last issue kind of wanted a little more of that. It's weird. I wanted less of Krypton and more of Smallville, but that is number 5. Number 4 is Absolute Martian Manhunter, number 1. It is funny. It says 1 of 6 here, but it was extended. Yeah, I didn't enjoy it. If you listen to our Absolute show, me and Gray were confused by it. And Simon took that as saying that we're just morons, which might be true. I was more confused at just like, why is this even a thing? And why are you doing it this way? But I do keep saying to people who, some people like it, it's fine. If you like it, that's great. But it really is all art. It almost feels like it's a foundation made of sand on the writing side, because if you're going to have to rely on the writing, it seems like the writing's relying on the art. And that's the wow factor, but we'll see if it keeps going. But, I'm a little worried. Number 3 is Absolute Batman, number 6. And that I like Absolute Batman a lot. We were kicking babies, and that should have been like the top 7 spots right there. And it should have just all been variants of kicking Twi'lek babies. It would have been awesome. Well, we're at number 3. It's actually it could be a shock. Oh my God, Absolute Batman's 3. Well, what could 2 and 1 be? 2 is Absolute Flash, number 1, which is cool because it does show you the power of the character, Wally West Flash, but also Jeff Lemire doing that as well. And I think a lot of people were excited and looking forward to, of the 3 new books, Flash, Green Lantern, and the Martian Manhunter. And you might argue that Green Lantern because it's Green Lantern, but I think more people are looking forward to Flash and Jeff Lemire. And it wasn't the greatest start. It was kind of odd. It ends up where there's a lot of mystery, but I didn't get done that issue thinking, okay, I got a solid first issue, but I am intrigued to see where things go. And I will give Jeff Lemire some wiggle room because I do like them. Number one is Batman 158. It's Hush 2. I think that I saw some article. They said, I think, and I might be getting the number wrong, I think that there was 2 million variant covers. I think that's what, like 2,000,003 is what I ended up hearing. I do talk to a guy, little shout out to MD Peasy. He did end up getting some variant covers this past week. He didn't get the Hush variant cover. At least I didn't see that, but he did get, what did he get? The new Spider-Man #1, Amazing Spider-Man #1 variant. And he did get an Absolute Batman variant. And I'm looking at the variants and like, oh my God, like he's like, look at that art. Like, it's really cool. All I can look at, I'm looking at the price tag. So it was like $50 and 100 and stuff. Like, what the heck? I don't collect things. Like, I don't collect anything except, wounds and maybe, broken hearts, but they're mine. But the idea of paying $60, I just can't do it. I read digital, so that's fine. But and I remember at one point somebody was talking about the idea of like they were really trying to figure out how they could do like variants digitally and do things like that. And it kind of was funny because I think that's where the cryptocurrency came from, right? I think that was all from variant covers of comic books, digital comic books. I don't think it is. But Hush 2, Batman 158, Gabe will go on and on about how it wasn't going to sell. And then he tries to hem and haul his way out when you're like, no, Gabe, it sold you. Well, that was actually a lot of variants. They're not really reading it. I'm like, we were just saying sales. And it will go down, but we don't see the numbers. But again, if you do go by the idea, and some people do tell me and say, oh man, it sucks we don't get the sales numbers because DC and Marvel, they're pussies anymore and they won't let us see them or whatever. No, they never would. We got the numbers from Diamond because there's nothing good that can come about by showing a certain book or a bunch of books that are selling like 7,000 copies. When things like a Batman 158 end up having the pre-orders at 400,000, they will certainly tell you the numbers. But again, just to let everybody know, the idea that we don't get definitive numbers isn't the fault of Marvel and DC. They never would give definitive numbers. It was because they don't deal with Diamond anymore. So there you go. I don't know why I said that one word there. It kind of slipped out. I am a little tired as we go. But again, if you want to go and look, and sometimes it's cool looking at the numbers. You can kind of extrapolate things and see what's going on. And some things might be a surprise. And maybe even sometimes you look at them like, oh my God, I didn't know that came out, or I didn't know people really like that. So you could go check them out at that ICV show. I'll put the link in the show notes. As I said, you can get the top 50 for free. Check it out. But with that, those are the top 10 books, and DC finally is killing it. And I do think, quality-wise, I do think that DC is ahead of Marvel by quite some bit. Marvel, you have to really search for what I would consider great books. I think there's a couple at DC that you don't even have to search too hard, some of which we'll be talking about tonight, because I said it's a pretty good night of a book. So we're going to go off, and we're going to start off, and I already talked about him. You know him, you love him. It's Sus Gabe that we're going to be starting with. And I probably will. I think that we are in need of the Sus Gabe theme, so we're going to go off to that right about now.
There's a man who has plenty of sus takes. It's amazing all the enemies that he makes. He says he's honest, so I guess it's fine, except when he gave that Predator one a 9. He says that he's not funny, and it's true. He reads all the shitty books for me and you. He's Sus Gabe, and here he comes, making sexy jokes is something that he shuns. He's Sus Gabe. He draws a line, except when he gave Predator one a 9.
All right, we're going to start the show with my man, Gabe. What up, Gabe?
What up, Jim? How are you this fine morning?
Lovely. It's kind of cold here. It's kind of chilly
it's
this
windy.
week. Yeah, it's supposed to go up in temperature next week, but we'll see. But kind of leads into our first story. We have Action Comics, and it's G. Will Wilson jumping on the superstars, I guess the last superstar, because then Mark Waid will be coming in, and you are somebody who ends up putting up the sales data, what sales data we can get and glean from it. And it's not doing great. Action Comics isn't doing so super in the Superstars initiative. So we're going to end up changing that up to be Mark Waid. We'll see if that does anything, because I saw even it looks like World's Finest is kind of slipping as well. But Justice League, okay. It's not doing great. It's a weird play because the absolute stuff's killing. And then some of the other books that should be doing good aren't, but then there's just, what it is what it is, I guess. But the absolute stuff is definitely maintaining everything at DC right now, and it's killing it, right?
Yeah, it's definitely steamrolling Marvel, that's for sure. I mean, I think this is the first, and when I say this, I mean March of 2025. We're into April, but this is the sales numbers from the previous month. The top 10 is almost all DC. You have a few Marvel things in there, but even the Marvel things in there are One World Under Doom, which is the event, and that's not doing so great because that's only the second issue and it's floundering already. And then the other two Marvel titles are part of their Ultimates line. So if you're talking about a mainline Marvel book, it's not even showing up. So yeah, DC is definitely killing it. Now you could also argue that none of the mainline DC books are killing it.
Yeah,
Hush is top of the list.
Yep,
but there's some shenanigans going on with those numbers. I think
there was a lot of variant covers and things, and people will grab it. We'll see.
You had some 1 in 1,000 variants and some other stuff going on. So even though it's top of the list and sure, great for DC, I don't think that number is reflective of the number of people who walk into a comic shop and buy that comic.
But
I think
the absolute stuff, though, is pretty hot. So.
Yeah, Absolute is still holding in there, which is, I won't say surprising. I would say Absolute Batman is still leading the pack, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Then you have Superman and Wonder Woman, which are kind of filling out that top three. And then you just had some number ones, which is Flash and Martian Manhunter. Now, remains to be seen if those titles are going to hang in there. Something tells me maybe no, but we'll see how it goes. And then you just had Absolute Green Lantern.
And that just came out. And those numbers, again, it's a small survey size, but it's also deals with point of sale. So if something comes out at the end of the month, you end up kind of getting screwed because you don't have the whole month of sales. Mm. So that was the thing with Green Lantern, but still was up there.
It's a trend report. But at the very least, you could say that in March, more people were interested in buying Absolute titles than anything mainline at DC or Marvel.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not anything surprising. I would think that it is the Absolute stuff. It's that it's continuing to go strong. Might be a bit surprising, but it seems like people, have certain things they like. Like you said, Ultimate Spider-Man's still up there because people will keep buying it because it's Peter and MJ, even though people argue back and forth about that. And they did again this week because Marvel, lo and behold, had a new ASM #1, which will certainly, be up at the top next month. But with all that, we're here again to talk about the Action Comics superstar, G. Will Wilson, somebody who our man Ruben ends up having like seats at the Sounders games kind of close to her. He's seen her in the stands watching the Sounders. And I said, just don't mention us. But here we go. And it is Action Comics number 1085, heading towards that 1100. That doesn't seem like that flows like in the idea of an anniversary, but they'll certainly have something big, I'm sure, when that happens. But this is, as we said, the last of the superstars, and it is called Solitude Part 1. Written by G. Will Wilson, art by Gavin Guidry, colors by Trish Mulville, and letters by Dave Sharp. You have the assistant editor, Gillian Grant, Brittany Holzer, on senior editor, group editor, Paul Kaminsky. And,
Brittany Holzer's name on there, that explains a lot.
Yeah, and this story it's one of those. It's supposed to be the Superstars initiative. You're supposed to, I think, be wowed by this. You go in and, oh my God, these feel classic. It kind of feels a little, but not. It just feels like it's boring. This is a weird story. You said that you thought it felt like a Scholastic book, and it kind of does. It to me, it's not taking any weird, like it's just kind of an odd little story that takes place before absolute power, they say, and it's just, hey, Lois is busy. Perry wants her to work on some things in Metropolis, and this big thing that she has, this Arctic initiative. She sends Clark there. She says, you should send Clark. So he goes. I like that she was going to send Jimmy. She's like, why don't we send Jimmy, Perry? I'm like, Jimmy ain't going to work out there. You know,
she's
you want to
give him a boost. She's trying to give him a leg up. Sure,
I'm telling you, you know that she wants to send Clark, but doesn't want to say it right away. But hey, look, Jimmy.
Silver Banshee is a very expensive girlfriend.
That is true.
He needs to boost up his salary if he's going to keep.
I think that she would actually go with him too, which would be kind of funny. But you end up where Clark's going to go, and if anybody wants to, get upset, there's nothing really to get upset here. But I did see some people say, "Oh, look, it's global warming. It's this idea of all this and whatever." It's barely touched on though. It's just to set up going to the Arctic, and it kind of feels like I wish she did a little more because you're kind of stuck in between both things. Like people might get upset, but it's just weird. It's just the setup to go with it. And again, Lois would be working on it, I guess. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is. Because I did a written review for the site, this feels like the kids' version understanding of what global warming is, how to set up a story, and how to write these characters. Because you don't require anybody to be like smart or think deeply about these issues. G. Willow Wilson is just putting it in there just to kind of give them fuel the fire of the motivation a little bit. So what's happening on two fronts is it's actually global warming on two fronts. So on the first front, you have just a freak heat wave in the middle of Metropolis, chalked up to global warming, I guess, and they're having rolling brownouts and all these things. And Perry White's saying, I know you're going to go down to the Antarctic for your story. I need you here because the politicians are like going through all these press conferences and doing all these things to kind of help people out with this freak heat wave out of nowhere. And only you've got the guts to handle politicians. Now, come on, give me a break. Only Lois. There's nobody on set. Only Lois can handle the politicians and their BS. Okay, fine. But the excuse is based upon this whole global warming idea that there's a heat wave and whatever else. So she says, okay, try this person, that person. Who's going to go to the Antarctic in my place? As if that story couldn't wait. But okay, it's urgent. Got to do it. Let's send Clark. And now what are they doing in the Antarctic? These scientists are researching a way to keep the ice pack frozen so that the ocean levels don't rise and all the greenhouse gas material that's trapped in the ice pack doesn't escape. So again, it's a second greenhouse global warming type motivation of the story. I mean, that's fine, but it's not really in your face. It's a very, I would say, it's like a grade school level understanding of what greenhouse gases are, and they keep that down. But I get some people might be like, oh, come on, man, give me a break. But it works out pretty fine as a motivation, as long as you don't if you try to dig into the science of it and really figure out how it actually works, it's not going to work.
Again, and when you sit there thinking about it, again, there's a heat wave in Metropolis. We've kind of seen that. So, okay, then we go to the Arctic or the Antarctic. And when you're doing this whole play, you do have the idea of, they're going to try to stop it. But then they want to stop the thing. And it's because it's weird because it's being sabotaged. But it's not the idea. I think that it was over the top. It would be the idea of just having people come out and say, oh, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Somehow, when we find out who it might be, it still doesn't make sense by the end, really. But the idea of them trying to make sure that the ice caps don't end up melting, they're not there preaching about it. They just say, we have to keep this from melting. And then somebody is sabotaging them as if they want the polar caps to melt. So it's kind of a weird play. And I'm telling you, when we find out who it is, it gets even weirder to try to figure out what would be. But Clark comes in and he's just, oh, wow, golly gee, I'm Clark Kent, and comes in. It's okay. And they just kind of explain it. But like you said, it feels very basic. That's my big problem with it. It's just such basic ideas that you do feel like it's, you said, a scholastic type thing, an all ages, or even a digital first book. It doesn't feel like a Superstars Action Comics to me.
It feels very basic, and it has to me, it had a very Silver Age vibe to it. That it was almost a little silly, almost a little wacky. That you don't have to think about it too much. You're just there for the wackiness of it. Now, did it strike you as odd that when Clark gets on the plane and they're flying down to the Antarctic, that he was acting all nervous, like he was airsick. It was like a little too over the top. It was
like
you
didn't have to do that. It's trying to play the timid Clark, but he doesn't have to do it for this guy.
The pilot doesn't know who he is.
Yeah,
he's not trying to hide himself from the pilot, and he's on the plane by himself, and he's like literally. You got the little shiver
he's like
lines.
shaking and shivering.
He's like shaking and acting like. It's like, come on,
you didn't have to do that.
You didn't have to do any of that.
It's funny because then you end up the guy's like, hey, don't you throw up on my upholstery. I'm like, you're just pissing off the pilot.
Why?
Just sit there and whatever. If the guy turns back and goes, hey, don't be afraid. And Clark's like, oh, I'm okay. I flew before. So,
and again, that seems like the kind of thing that Wilson is playing up to kind of like make kids laugh.
Yeah, you would have the kids laugh
look,
or they get it.
He's going to throw up or something
funny.
silly
It's
like that.
he farts. But then you end up where they land. And then these two researchers come out. They think it's the supply plane. They're really setting up the idea of being stuck there, being isolated. And again, it's not in a scary way. Again, it's not like The Thing. It's more of just, oh man, we thought you were the supply and you're just this stupid, guy and you don't look like Lois Lane. Oh my God, let's go in. Then when you even have the art at points is very big. There's not much to do though. You're in a research facility in the Arctic. So you're just going to have what you have. But at one point, they're like, yeah, we think something's wrong with our computers. And I look at it, it's just like a random panel that is just sparks flying out. I'm like, yeah, I think something's wrong with that.
Well, it doesn't even look like a panel. It just looks like a spot on the wall where this
weird,
shower of sparks is coming out.
Just these sparks.
Okay, so here's where I had to kind of like take it back a little bit because G. Will Wilson mentions like our mainframes are experiencing issues. You have showers of sparks just coming out of. Okay, this is not anything remotely modern IT related. This is like the exaggerated Mystery Science Theater 3000 version of IT work. Nobody has talked about mainframes since 1992. If you have a shower of sparks coming out of a mainframe, it's already done. It's already on fire. It
would be like you come into my room and I'm like, Gabe, I think I'm having some heart problems. And there's a sword sticking right in my chest. I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think that I might be eating too much salt. You're like, nope, it's the sword there.
Do you think I can give you some ibuprofen or some aspirin? Do you think that would help?
That's what I was waiting for them to actually go, oh, what you need is this Band-Aid over the spine. I mean, the thing is legitimately looks like it has a hole in it with sparks coming out. I don't know how it's even working.
It's way over the top for the situation. It's the same thing with Clark on the plane. He's like shivering and acting like he's going to throw up. It's way over the top for what's needed for the situation. Yeah. You go to these research scientists with the computers, everything that looks like is going wrong is way over the top for what the situation needed.
I like when he's just pointing to a wall that has sparks coming out. He goes, yeah, I don't know what's going wrong with this hunk of junk. And then says, if we can't fix this, we'll lose all our data. 3 years of work all gone. And then Clark goes, is it condensation? Something mechanical?
Condensation.
No.
Condensation.
There is a big hole in the wall that sparks are coming out. You got to figure something's there. And the guy goes, maybe. Or maybe it's sabotage.
Like, it looks like somebody took one of those fireworks sparklers you get the 4th of July and was just pointing it out through the panel or something.
And it was like waving it.
It's like, come on,
so
man.
great. So, and again, it feels, and now I'm with you now, it feels like you have to exaggerate this because you're writing for 6-year-olds. And a 6-year-old watching this would go, oh my God, it is something wrong with the computer. It's because they've never really used a big thing and they could go with it, whatever, but it doesn't work. And then all of a sudden the door starts bashing in. And then you get these cybernetic polar bears come flying in. It's very
out of the blue.
Out of the blue or out of the white. But you end up where I thought one of the things that Eric has been talking about forever, he mentioned it just recently before he left, the idea of this Jeff Lemire villain called Polargeist that is a cybernetic guy who rides around on cybernetic polar bears. It was in the Future's End story, the JLU tie-in. And I'm like, oh my God, this would have been like the great, and it's not. I'm like, it's so perfect. I sent you a page of these guys, but when you find out who it is, it's like, oh, really? That's who it is? Like, that doesn't make sense. Well, Clark ends up at one point, I think Lois says, hey, when you go up, when you go to this research, you got to be a little subtle with it's just to give Superman a white outfit. I'm like, what does it matter if he shows up Superman all in white and blue? or if he's red, white. What is it? He comes in and just grabs these cybernetic deals. I actually thought that Clark hadn't slipped away, and this was going to be something where he's like, holy crap, who's this Superman? It wasn't. It's him. He switches, he goes, gets these polar bears, and then flies off with them. And he's flying, and he whooshes out, and he's flying like, oh, I'm going to figure out what's going on. And then they just kind of dematerialize. They just fall apart. It doesn't even look digitized. It almost looks like I don't know, wool. Looks like, cotton.
It looks like the polar bears were some kind of snow construct.
Snow-based construct with cybernetics. Yeah.
Now,
but again,
here's what
he would have felt that if he would have felt that.
He would have felt that or noticed it, or unless it was something that happened in mid-flight.
Yeah.
Now, here's where I'm going to put on my continuity kid hat. It has been established many, many moons ago that when Superman wears light or white or reflective color costumes, it depowers him because it bounces the sunlight off and he can't absorb the sunlight into his body.
There you go. That's what happens when you get fancy with the costume.
You get fancy with the costume. So I get what they're going. I think they were saying he's changing into this white Superman costume to make him look stealth. Why he would need that, I don't know.
I don't either.
But I think it was just like, let's give a new look. Let's try something fancy. But at the same time, it serves no purpose because he is still a guy flying through the sky, which is blue. You're going to see a white object streaking across the sky. So that makes no difference at all, number one. And number two, if he's going to wear something that's reflective of white light or yellow light, we already know he's going to lose his power. So why would you do that?
So it's just to get a different look. That's all it is. Man. And when he ends up in the thing, the two polar bears disappear. They just kind of go away. And he's like, now that's a really clever trick. I swear to God, I thought that he was at the Fortress of Solitude and that was missing as well. Because it's just weird. Just why pull out that far just to have him floating in the air to see this barren ground to say, now that's a really clever trick. But he's going to try to figure out, okay, what was this all about? Now, in the meantime, the two researchers, they're still just staring at sparks coming out of the wall. They've done nothing. They're all out of ideas.
What should we do?
They're like, oh my God, they think that Clark has been eaten by a bear. And then he comes around the corner and does his classic, I stepped aside. Then I passed out. And they're like, all right, well, we thought you were eating. You missed Superman. He's like, yeah, I hear that a lot. And now they're trying to figure out who would sabotage him, who would be the one to do this. And now the satellite, like they're really in this, they are isolated, but you never really feel any of that fear. You never really fear the tension of, oh my God, they're stuck here, whatever. Even they're like, we got to just wait for the supply plane. And you have Superman there, though. So there's no danger for them. If something really went wrong, Superman would be there to save us. So the whole play just is to go off and find out who sent these polar bears. But I don't know why you would even have to do that. These idiots, they don't even know that sparks coming out of a wall is sabotage. And I don't know how they'd get in there to do it. But he goes out and it's later and he's like, no heat signatures again. Maybe, first off, playing that it is going to be a cybernetic robot type deal. But also, you said that the polar bears look like they were made of snow as well. So if he's doing something like that, but he's like, this must be somebody knows I'm coming. Somebody knows there. So why would they know you're coming? Of course, you have the Fortress of Solitude somewhere around here because even Lois says you can go to your man cave. But the idea that he just shows up here to help Lois and whatever. And and the other thing that keeps going in my mind is when John was giving Superman, his dad, shit because he wasn't stopping global warming. And now Clark's probably like, Jesus Christ, this is why I don't want to get involved. And also got shade from Tom King for not stopping COVID somehow. Superman's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, he's supposed to punch COVID away.
Yeah, he punches COVID away and uses his, I don't know, would he use the heat? I guess he would use the cold breath to get rid of global warming.
But here's what I do know. If your mainframe is on fire, you know what you should do? You should shut it off.
Put out yeah.
You should turn it off.
And in that, the guy I think that G. Will Wilson is trying, in a kid's type way of saying, you can't shut it off because they'll lose 3 weeks of research. No, you have backup. You have a way to do this. And they just keep looking at this wall sparking. So then Superman's out and about. He just gets attacked by this robot. This robot comes out of the snow and just starts attacking and just has no anything to it. The idea that Superman keeps saying hey, you're tough luck, stop doing this. I will not comply. I will comply with verbal directions. And it's just kind of doing nothing or things, maybe heading towards the facility that you see in the background, but you don't really get that either. And then Superman just the battle lasts way too long for Superman. Superman gets this thing, just throws it up in the sun, but you end up where he freezes it at the end, and then suddenly right behind him is Kilgore.
Didn't you think it was a little funny that you had this robot that was repeating over and over again that you will comply with verbal commands, but it never actually gives you a verbal command?
Yeah, comply with verbal directions. And the thing is, I don't know if it's saying, because Superman keeps going and says, like, hey, you're wasting your time, comply with that. And I'm like, is he complying to Superman's non-commands, or is he giving? So it doesn't make sense, or somebody's giving. It makes no sense.
And he just ends up writing down. It doesn't tell him to surrender. It doesn't tell him to do anything. It just says, you will comply. It's like, okay, comply to what? You haven't asked me to do anything.
Verbal directions, comply. And it's weird because Superman goes, I guess you never really do get to choose. At one of the points, it's just saying nonsense. I guess it's supposedly got directions already, but we don't. What would it be? Just go and do that. It does nothing. It just wastes time.
It just shows up to invent a reason to fight.
Yeah. It just gives. It's filler,
which is exactly what a 7-year-old would love.
Yeah, and would like a battle. Oh my God, Superman fights a robot, but it's not even that distinct a robot. You make it like cool, whatever. But the play is, I guess you don't want to look at as cool as Kilgore.
The look of the robot is kind of going along the lines of those old Fleischer cartoons. It looks like something from like the 1930s or the 40s, big sort of.
And I know that all the young kids love that. Right?
Yeah.
But again, first issue, Superstars Initiative, and it feels like you already have 4 pages of filler. That's not good for a first issue of something that's supposed to be big. It's Action Comics, for crying out loud.
There's a lot of talking in the beginning of this issue. Before you get to Superman and things happening, there's a lot of talking.
He didn't get to fight the polar bear, so I would say that what she's doing here is we have to have Superman fight something. So you end up having him fight this generic robot who's yelling comply with verbal commands, and then suddenly you get Kilgore, who I do like his cybernetic dreads. I always have, and he does look more Transformers-esque here, and then says, hey, unfortunately, even that, he's like, well done. With exactly 17.6 or whatever more of you working 12-hour shifts, you could refreeze the Arctic ice sheets all on your own. Unfortunately, there is only one of you, and you are in demand elsewhere. I'm like, what are you talking about, Kilgore? And then Superman goes, Kilgore, I should have guessed it was you. I'm like, nobody's going to guess it's Kilgore.
Nobody's going to guess Kilgore.
No. And then he says, but cybernetically enhanced polar bears, teleportation devices, you've gotten some upgrade. Teleportation. And then he says, indeed, I guess maybe he thought that they didn't dissipate, that they teleported. He says, indeed, I have been waiting to deploy them against you. And what? What just happened? It's so base. And even that cliffhanger is like,
Yeah, Kilgore is an interesting character. I actually think Kilgore is the kind of character that works better with an artist like Romita Jr.
Yeah.
Because he gets that like scratchiness and lines.
He had that crazy scratchiness stuff with it. So I think that works.
But here it looks fun enough. But yeah, Kilgore just shows up out of the blue and says, but he says stuff, but I'm not even sure I understand what he's talking about. Is he saying that he's expecting Superman to show up? Does he want Superman to do something? I don't even understand what's happening.
Or it's like you're not going to be able to stop you're not going to be able to refreeze the Arctic and why would that matter to him? Has he found something there? Is he dealing with something there that he doesn't want to have frozen back up? I don't know. I don't know, and it just ends. I'm like, yeah, this is not great. It's very basic, and yeah, you get a white suit, which you said doesn't make sense. I do like the aqua blue kind of deal. You get Kilgore.
It's an action figure. It's an action figure of skin.
Yeah, and you get Kilgore, who, is fine. He's a little upgraded. I don't know. I bet you nobody would even like, oh man, that's crazy for Kilgore. They're just like, Kilgore.
Who's
and then
that?
Look it up, and you have that,
like, who's that?
Percentage deal there that I always like in his dreads. But yeah, so there you go. It ends. What would you give it?
I had a written review for this, and I gave it a certain score. After talking with you about it, I actually brought the score down because I realized, I was being too generous with that score. So I gave Action Comics number 1085 a 5.5.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 5.5 as well. Let
me tell you why it's a little bit higher than some people would think based upon our score is if G. Will Wilson intentionally wrote this to appeal to like 7-year-olds, it's probably fine. You could give this to a 7-year-old and like, ooh, that's cool. That looks kind of interesting. Cool. And if you look at it from that perspective, it might be a little bit higher. But yeah, quality of the story is terrible.
I'd go to a 6 then. But 5.5 because I'm not a kid. I'm an adult, Gabe. And when I'm reading this,
that's not marketed to kids.
No, and there's nothing like, it's weird. It's one of those where there's nothing inherently wrong. It's just that the story just isn't great. It's basic, but it still ends up, there's a progression. You get some character work and actually a little more character work, like you said, if it's a kid who doesn't quite know and gets a little giggle or whatever. So I can go with that. It's not horrible. It's just not great. And it's the Superstars deal. It's Action Comics, and you kind of expect bigger. This feels like it could have been like a backup in Superman. And, something like that instead of actually being a Superstars initiative or it really reminds me of the stuff that you had in the Walmart giant size issues and even the digital first stuff during COVID, like
this
stuff that was coming out.
This reminds me of I forget what they call it. It was like the Super Friends kind of when they outsourced the superpowers when they outsourced it to IDW.
Oh, okay. I know what you're saying.
Everybody looks like those big blocky short.
Yeah, like the chunky deals.
That's what this reminds me of. That's what this reminds me of.
Yeah, the superpower stuff, that was kind of bigger. That Jack Kirby stuff back in the day was pretty cool too. But we'll move on to the next book. It is Aquaman, and people have been into this. Better. Yeah, and people have been into Aquaman. It's Jeremy Adams. People are into Jeremy Adams, but we haven't had a proper, and I'm not saying anything about like quality or whatever, but we haven't had a proper Aquaman book in quite some time with Arthur going. And you end up having a story set up that unfortunately, you don't have Mara, you have that switch of powers, which I guess people are used to now. I don't have anything crazy to get upset about with that, if you know what I mean. But in the meantime, I kind of, want things to settle down and go with. But this is pretty good. And do you have the credits, Gabe? Because I'm trying to load up my version of this, and it is not loading up. So
let me
go through the credits, that would be awesome.
Sure. Well, let's go for the credits. This issue is written by Jeremy Adams with art by John Timms, colors by Rex Locus, letters by Dave Sharp, and the main cover A, is also drawn by John Timms. It'll take me a minute to get the editor information. Hold on a second.
You're like Zach here with these covers.
Okay, yeah.
People with these cover nonsense. Okay. You keep going. I'm still trying to get. For some reason, my copy will not open, but you keep going.
No, it's fine. The associate editor is Michael McAllister. Group editor is, or I should say, just general editor is Paul Kaminsky.
Yeah. So with all this, you have this big play where it does feel big because you have, the dark side, the Omega stuff. This is kind of more now with the blue stuff going on and Arthur trying to save his family and Atlantis. This issue does it does some things. It does some things that you even said. You were saying it's kind of the retelling of King Arthur, which is kind of funny. And you go through that a little more. We realize that at one point she's going to end up with this sword. She's going to end up, but it does happen. It's more of a Trident type sword going on. But there's some cool things in this. I think the art's great. It's a big spectacle. But by the end, you don't progress a ton. But it's still pretty cool. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like this issue a lot. I think it's a very action-heavy issue. And it's an action-heavy issue that showcases Aquaman's prowess and his abilities and his strength and all the things that make him like a superhero. Plot-wise, there's not much to it. It's basically he escapes, there's a battle, and then he gets this new weapon, he kicks some ass, and then we're like, okay, now I'm going to show Dagon what's what. Well, what's kind of interesting that you won't get from the comic itself, but there's some supplementary information, is if you follow Jeremy Adams on Twitter or X, whatever they call it these days, he invented the concept of the sword, and what he did is he went to Walmart, got some materials, and made a mock-up. And the
his
idea
kids probably running around the backyard.
Oh yeah, and he's like showing it off because he made the video for John Timms to kind of make the model for the sword. And so what it is when you hold the sword, you've got those two like side blades that are the hilt, and then you have this really long blade in the middle. The idea is that the hilt can slide up and it turns into a trident.
Okay, it turns into a trident.
So it's like a transforming sword, which is kind of cool. I like the idea.
Now, that's pretty cool.
But it's very action heavy, very light on plot. But if you wanted to like get excited for Aquaman and say, oh, this guy's a badass, this is the issue for that.
And when you end up hearing a lot about Jeremy Adams, the funny thing is it's always him being a nerd.
Yeah.
He's such a nerd, but the thing...
I mean, that's the beauty of Jeremy Adams. He acts like he loves comics.
Well, even just think of that. Recently, Brian Hitch ended up doing an interview, and he said he was on Venom, and he was dealing with both Ram V and Al Ewing. Neither even wrote or called or emailed and said, "Hi, how are you? What's going on? Do you need any help?" Never talked to him. He said he was on this book.
Can we bounce around some ideas? Can we talk about
and
it?
again, and when you think of that Venom book and the idea of that God Garden and that awful nonsense that they had going on, they kind of just let Brian Hitch, who is pretty big in the business, just kind of like not even, "Hey, I'm so glad to be working with you." Both Ram V and Al Ewing, just nothing. And he seemed very taken aback by it. Now you have Jeremy Adams, who John Timms at one point is probably like, "Listen, dude, your cosplay is awesome, but I don't need any videos." But just imagine how fun it would be if you're the artist and there's a guy who just is having so much fun writing the book and wants to show you how fun it could be that he ends up going to Walmart and making a mock-up Trident sword and run around using it and stuff like that. You have to get excited about it. You have to have fun. And when you go to draw it, then you can't help probably but have fun with it because of that. That's why I think that he's good. He's good because he likes comics. He's actually excited to do them and wants to just have fun. And I think that it shines through every time we read an issue. And like you said, especially in this one, that is just set pieces and big giant action, which is really cool to get us to the next level of the story. Right. Because the Arthur's captured. He is chained up. He has magical chains on him. He's begging Laurie, "Please, you're not like this." She obviously is being blackmailed, something along the line. She keeps saying, "I can't do anything about it." Right?
Yeah, she's forced into it. She's capturing Arthur, kidnapping him, and bringing him to Dagon against his will because she keeps saying over and over again, "I have no choice." So something's going on in the background that we don't quite know yet.
I kind of wish Aquaman would get the hint and say, like, "What is it?" Because maybe we can do something about it. Now, she would definitely not be that down with Atlantis being missing. But one of the big things in this at the very beginning, he says, "Listen, I need to get out of here. I need to find Mara. I need to find my kid. I need to find Atlantis. What is going on?" And she says, "Listen, if I told you, it's not good. Like, I don't want to be the one to tell you what's going on." It's very, very ominous. I'm sure it's not exactly what, I would think it means, but you end up where it does feel pretty big and bad, and it gets him inspired, like, "I got to get out of here." And they do end up in this crazy ship. That ship looks so cool in my mind. It's like all over the place with like a skeleton deal, and then it's got a head, but it's really cool. And they stop for supplies. And that's where he's like, "I got to get out of here. I can do this." And again, Jeremy Adams uses the whole landscape of things. He does have Mara's power now. He has the aquakinesis. So he ends up figuring out, I can't do anything about these chains, but this water, this wood is soaked in water. I can end up doing this. I can grab it out of it. And, it is a boat. So you'd have that. So I thought that was pretty cool. He just bashes himself out, but he still has the chains on him. He still has the things they're kind of about, but he wants them off, and they're just chasing him down then. And you end up where, while that's going on, we end up seeing, what's going on overall with the sword and things like that. But you take it from there.
Yeah, sure. Right, I think you're right. It's a very clever idea. So he's on this ship that looks like something from Pirates of the Caribbean, right? He's trapped below ground. He can't break the chains because the chains are magic-based. He can't break the chains. They're magic-based. And he comes up with this idea, which I think is really clever. He said, "Well, this is wood. If I use my hydrokinetic powers and I pull all the moisture out of the wood, it basically becomes like tinder, very dry, very brittle, and I could just bust through it," which is exact. I think that's pretty smart. I don't think I've ever thought of that before, but that worked out. So he busts through the floor of the ship and out into the open water. He's still got the chains around him. They're more like, now they're just wrapped around him, but he can move. Yeah. And so Laurie and her mercenaries of mercenaries or
mercenaries.
Mercenaries.
Yes.
They start chasing him. On the other side of the Alpha portal where he was pulled through, you have Arian, who is basically Merlin. You have Vivian, who is the Lady of the Lake. And they've got this big trident sword thing that they've created using a piece of his soul, of Arthur's soul. And they're like, "Okay, let's go find him," because obviously he was taken. So they go through the portal, they catch up with him, and they use his sword, they break his chains, and they give him the sword. So now King Arthur has Excalibur. It is literally King Arthur getting Excalibur. And what does he do? smacks that ass. He goes after the ship, and he's like,
I'm going to take this down.
I've got the sword now. Guess what's going to happen? Mercenaries. You're done. You're out of here. And he literally cuts the ship in half.
And I love the idea when she gives him the sword, he like points it at us. I'm thinking the idea that this is exactly what Jeremy Adams was doing in this video, because then he puts it up to his face, so you see that indeed it is a trident as well. And then he goes, and it's funny because on our Patreon, our book of the month is The Sword, Volume 2, something that Dr. Matt Razor loves. And there's an exact scene like this. The girl who has the sword, she jumps overboard and ends up just running through right down this pirate ship, not as fancy as this one. It's more of Caribbean pirates. It's a weird deal. The Stork loved it. But the idea where same thing, but yeah, he's pissed. And he's like, you're not going to follow me. And when you end up seeing it split in half, it's a really, really cool spread page where Aquaman like even leaps up out of the water to just slice this thing down the middle. And yeah, and he says, come on, we got to get out of here. Come on and pay, and all these things where he's going to fight. And I like even that where it's in like a, what is it called? The way that the art was. No, I can't. It's almost shadows or a profile type deal that I thought.
You're right. And I pointed that out in the review. There's this one section of panels where John Timms uses silhouettes.
Yeah, silhouettes.
To show the progress of battle just through the outlines of the characters. And it was a really cool little addition. It didn't need to be there. It's unnecessary. It was kind of cool. But it really kind of elevated the visual impact of the story because it made it seem like you're watching the battle happening, but you're also watching kind of Arthur's like mental,
a fantasy type deal.
Yeah, his mental interpretation of the battle, just at a meta level.
I thought it was cool.
That was really cool. And so Timms is really nailing it with this series.
Yeah, and it looks like almost something that would be on like a fresco or something on a vase, even. Yeah. But I do like it too.
Like a Greek.
Yeah, like a Greek deal, which kind of goes against the King Arthur, but it still looks like that. It looks something very
mythic,
classic.
like a classic.
That's what it looks like. It looks very mythological, and I do like at one point where he does end up using the Trident. He starts spinning around. I kind of wish that for some reason he would have said, I saw Barry do this a lot, because that's every time Barry's underwater, he does the would you, and moves his hands real quick and does it.
Like the whirlwind kind of like.
Every time. Yeah. And I thought he'd be like, man, I think I could do that. But it's cool. Even earlier when he does the thing with the wood, he does say, because I think Jeremy Adams might have heard some people have a bit of problem with, man, Arthur knows exactly how to use these powers. He ends up like, man, Mary, you're a good teacher. And then does it. I thought it was a funny wink of that. But he ends up,
yeah, there's that. But also, let's be honest, I mean, water is still his thing. So I could see that if anybody was going to adapt to water-based powers quickly, it would be him.
Pulling water out of wood is not exactly, the craziest thing. And in this, he's using his trident to do this and kind of, spin it up and shoot the deal at. And then he just says, hey, go tell your God a new king has come. And again, they're for Dagon. And he says, go tell them. And then you end up where Arion yells. And I like that Arion has to get the last word. And he's like, tell him it's the dark tide. And when it crashes upon his throne, his reign will end. And you end up ending it. Now, at one point, Arion was kind of surprised. Like, oh, my God, even Vivian like, oh, Dagon? What's his, what stick is up his ass? And they're like, well, he must be upset about the prophecy as well. So it's not exactly like they thought, oh, my God, Dagon, it's Dagon. It was kind of a bit of a surprise to them that he is this upset about it. But we'll have to see what's going on. We'll see what happens, why Laurie is doing this. And I think that Laurie obviously will turn, good. She'll do a good turn by the end because it's Laurie and she's a good character. So I think that that's what'll happen. But at the end, a cliffhanger that's not saying, oh, my God, somebody's going to die. It's a cliffhanger of saying, we're going to go kick ass. And I was like, yeah, I could go for that.
You ever watch Tombstone in honor of Val Kilmer? It's like that one scene with Kurt Russell when he said, "When the hell's coming with me?
Yeah, that's what
coming
it is.
With me. You tell him." I mean, that's the vibe I got right there. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeremy Adams put that in there.
That is an awesome kind of that scene's awesome too. Again, where I think it works this as well because Aquaman is kind of a good guy, right? But you pushed him. You pushed him to a point, like in Tombstone. If we want to go with Kurt Russell's deal, like. He kept trying not to get involved. I don't want to be involved. Hey, I'm retired. We're just going to do the
We just want to live in peace. We just want to live in peace.
If you're going to make me do it, then I'm coming at you. And so you end up where Aquaman is ready. He's all buff. He's ready to kick ass. He got that new sword. It's really cool.
So Jeremy Adams turned Arthur Curry into the Wyatt Earp of the Blue.
And the good Wyatt Earp, the Tombstone version. I don't like the movie Wyatt Earp. That was Eric's favorite. And I get it.
Yeah, with Kevin Costner?
With Kevin Costner. To me,
Tombstone was better. Tombstone was less historically accurate, but it's more entertaining. It still
was okay. And here's the thing. I go with the fact, because Stork will hear this and laugh. The idea, Tombstone is to, it's Star Wars, and Star Trek is the Wyatt Earp. And I like the action. I like over-the-top nonsense, and that was the Tombstone deal, so I go with that.
Plus, also, you can't beat Val Kilmer.
Yeah, Val was awesome. I actually was watching some things with him last night from that movie, and him and Johnny Ringo. So what would you give this?
I gave this one Aquaman number 4. Let's see, what did I give it? 8 out of 10.
Yep, I'm going to go 8.
Just on pure entertainment and quality of art, this is a banger of an issue. I wish there was a little bit more meat to the story.
A little more progression, that would be nice.
For example, Lori gives an explanation of the blue, adds a little, and I still don't get what she's talking about.
Yeah, this seems like, the
it's
deal.
The blue and it's the highways and it's I still don't quite get. I mean,
it was the clear before, now it's the blue, and it's,
I understand the green better than I understand the blue.
Now, I even look at it as, that, and it's kind of Speed Forcey, and the whole play of the heart of the oceans, the heart of the water, and the whole deal. And certainly, I hope we get more.
I'm sure it'll get some clarification once they get to Dagon and resolve that whole situation.
I had fun reading it. I thought it was really good. It's really quick.
It was entertaining. Even if the story was thin, it was entertaining. And that has to come first in every superhero comic. If it's not entertaining, I don't care how well it's written, how metatextual you get with all the deep, ideas and concepts and story beats. And if it's not entertaining, there's no point. This was entertaining. And that's why I like it. That's why I
agree. That's why I talk on the podcast about bowel movements. It has to be entertaining first, Gabe, is what we have to do. And
makes sense to me.
My moral compass is way down south.
Still pointing south?
This too. Yeah, in this too. And I'm giving an 8/8. I really liked it. And I'm going more fun factor. And you see the difference. G. Willow Wilson in that Action Comics, she knows how to write an issue. But it almost felt mechanical. It almost felt like she had an idea. You put it into some script writing deal, and it'll give you, okay, first act, second act, third act. It's very basic. It does what it needs to do, but nothing more, and it ends up being boring. And this is different. This ends up where it's still very methodical in the way it goes, but it's so entertaining because he mixes in, some fun, and you do see that he is enjoying himself, and so is John Timms.
I'll give you a different but similar example. If you told me to pit this issue, Aquaman number 4, against Batman 158, which is Hush 2, I think this is better.
I would probably say so, only because Hush 2 that again, there's times when you're reading an issue and you get that idea of, I see what you're doing. You're just throwing this in there. And that was kind of a basic kind of thing and a wow factor. This had wow factor, but it also, you're already getting invested in the characters, kind of getting into the whole vibe. And it's playing off a classic mythological tale. So it works that way. Kind of like New Hope. It's like a fantasy story, and that's why it's better than Star Trek. But Gabe, tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, obviously, I write some of the reviews at Weird Science Marvel Comics and Weird Science DC Comics. Follow us, we'll follow you back. That's how those social sites are run, and the YouTube channel as well. Also, for everything else, things like Space Ghost, if you're into Conan, if you're into Red Sonja, if you're into all those other comics that are not the big two, all the Energon comics, all the Ghost Machine comics, all those things, go to @ComicalOpinions. Go to the website, the YouTube channel, all the socials will be there. We're happy to have you along, happy to interact with you, and we'll see you soon.
Yep, I'll have the links in the show notes, so check those out. But thanks for joining me, as always, Gabe. And we're going to go off to, something else right about now. And here I am with my man, Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What up is our retro review, and this week we end up having Detective Comics number 583 from 1988. It is the first appearance of the ventriloquist in Scarface. This was on the poll because of the story going on in the Dark Patterns book, wherein that Scarface is now a building. Very, very odd. We'll see how that plays out this week as well, but going back and reading this, it's kind of funny. You end up having some funny things in it where you do see right away bees are a big problem for the ventriloquist trying to do his act with Scarface, though he's also insane. But it is from 1988, February of 1988. It's written by John Wagner and Alan Grant, pencils by Norm Breyfogle, inks by Kim DeMolder. Colors. The truth is out there.
It is.
Colors. I knew you were going to say something along those lines. Adrian Roy. Letters by Todd Klein. So you jump into this, and the idea that it is the first appearance. Sometimes these things are hit or miss. Sometimes you'll get a first appearance. It'll be like a cliffhanger, or you'll end up barely seeing the character. But this actually does play out. It did make me kind of giggle. Yeah. And very quick issue where Batman beats the living crap out of a lot of people.
Including kids.
Yeah.
I know kids. You love.
Yeah, I love it. It's not a baby, but you end up also, what's funnier than seeing an old man get his beard lit on fire and somehow dies from it?
Burned to death, yeah.
Holy moly, that guy. But you end up starting out. Yeah, it is pretty dark. And you do have a overall narration of, an omnipotent narrator saying, here's what's going on. And I kind of liked it at first, but I didn't love it by the end.
The first page, I'm like, oh, this really sets the scene. But I kind of thought I'm used to the narration boxes for the character. So I thought it was just Batman thinking about my city and all this stuff and it's coming to life. And it was really good, like very noir. But then when it gets to he is the night.
Once it goes there, you realize what's going on. And that's where I was like, it gets a little bit too much he doesn't kill, but hey, I love at one point. It's like, I almost get the idea if you had the narrator and it was like an animated thing and it's like, he doesn't usually kill, but he shrugs his shoulder.
Well, he has to take his chances sometimes.
Yeah, you have to do things, but you do end up where there's a street drug that's going and really setting up the play of, Gotham's a shithole.
Oh, and sure
this is 88. So, back there and the whole deal with the year one and stuff like that, it has that feel of it and then you see the
mirroring a New York City at the time, which was kind of
really bad. I like the ventriloquist club that Batman just zips by, and I'm like, it's a ventriloquist club, but it does look like there's a big monkey over the door, but that's the ventriloquist deal. I'm like, all right, that's kind of odd. But all the things about everything, like men looking to buy the ladies and ladies looking to sell their wares.
Hey, my man, looking cool.
Here's the thing. It's 1988. This guy thinks it's 72.
I think that's just a guy dressed it's like Kramer. He's accidentally dressed like a pimp because look at him. I think he's got glasses on, his gray hair. He's just walking down the street enjoying his life. And this guy thinks he's looking for a lady.
He's an accountant. And he's worried about the neighborhood. So he dresses up as a pimp to get people like, hey, man, looking cool. Hey, I like the guy he's like, hey, man, cool. Give me 5. And he's like, kiss it. I'm like, oh, wait. But then we go to the ventriloquist club and you do see Fat Man and Lewis who are going to go in. And this big guy, Rhino, is working the door and like, hey, I'm surprised you two had the gall to show up here. And they have a meeting with Scarface. And you mentioned Scarface a bit as you go through this, then only to realize, again, you have to remember it's the first appearance, and you're going to end up where it's a dummy. You even have my favorite line, except for the hand up the butt. Right. They're yelling about the dummy deal. So Batman's going around, and even through the narration, it almost plays out the idea there's just too much shit going down in Gotham. He can't stop everything. He can't just, go down. You see this guy picking up hookers. Well, Batman's swinging by, but he can't really take the time
Enjoy
to
your night, sir.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I wouldn't go for that. So he goes. And so with all of this going on, you do end up having this drug on the streets, this fever. They give me fever. We might have a little intro song for that possibly, but they're there and there's, 3 kids. I didn't get that they were as young as they say eventually, but they're there and like the one kid's like, I don't know, man, this is pretty crazy. Oh, what are you, a square? come on, man, take the fever. And they end up taking it. It just ends up, like any sort of like amphetamine type deal, but it makes you sweat. It makes you go crazy. And this guy, he's the fever god now. I'm like, that's not great. That's not a great name, but he's like grabbing trash cans. And I like that too, where the one guy's like, hey there, you got to see this. What's wrong with your face, Jacko? You sweating lava. Don't call me Jacko. I'm the fever god. And he ends up just
I destroy all trash, and an Ultraman comic comes out. Oh, is that a little commentary?
Yeah, it is a little. He does say he destroys all trash. So then Stan Lee shows up, and he's like, hey there, you kids. Like, this guy seems like the night watchman type of deal,
I did
right?
think Stan.
It does look like Stan, doesn't it? Like, hey there, kids.
True believers.
What's going on?
Excelsior as he gets his beard lit on fire.
He's on fire. Oh no!
They were going to burn a cat. I'm like, man, this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah. They grab this cat and they're just all hyped up. They're all high, and you end up where this Stanley comes in and is like, "Hey kids, what are you doing there? What are you doing with that cat?" He's like, hey there. It's like in your ear, Granddad. I love that guy. He's like, "Ooh, he told him." That must be the fever.
They don't have their tough talk down yet in this book, but there's some bad shit going on.
Yeah, and I like where the guy, this Stan Lee, he realizes, the age and whatnot, and he goes, beat off home. I'm like, and he's like, hey, in your ear, Granddad.
Don't whip me.
And then Stan Lee says, don't whip me, and tries to hit him with his baton and gets caught on fire. And his beard is on fire. There's the yelling, and we did hear earlier that Batman heard the yell, so he comes in, levels this one kid, just hits him like with a flying kick. That
he's like, kids. Oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's the best. Where he does have a look where when he flies down there and zips down, he is shocked that they are kids. You still have, Jacko, the Fever King. He's still got that big flaming that torch or whatever he's got. But yeah, the guy is now, he's burning to death as Batman's taking time beating up kids.
Yeah, sit down, son.
Yeah, he does act like he shoves the one guy.
Kid.
And then Jocko comes and is like, you don't scare me, big shot. Fever God can burn you too. And then you end up Batman. Also,
he breaks his arm.
Thought bubbles too, which you don't have anymore. I like thought bubbles as well, but there's that whole play that if you use thought bubbles now, you're a hack. But he's like,
I don't understand why. What's the difference between that and a narration box?
Well, and that's what they end up using the narration. So back in the day, you have the omnipotent narrator, so you have to have what Batman's thinking. Yeah. I don't mind it.
That makes sense. I just don't like the omnipotent narrator.
Yeah, it's kind of, and the omnipotent narrator is the idea of like, he's the city and he's this and he doesn't want to kill it. It does get a little heavy-handed, but you end up where this guy is, Jocko is crazed, and Batman says, he's like, oh, I'll kill you. And he can only be 12 years old. Don't want to hurt him. So I just put, pressure on his car.
Vulcan neck pinch,
he does.
Huh?
Yeah, I think he killed him. And he's just like, this is not logical. But in the meantime, it took too long. Stan Lee's dead. I was like, holy shit. I didn't think he was going to die from just getting his beard burned. Like, that's just a prank, right?
That's just what you get for washing your uniform in kerosene.
Stan. That is true. That gets it clean, though. I could probably use that right now. I do not have any running water in the house
you
for
should
weeks
burn your clothes if you haven't showered in 3 weeks.
I'm doing the Keanu Reeves is what I'm doing. Each week I go and buy new clothes. I end up with, I just get white T-shirts and a pair of shorts each week. It's the worst. And you'll probably hear my kids
when you're
doing
rich,
some work.
Doing that.
Yeah. Now I'm just a scumbag where they end up. And I did try to go to the Y today, but I was turned away. Oh, yeah. But yeah, Batman's there, and you end up where he does try to put the fire out with his cape. And then the police show up, and I really were like, I thought they were like, what are you doing to this Stan Lee, Batman? But he's like, nope, it's bad. And it's murder. And all the kids are knocked out. These kids are done.
Not all of them. The ones, get your stinking hands off me,
That's
Kigo.
True. Yeah, I like that guy, but they're in big trouble. I mean, at least Jocko is in real big trouble, but, murder. Like, that guy's life is done. And you don't get that play. Like, nowadays, Batman would have, like, a crazy deal about how this kid should just run away. Like, hey, you didn't really mean to try to burn that cat, then burn Stan Lee.
Or make him a Robin.
He's a Robin. Jacko the Robin. He's like, you just got to lay off the fever. and he's got a fever for something. But the one kid's yelling,
Well,
and that's the kid. That's the kid who gets hit at the beginning by the flying kick. He's got crazy hair. That guy. Got a very crazy hair.
Yeah,
but almost a Joker-esque hair is what he has. But he says, "Get your
and the red hair guy."
I
I thought that was a lady at first. I was like,
they do say it's a kid,
but
a
it's
boy.
A dude.
Because at one point he's the one who said, "I'm having a bad trip. I'm not really enjoying this with the fever." But oh my God, that kid's hair
we have
really
lift
gets
off.
crazy.
I love that line.
Yeah, that was pretty good of the fever. But that's the play. And even with the narration, Batman grabs Jocko, who's still sweating. Either that or he's got a pizza face. So I can, see either way. Eric, a big sweater. I had a pizza face. But he grabs this kid and is like, who are you dealing with? Where do you get this shit? What's going on? And the narration even says, you have to start from the bottom. You work your way up. And you pretty much have like Precinct 13 now. The idea of this one building in the middle of Gotham, like maybe go to the fortress that they built with metal doors and windows. I like that they only think that people can't like go to the second floor. It's only the first floor that is really,
they do have 2x4s over the windows. I don't know how we could get through that.
That is true. Then the others are just like open windows.
Yeah, it's just
like
glass.
if you could get the third or fourth
if
floor,
only we had a ladder, but we can't afford it. And
exactly.
Gotham City
you
PD.
couldn't do that. And even then, where you do have where he says to this police officer, like, what's going on? This drug, like, we got to figure out something. He's like, oh, yeah, we know about this drug. It's called the fever.
Don't you think we tried to stop them, Batman? Until he looks like fat Irish cop, doesn't he?
He does
you
look
think
like,
we want these fearheads roaming the streets thinking they're Godzilla?
That's the best. They get in the fever and think they're Godzilla, for crying out loud, Batman. And then he says to them, hey, you got to end up going, there's this fortress. We kind of went to stop it, but they'd flush the fever down the toilet. And then they got themselves a highfalutin lawyer. They did a Batman. So we can't do anything. And then I like at one point.
Harvey Dent, have you heard of the lot?
That's what I thought they were going to have. I like where you end up where Batman says, but these are just children. High as a kite. He gets so mad at the deal. And ends up where they say, we get him younger than that. We had an 8-year-old last week chopped off his mother's fingers with a machete. High as a kite. And he's like, what the hell? He's so upset. But they end up telling him, and this kid even says, you have to go to this building. You have to go up. They tried to get in. What you do is go give them money. They slip out the drug. We tried to batter in the door, but they end up getting a highfalutin, lawyer. So we don't.
I really
know
wanted
what's going
Batman
on.
to go undercover as like Little Matches Malone or something.
That would be good.
Go up to the
Little
door.
Matches Malone. He's like got the shoes where he puts them on his knees and he's walking. Hey there, I'm just a little kid. Here I am, man.
Little Rascals theme playing in the background.
Little Matches. He shows up in like some ramshackle, made up
Golly gee, I really want
fire
this
engine.
fever.
He's there throwing money out the window. I need the fever. But when they end up where they tell him exactly, hey, this is what you got to do, he's going to end up going. And he says, the police can't do anything, but the Batmans can. And then we go to the Ventriloquist Club, and now we're going to get the first appearance of Scarface and Ventriloquist. And it is pretty funny. It is like, if you were reading it at this time, there's so many. I think that it is a really original idea for a villain. It's not just the idea of, a Joker, the Riddler, this. It's a guy who's a ventriloquist who has a gangster dummy, and he's so bad at being a ventriloquist that he can't say his B's, but also the dummy fights back, and all these people don't. It is pretty cool. And again, he becomes a joke and stuff.
And the
like
best
that.
villains are based on like psychoses and things like that. And this is like displacement, like using a secondary thing to be your proxy because you're timid and things like that.
It.
So
I like it. And you do play the ventriloquist is so timid in the back. Like he's like, looks like he's scared at points. And you do have Fat Man and Lewis here, Lewis the Lump. And you end up where they're like, okay, you're going to see Scarface, and you have him. And he's like, "Use creeps. Nobody loses my 50,000 gucks and gets away with it to sentence his death." And they're like, oh, my God. And he has the cigar and everything going on. And these guys at first are like, oh, crap. Like they're kind of scared of him, whatnot. But then they start going like, oh, my God. Because the one guy, Lewis, says, oh, man, or Louis ends up saying like, I ain't talking to no dummy. Like, this is cuckoo. He's a block of wood. What? I'm not block of wood. Like, he gets
Shut
so
up,
mad.
Louie.
Yeah, the guy's like, yeah, Christ, Louie, shut up. And they're like, no, I'm out of here. This ventriloquist deal, I'm done. But then you end up where he's like, get back here. And you have this rhino guy, this guy from the front door. He ends up giving him the slap and says, boss, ain't finished with you, Louie. And then he ends up, because they owed money, they ended up having some problems. But then you do get Scarface. It just ends up getting the Tommy gun out and just riddles this guy and kills him. Just straight up kills him. And then they're going to kill the Fat Man. And Fat Man's like, come on, man, ventriloquist. Me and you go way back. Come on, I'll be able to work this out. I'll help it. And they realize, okay, there is something you could do. He needs somebody to go, because this is
a
the
mule.
whole thing. But the fever, he's going to be a mule. He even says later, the guy's so fat, he's going to be able to carry things. But the problem is everything that he's talking about ends up with these B's being G's. And this poor guy, he doesn't understand what he's saying. He's like, I don't know.
Bring it, Gack. I don't get it.
And he's like, yeah, bring it, Gack. What's it with you? You got rocks in your ears. He's like, I don't understand. He's like, smuggling you, ninny. I like at one point, that's what he's like, what? I thought I was the dummy.
Yes.
Oh, it's pretty good. I had fun with it. I like Scarface, though we don't see him that much now. And I don't need him as a building. Again, I haven't read that issue as we're recording this, but this is pretty fun. And the idea that these guys don't take him seriously, and he ends up killing, it really sets up the idea of it's so ridiculous, but kind of deadly, and you can see why they would go. And it just makes the ventriloquist himself just so crazed.
Yeah, I do like that they show, it's really the ventriloquist pulling the trigger on the gun, but he's got Scarface's hand on his hand, too. So it's like...
It's so good. It's cute. And then I like where it's like...
In his mind, it's Scarface doing it, but you really do see that it's not. The dummy's not really alive.
I like at one point they even say, like, man, I want to talk to ventriloquist. And he's like, what do you think? He's the goss? I'm the goss here. And he's all fired up. And he's like, hey, what's the deal? And then even then where Scarface turns to ventriloquist, where'd you hire these moves anyway? I'm starting to wonder who's the dummy around here, me or them? Yeah, and that's when Louie's like, oh, this is ridiculous. I'm out of here. I like, too, where you do even see that it's just like a head on a stick when he ends up where you get
it looks like it pops up and spins around and things like that. I don't love the art overall for some of the characters, but it's consistent, and it's pretty cool how they portray the motion of Scarface.
And you end up where you have this, and he was going to kill Batman, but then he's like, I'm having a little trouble with my supply line. Got a consignment waiting south at the Gorder. I need a good man to go down there and bring it Gack. And he's like, bring it Gack, like we said. It's pretty funny. And at the one point, then you do have, okay, hey, we're going to go. And ventriloquist, I love the expressions, because it is like he's scared of Scarface, but sometimes it looks like, he doesn't agree with what he's saying and things like that. But when he goes, he's like, hey,
my, Mr. Scarface, I don't know if I would have went that far. Shut up, you.
He goes, do we really have to do it this way? Scarface, Fats has been with us a long time. There's no place for the sentiment, ventriloquist. This is strictly business. And here's the thing. What really does well there is he doesn't stop when people leave. He's still upset, so you have this, and he's like, and by the way, that guy's fat, so he can bring a whole lot of merchandise, and starts laughing. That's pretty good. So when you go from there, you go Batman going to see this fortress where he's going to take these guys down, and he goes and he hits Karate Kid right in the head. This kid, look, really, look at that. He's got an early cell phone. I mean, they're bringing in the Kashunda here with that fever, and he's there talking, and Batman just hits him, and he just goes down. I mean, Batman hits him with
batarang,
and just this guy's done. I think he might be dead. But then, Batman sees, and he's like sneaking around. He sees some people going to get some of the drugs at that door, but he's got to bust it open. And so he sets some plastic explosives and then says, okay, I'm going to
Somebody's
set this
back
to
there.
go.
They might die, but, that's a chance I got to take.
And that's the narration. It's
Yes.
like, he says, could be someone right behind. If that's the case, they'll take the full blast. They're dead. A chance he has to take. he swore he'd never kill.
But,
that's where I was like, the guy's like shrugging his shoulders. And
it
then
wasn't him. It was the door falling on him.
Exactly. And the explosion that was timed. So it's not really him. That was up to time.
But one guy does come out of a side door, which I like, why don't you just go in that door?
Why don't you go through there?
It's just a wooden door.
This might be just some dude coming to buy some. I had a shirt just like that. I had a shirt with that checkered pattern in the middle.
Wow,
I remember it.
cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Were you buying Fever?
Yeah, I was. I needed the fever. I was the fever god. You end up, Batman tackles the guy, and then there's the big explosion. And then you have the guys there. It's like 1 for you, 2 for me. They're just at a table counting these pills. It's like the one guy, the man who can count in the land of the uncounting is king. Because there's 3 guys there, and the one guy's just counting out 1 for me, 1 for you. And they end up, there's an explosion. This guy grabs like 1 trillion pills. It's like,
Charlie.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
I was like, are they just saying Charlie in a weird way, or is his name actually Charlie?
That's the funny thing is, what do you think? You would think that if you're going to go with an accent, you would go full out New York accent for Gotham. But
Like
it'd be
Charlie.
funny if you did have like a weird made up accent for Gotham. But it's like, hey, Charlie, get the stuff, ditch it. He's like, this is the thing. He's like Han Solo now. I know you know that, but he's going to ditch this shit. You can't just ditch all that shit. You're in big trouble.
He's spilling it everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. There's so much of it. Hopefully he doesn't go all Juice World with it and just kind of consume it. Then you die. That's a little shout out there for the people who know what I'm talking about. So you end up where Batman comes in. It's like, karate chop you, kick you in the balls, knee you here. The one guy, I thought at one point, it was a hockey stick.
No, it's a bent crowbar.
Yeah, it's a crowbar. He has there. Yeah, exactly. He'll get very familiar with crowbars later. This guy is spilling drugs everywhere. And then
Charlie.
Batman. Yeah, Charlie's going. Now, Charlie didn't realize that he's going to get the bully treatment.
He's getting swirly by Batman.
They're going, why in the hell, in this shithole, do they have a rug leading right to the bathroom?
It really ties the room together, Jim.
It does. Look at this hallway with this rug that leads right to the bathroom. He's running. Batman pulls the rug right from under him.
Yep. And there's pills all over it. Like, you can dump what you have, but you're still getting busted.
Yeah. And, he ends up where he takes a header right into the toilet. It's pretty cool, the deal. But what makes it worse is Batman flushes it.
Yes.
Why did he have to flush it?
So
the
he can
guy
breathe.
went right in there. So
he doesn't kill.
Maybe
unless it's accidental.
that's it. He does bully though, and he flushes it, and didn't say like
handsome next.
Yeah, so I'd be the best. I want him to say like, took care of the poop.
Get ready for your
something.
atomic wedgie, Charlie, unless you tell me where you got these drugs. Where are the drugs?
And that's what he's yelling. And he has like a pile of them. I like that stern look on his face where he's like holding them away like they might affect him. He's like, what is this? And he has all the guys in
Who
one
taught you how
room.
to do this? You all right? I learned it by watching you.
Look at this shit. There's a mirror crack. There's a picture that's kind of, what picture is that? And everything, but they had that rug leading to the toilet. I don't get it.
A spring coming out of the couch.
Yeah. This couch is a
yeah, why is there a picture in here? It should be a girly poster, like a centerfold or something.
The picture's like these 3 in better days. They're like there, on a fishing trip or something.
Oh,
and Batman's like, where did you get the filth? Who supplies you? And the guy's like, Charlie's like, listen, I love Charlie still dripping with toilet water. Also, Batman just throws the pills on the floor. He just throws them, and he's like, I ain't saying nothing. I'd advise you to reconsider. Okay. He's like, it's more than my life's worth. Oh, and then Batman says, right now, worm, your life means nothing.
Uh-oh. He called him a worm. He's tough talking. You better give it up, Charlie.
I thought what he was going to do was just like, okay, you want to take these pills? Start taking them all.
Have you ever had an atomic wedgie, Charlie?
Oh, my God. An atomic wedgie. And yeah, Batman says, right now, you're worth nothing. Give me a name. Okay. I love that. It's just the old deal. One of my favorite things to go with something you love is William Shatner. When he was on T.J. Hooker. I still remember this. I was watching it. I think it might have been the last episode that I ever watched of this stupid show. They end up going, and there was a car. I believe the car was stolen. And they end up going to like this crazy, recycling place, whatever, that they thought might have been a chop shop. And he goes, and this guy's Harry. He's like, T.J. Hooker's like, hey, Harry, I think you had that car. And the guy goes, no way, Hooker. You can't pin on me. You know what? God will get you for lying, Harry. Okay, it was me. I'm like, what? I'm like, Jesus Christ. I guess the episode had to end. Adrian Zemed comes in. What did I miss? But yeah, he ends up where, okay, it's Scarface. You see Scarface's head spinning around like crazy in the deal.
I love that.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, that ends it. And it's to be continued. So you have that. But yeah, Batman on the next cover. There are a lot of kids getting hit by the fever. You can see it looks pretty crazy. But this is the first appearance of Scarface. Pretty cool. You end up, like I said, I think that it's the idea of it kind of being funny and a joke, but also deadly. And kind of, when you think about it more, it is very like, oh, God, this guy's lost his mind. And that's the more dangerous of things like that. So I thought it was pretty well done. I do also like at one point where Scarface has that little piano that he's holding there for some reason. But he has that. So with all that, with it. What would you give it?
I'm going to give it an 8. It's dated but fun to me. And like I said, overall, the art was a little off to me, but it was consistent. So,
and it's the 80s, so it is.
Yeah, I really, it told a good story. It was a good intro to a new character. You got a lot of them. And
I wasn't lost. Too. I mean, when you go into it, this is just randomly an issue of Detective Comics, and I didn't feel lost. I felt like, okay, you get that narration, you get the lay of the land, and that's a little over the top.
Fit in with my favorite Batman story about the hooker, or not the hooker, but his girlfriend in a dumpster that he found. It's got that same feel.
Exactly. So you have that.
This is really dark.
Yeah, it is pretty dark at the beginning. Poor Stan Lee. R.I.P. But yeah,
I mean, there's blood and people dying, kids on the smack.
Yeah, you don't
crazy.
See, this would never be done now.
I know, like which is weird. You'd think like as time progresses, you get more accepting of like violence and things like that in our culture. But in the comics, it's like, no, we're just gonna hug it out, bitch, and
that's
we're not gonna punch anybody.
Just show up and he would stop them before they took the drug, and then he'd want this, but then he wouldn't do that. It would be lame.
It's much more realistic.
Yeah,
honestly.
maybe that's what we need to get back to is just being a little more realistic and a little more of like bad shit happens. Whether or not they're going to show it in a comic or not, it still happens. It's not because of this that is happening. They're more going with, okay, this is already happening, so let's show it. Might actually be something. Again, I don't expect people nowadays
scared the crap out of me, that issue from way back then.
Damn right. I'm telling you that when
I will
you
never
read
dump
these,
a body in a dumpster.
No, never. You roll them up in a carpet and throw them in the bay. So you do weigh it down and throw it in there. You got a lot of rivers here in the Pittsburgh area. So maybe even 3. You end up where all this like,
gotta watch out for Bruce Willis and Sarah Jessica Parker, though.
Damn right, that is crazy. You end up in what's that March girl? What she was in that as well, I believe. What was that girl's name? I can't remember. There was some girl, I think,
Sizemore was
in that. Well, yeah, I'm telling you, I haven't seen that in a while. But you end up where all this going down. It's what was happening in the 80s. So but it's not. You're not reading this. Some people just a couple weeks ago, like I reviewed an issue and the guy's like, don't you get it? You're supposed to read this and take it to the streets. And I'm like, I ain't no superhero.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm reading the book. I'm not going to go like, I'm not going to go stop the
maybe.
And the guy's like, this is what you're supposed to show. And it was about Cap and Nazis and things like that. I'm like, the comic book isn't going to give me the blueprint of what I'm going to go and do. I read this for enjoyment and read with the deal. And I get it. But still, the idea of having this, maybe get a little more realistic with stuff. But that is it for our retro book of the week. I hope that people enjoy this segment. I enjoy doing it because these are they always have a bit of fun, something to laugh about.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was trouble. We still made fun of that a little. It wasn't really fun to talk about a lot, but that was a bit of a slog. But if you notice, we haven't really dipped back into those territories recently. So we have these things. And this is late 80s. So it was heading towards that 90s era that you love.
It's a time period when we're both alive and could possibly be reading these even.
That is true, but I was too cool. I was too cool at this point. Yeah, really. I like to pretend. But that's it. That is it. So we're going to go back to the rest of the podcast. But before we go, Sturg, let everybody know where they can find you.
Patreon.com/BesottedGeek is the best place. And it's free to join. So, there's stuff there that anybody can look at.
Jenny might be on it. I hear. She just said it was a banger.
Sue.
How about that?
That's your wife. yelling at you at that point. But yeah, you and your wife do a bunch of podcasts and a bunch of other things with pop culture, comics, manga, all that, all rolled up into one. So go check out Stork's channel, and you end up where it's in the show notes to a link to click on. So please go and do that. So
I also like Hungry Hippos.
You do like Hungry Hippos, but not the game. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but we'll have to find that out. But thanks, everybody. Thanks, Stork, and we'll go back to the show. All right, we're going to continue on with my man, Jared. What up, Jared?
How you doing?
Oh, great. And you had gotten a hold of me and asked what books we're going to be doing this week together. And there's not a lot of books. There's not a lot of books on the main podcast. So I asked you if you just wanted to pick one of your favorite Wonder Woman stories. Being a big Wonder Woman fan, I thought that. And I used to have a podcast that was called First or Favorite, First and Best. It was one where I'd get on and talk to somebody about either the first issue they read or their favorite issue. And so when I asked you what you would like to talk about, you picked Wonder Woman 170. It's volume 2, 170 or 175. And it's funny because as I went to see, first off, volume 1, 170 is with Wonder Woman Gorilla. And when I first saw that, I'm like, wait a second here. Oh, he meant volume 2. And then when I saw the cover, oh, I've read this before. I've actually had this suggested. And it's a book that's a lot. It's reprinted a lot. And the funny thing is, it's reprinted in a lot of Lois Lane stuff and Wonder Woman stuff. So you get that combo. But then you said also 175. And when I was looking, I went and looked through some reviews for this, even stuff from currently. People are reading it still. It's one of the bigger issues. So they're also, every review pointed out 175. The one person ended up saying only 2 issues have ever made them cry. Somehow they had this one as one of them, but then said 175. They were bawling their eyes out. So we might have to get to that as well. But I'll give you the credits and then we'll jump into this. And again, this is a really good Wonder Woman story. I suggest it to everyone, but also if you really like Lois, it's pretty good. Though, if you like Lois as the hard-nosed, I hate to say, almost like bitchy Lois, then you're really going to love
Lois.
It. Yeah, normal Lois written well. That's the thing. When you end up reading this, I'm like, ooh, he got Lois there. Lois is pretty hard-hitting, but it is Wonder Woman Volume 2, number 170, cover date of July of 2001, written by Phil Jimenez, who did the script and story. Joe Kelly on the story, kind of in the news this week because of the new Amazing Spider-Man run. Pencils by Phil Jimenez, inks by Andy Lanning, colors Patricia Mulville and Heroic Age, and letters by Comic Craft. And you have the editors Eddie Berganza and Tom Palmer Jr. So when you jump into this, you're kind of thrown right into it. And it ends up where Perry's, gathering up some things. Jimmy's being annoying. I love the idea that his Jimmy meter is switched to annoying. And the whole play is that Lois is going to spend the day with Wonder Woman, which is a really cool concept. And I think that in my mind nowadays, I think people forget that Lois and, Diana were never really great friends and had a bit of tension.
Have been.
Yeah, no.
I've heard people like on Twitter claim they are, but I'm like, no, not really.
No. And even currently and not that long ago, but New 52 even had Superman and Wonder Woman back being a couple. And there are a lot of people. I never even asked you, is that what you prefer? Do you like the Superman Wonder Woman? See, and there's a lot of people
I read that book 100 times.
I did like it. That was one of the books that I actually was reviewing when it came out. Not a ton of people seemed to be reviewing it. It used to make me mad that people weren't paying attention.
Good.
Yeah, the funniest thing, though, when I was reading and reviewing that was when you got into the DCYOU and Clark ended up losing his powers and he was pissed off at Diana. He was mad because she was a goddess.
But that series has my favorite Superman moment of all time. It's when Ares blasts him with sunlight and Superman goes, "You don't know that much about me, do you?"
You're not really up on the stats here. Yeah,
I love that.
That was a really good series. I really, really did like that series. So you end up where Lois is going to go off and really in this, she is really wondering if Wonder Woman has feelings for Cal or Clark. Wonder Woman will continuously call him Cal, which annoys Lois to all end and gets her so upset. But when she goes off, before actually meeting up with Wonder Woman, she talks to Etta Candy. And you do end up, when you jump back in these things, there is that kind of, okay, what's the lay of the land? How's it going? And there's not been a ton of issues back in the day that I really had like a really hard problem. And I didn't have a hard problem with this either. The way that it's done is so natural that it gives you kind of recap, but not feeling like recap. It just sets the scene. I think that's something that's lost nowadays. I think that everybody just ends up, first off, I think that they believe that all of the writers are doofuses and have to like spell out everything to the nth degree and then still don't do anything right. But in the meantime, you go with this, but you go from here because it's your favorite issue. You end up where there is, Ed is kind of boring Lois a little, right?
Yeah. And then I love how the next page, we just get a full page splash with just Diana just standing there and Lois is like describing her. Because the reason why I like this issue so much is when it's like roughly 22 pages. And in that 22 pages, it perfectly summarizes who Diana is as a person. Because too often, too many writers focus on like the warrior side of her, which is a component of her, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the main component. And it's like when you neglect like her more, for lack of a better term, human side, you kind of forget what half the character is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, there's a couple writers when they go into writing Wonder Woman, it ends up being, okay, I'm going to focus on the truth. And that's all you get. You get, I don't tell a lie, the truth. And you end up losing track of most of the other things. And like you said, it's all the heroic side. It's all the warrior side a lot of times. And you don't get the side. And one of the things that I like in this is there's a problem nowadays in general where when a writer goes in to write a character, whether it's because they don't know them or they're told whatever, you don't get to see any blemishes either. And that's where you get the human side of things. You know, you're going to get Wonder Woman. Yeah, she is. I like that she's just standing in this kitchen, in the steel. And you have just such normal things behind her. You have things up on the fridge. You have a cat. And she's just like stellar looking. And Lois is in awe. But you can tell right away there's that kind of meanness to her narration of, look at her, like, oh my God. And you kind of realize, yeah. And even like, she doesn't have to wear makeup or perfume, but she still smells great. She's getting angry, but she's also telling a story and trying to get, a story going. And so she is trying to dig into things. And I do like as you go and all the things that you end up having happen, Lois doesn't interject, but she at points just says, ooh, that was a story there. They dropped the ball. You end up, Diana goes on like The View is what it is. And they kind of,
View, yeah.
And they kind of start to push her ways and like almost get a big, headline story. And they don't, you should have done that. So you see that Lois, first off, is very smart, very tough, is angry a bit about all this and really wants to know what Diana thinks. It's a weird play because I don't think she doesn't trust Cal or Clark, but I think that she's just worried that this super, goddess likes her husband and wants to find out. And lo and behold, Diana does admit that's the craziest thing.
She does.
Yeah, I do like him. And I kind of
there's always kind of been like a either spoken or unspoken attraction between Superman and Wonder Woman. Always has been.
Yeah, I mean they're two of the most powerful things on Earth.
And two of the most, kind people on Earth.
Exactly. Now, there are those that like the Bat Wonder Woman, Batman Wonder Woman relationship.
And they're called people that clearly only like Batman.
Yeah, I ended up where there was a point where I forget what it was. It was again, in the New 52, and there was all these people got a hold of me, and they wanted me to push that Batman Wonder Woman thing. I'm like, I don't know about that. Because I was, and I think they were mad because I did like the Superman Wonder Woman book. But again, you go on because you do have an older Steve Trevor. He is with Etta. You have all these things going on. Yeah. And so it's kind of cool. And they're going to go off for this day. This is where she went to meet Wonder Woman and also trying to get a little scoop.
Yeah, well, first thing is notice that this is one of the things about post-crisis Wonder Woman is that the reason why, at least in my opinion, they didn't have the issue that's facing Tom King's Wonder Woman now of being too focused on the love interest is because she really didn't have a singular love interest that lasted the entire thing. It was more like the writers seemed more interested in establishing who Diana is by herself before they give her a love interest.
Yeah. And even in this, Phil Jimenez in the script does a really cool job where you have a line, might be, we were talking about favorite lines and things like that. When you end up where, there's Steve Trevor and kind of steps in and she says, even though she is the most strongest, most capable person, she has something that men still want to go and help her and protect her, but she doesn't need it. And I thought it was a kind of a really cool way to play that game of, look, we know that a lot of writers end up putting Diana and having Steve, but she's capable and she understands this kind of goes. I thought that was pretty cool with that. But they also end up where there's something going on with Themyscira at this point, which Lois doesn't know. And she does. Yeah, she does. But she ends up because they're like, hey, you hear anything Themyscira, all that? And we'll talk about that later. We do find out, and it's a good progression. It's actually going back and reading it right now, not in the time. It's a cool play because it does set up clues with the tiara and things like that. And just to reveal, there was a civil war. They ended up having this whole thing, and they asked her to leave. They do not want her on Themyscira. And it's one of those like universal things that kind of feels like fresh even now, the idea, you're the old regime. It looks bad. So, Diana, you kind of make yourself scarce. We don't want you here, and it's really ripping her apart.
And not only that, the royal family itself was dissolved.
And so that's all just done. She feels like, and there's Wonder Woman, what you get, that human side, that vulnerable side where Lois just keeps telling us, like, she's looking for the chinks in the armor, and she's not finding any. It's like she doesn't have, makeup on, but she's beautiful. She doesn't even use perfume. Oh, she smells great. But she senses something is wrong. And when she asked, I really like the idea that Lois asked, almost like she wants to get something on Wonder Woman, but then when she finds out, she actually realizes, oh, this is a real problem, and kind of backs off a little. I mean, by the end, they're still not friends. I mean, they're acquaintances. If she wasn't married to Clark, they probably would never speak. But because they are, and one of the sad things is that Wonder Woman by the end even says, I kind of wish we were good friends. I wish that we were better friends, but Lois doesn't seem to want any parts of that. And
it's because, it's because she knows that Diana has very strong feelings for Clark.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah. And when you end up seeing, it's funny because you end up where sometimes you'll have the play where they'll try to make Lois, like somehow Lois will wake up late and she can't get her hair, like they'll make her look really bad. She looks good. But when you see her right next to Wonder Woman, it's like...
Yeah, it does kind of look like...
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Wonder Woman's towering over. Oh my God, it's so crazy. But she's always smiling. She's always going. But you go from there again because this is going to be a day in the life of Wonder Woman where she is going to go all over the world and out of the world onto the moon to actually do what she's going to do this day.
Yeah, the thing about this is that this deals with Wonder Woman's like day-to-day life, obviously, but it's like she's giving speeches in Paris about like spreading the ideals of that Themyscira. When she goes on The View, she's talking about the Themyscira Foundation, which basically all it is, it's a foundation that provides resources like self-defense classes, education, and stuff. It's essentially, because what people forget is that when she was sent to man's world, it wasn't necessarily just to go fight a war. It was to spread like the Amazonians like ideals of peace and like equality throughout the world. So she's kind of doing that. In fact, and she even goes to she takes Lois to the Justice League Watchtower because she's trying to find like a cure for like diabetes and stuff. So it's showing that, like, first off, it also shows that Diana's hyper intelligent too.
Oh yeah. I like when she gets like that. Like she changes into like the scientist outfit, but it's still like, I actually was shocked because they end up on that View. They end up having, here's Wonder Woman's fashion through the ages. And in that even, I thought they were going to have the white suit. I thought you'd have the deal, but you end up where Lois, even then it's like, oh, this is just like softball. Like she hates the idea of this View, but you end up even them like almost get to something when they ask, oh, why aren't you wearing your tiara? Why'd you have your tiara? And you stop wearing it. And she's like, well, and it kind of gets pushed aside. And that's the thing that by the end, when you actually see what's happening, she's there and in France, she's talking to them about equality and the Amazonian way. And a guy gets up, hey, that's fine and dandy for you. You're royalty. You're fancy. You have this. When you find out she still is going around pushing the Amazonian way when the Amazons have told her they don't want any parts of her. That's how good she is. She's still going to keep doing her thing. And she's not royalty. So
here's the funny part about us covering this now, and I swear I did not intend this when I picked this book. She literally says, even though I'm wearing the armor, I'm not American. So I'm like, screw you, Tom King.
Yeah, exactly. Like the sovereign's like, what? I thought she was so
I'm
crazy.
like, well, why are you bashing me with the American flag? Literally.
Exactly. So, yeah, and ends up saying, I actually thought the idea, because again, when Superman ends up changing his slogan, everybody lost their mind, but Wonder Woman's saying that. I think that it's weird though. It's easy to say, oh yeah, of course she isn't, Themyscira. But you don't say that about the Kryptonian. But you end up where, again, she keeps pushing the ideals of, her people have kind of ditched her and told her they don't want any parts of her. And when that guy steps up, so it makes the scenes better once you go through again, realizing she doesn't lose her cool. She doesn't get upset. She doesn't say, well, I'm not royalty anymore, jerk. She tries to convince them. And some of the people are never going to believe it or whatnot. But I do like it. But the tiara thing hits hard by the end. And she kind of, gets away from that. And then the next thing, though, she goes to President Luthor. And then you go from there because, again, President Luthor's like, yeah, I just fired my Surgeon General. I'm having some problems. But let's talk. I love talking to you, Diana. And she's in this regal garb. And they go to talk about things. But he's being kind of a jerk.
Even what's kind of funny is Lois describes it like Diana then rants about Luthor when she leaves the White House, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. But I just love Luthor has this big grin. He goes, so how can I help you?
Oh, he's such a slimy bastard. And then he keeps saying, I know that I shouldn't say this, but you look ravishing. He keeps saying that. One of the funnier things too, Lois says, I can't tell you what happens because I've been kicked out and I can't go. I'm not allowed to talk or be anywhere near the White House anymore. I'm like, yep, Lois, you got a big mouth. And that made me laugh. But you get
also, here's the other funny part. So the Sovereign know Lex Luthor?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem with retconning a guy that's been in charge of America for all time.
Yeah, exactly. It ends up being a little odd when you go back. So you end up where there's, Lois waiting. And there is a bit of, it seems a little bit of bonding. The idea when Lois, likes, hey, you hate Lex, so do I. But it doesn't do a ton because they keep on going. And like you said before, you end up where she does self-defense classes in Atlanta and in Indonesia. Actually, basketball she's playing in Atlanta. Then in Indonesia, she says, and again, this is a good play in my mind. They are prostitutes. She knows that she can't do anything to change that. She just wants them to be safe. So she teaches them Amazonian self-defense. And that's, a good thing. Then you end up where I didn't expect this, but you end up going to Rwanda and basically helping little kids die in peace. And I was like, that's, deep. That ends up being pretty harsh. And it's really affecting Lois, who then, when you go later in the day, she kind of gets taken aback a bit and almost wants to, lash out at Diana because then Diana's laughing later. And Lois seems to think like, we just had babies dying. And I think there is that layer of Wonder Woman deals with a lot of shit. This is just one day. And you help as much as you can, but you have to kind of have your life as well. And she is happy to go see Donna Troy because we see Donna Troy, but there's talk of money. And this big, this apartment and things that Donna has is crazy. And I know, I'm telling you, it's insane how much this would be. And when they end up leaving there, because they're chuckling, oh my God, sis, we could be roommates. We'll talk about Dish on Boys and stuff. But Diana's being nice to Donna as well. And when you end up Lois, oh man, we were with dead babies and now we're dishing on boys and eating ice cream. And Wonder Woman senses it and says, you're upset, right? You're upset about the wealth that me and my sister have, that you think we're, creatures of ultimate privilege. And then she keeps saying, but Cal, it's like, it's the whole play where she keeps saying Cal, which does drive Wonder Woman nuts, but says Cal, he uses everything he's been given to make the world the best place it can be. I can't help where I come from either. And this is just how it is. And, Yeah, and she says, I won't apologize for it. And that's why I like this whole issue. Both Lois and Wonder Woman, Diana, they're not apologizing. They're not pushing each other. There's not this thing of like, oh my God, she's so wonderful. Everything. What you've seen, you could think, if it was me and you, I'd be like, holy crap, she's a great person. Like, what is wrong with her? But Lois isn't doing that.
Well,
kind of personal deal. But yeah, what's that?
Not only that, earlier in the issue, again, when she's in France, when she basically tells that guy that challenges her, and it kind of makes me feel like maybe she's indirectly saying this to Lois as well, where she says, yeah, you may not be able to see like my struggles, but trust me, I struggle just like anyone else does. I'm not perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, the guy who stood up in France or had the question did say, again, what do you care? Why your things don't relate to us. We're struggling. You have privilege. You have all this. And it's true, though, when she says the idea, and she doesn't lash out. Like, I'm telling you, one of these guys could say, dude, I've saved your ass a million times. Like, the planet wouldn't be. But she doesn't. She just says, I have struggles, too. Like, I have personal things as well. Not everything's great. And it goes well with it, with Lois seeing that it does seem like everything's great for Wonder Woman, but it's not. And we do find out. But she then goes to the UN. And again, you think everybody's going to fawn all over it. This kind of is a dud. When she starts talking and she says that Luther kind of got to some people and the idea of the UN, they laugh at her when she says we should all have peace and things like that. It probably also goes with what's going on with Themyscira, but the idea that she's there, and they do mention that Themyscira, like, Switzerland or the Vatican, they are watching. They're just, they don't get involved. They're not fully in the UN, but they're allowed, and Diana has a lot of respect. She can go talk, and she's just giving the speech, and everybody's laughing. Now you see something that I didn't think was going to happen. I mean, all the descriptions and things of how hot and how great she is. She ends up seeing not Steve Trevor, but Trevor Barnes. You go from there.
So here's the thing. I think that this is the laziest love interest of all time. Well, also, Trevor.
Yeah,
hello.
yeah. That is crazy.
When you actually dig into this, this was supposed to be a self-insert for a guy that Jimenez was dating at the time. So I'm like, yeah, bro, no wonder this is a very superficial love interest.
I'm telling you.
And the fact that this is the funny part. And remember, I don't even like Lois as a character, but when I read her dialogue, and then Diana says, isn't he beautiful? And then Lois says, yes, he is. And he's definitely not Steve Trevor. And I'm like, why is Lois lusting after another dude?
Poor Steve Trevor.
Wait, see, here's the thing.
Crazy.
If Lois is lusting after this guy, she has nothing to say if Clark has any feelings for Diana.
So I'm guessing now that it's not true, but what I want to believe is that Phil Jimenez was dating Lenny Kravitz back. That's who I thought. Right away, I'm like, oh, it's Lenny Kravitz. Look at that guy. And he's really good looking. He's got things. They have a lot in common. He's worked with the Foundation. And she is kind of like a schoolgirl fumbling around like, yeah, like maybe we could go out for dinner and I'll pay. And he's like, if this is a date, my answer is no. And then you have the funniest swipe to the next scene. It made me laugh so much.
Yeah, I love Lois. She's like, oh, what?
Yeah. She says, holy crap. Like, I can't believe it. She was turned down. You go up because they're in Metropolis and there's going to be the Metropolis AIDS Walk. So they're getting some flyers and things together. All these people and these guys, one guy, he's gay. And she's like, what? No, he's gay. And she's like, I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's interested in me. Yep, he's gay.
It's like that one stereotype of like the jock dude that tries to like hit on a woman, and if she rejects him, he goes, well, she's a lesbian.
It's any guy who goes to a strip club and thinks that he's going to score at the strip club and goes, I couldn't because it's the whole same thing. And I do like where they keep going, where the one guy says, he thinks everybody's gay. And then he's like, well, they usually are. And then they go, and it's like my sister said, and they're giving advice. But this I actually really like to see. And it's nothing to do with the walk or anything. I like that Wonder Woman just has some friends that are just there. And when she shows up, they do say, we'd like to see you more or whatever. She's always there to help. But they're talking to her. Like, she probably likes this because they are just kind of talking to her like a sister or girl, not as Wonder Woman. They're just like, oh, you don't need to bother. You know what my sister says? She says that you just keep going after more guys. And when you end up where you'll go to the next guy, and then that guy will think, oh my God, I messed up, and come back. And so, yeah, and he keeps pushing the idea. My sister's right. You should do it. And she just doesn't know what to do. And she's kind of, taking a breather. But at the end, this is kind of the end. So you end up at the end, with Lois and her with this day. UN was a dud, and then comes out and almost as if she needed something for a pick-me-up, sees this guy, and he says, nah, I don't want to go on a date with you, which is odd, even if he is gay. The idea that you might just go to dinner just to be nice or whatever, but this guy just flatly refuses.
Yeah,
and,
he also automatically assumes it would be a date. So I'm like, wait a minute, bro. I think you're thinking a little too high of yourself.
And I like where also when she ends up running to him, and it's so funny when Lois realizes like right away that she's like, oh, she's a little nervous. Like she really wants to talk to this guy. But yeah, she got shut down. And so then you end up where Lois and Diana go to Suicide Slum, where there is a billiards play. It's a bar, and they have a pool table, and they're playing pool. And again, where Lois, I'm telling you, at points you think Lois is doing this to throw her off. Like, oh, I'm going to take her to this piece of crap dive bar, and she'll be so uncomfortable. And she's not. She's just going, and Lois kind of gets mad about it. It's like, man, she's even comfortable here. This is the worst place I could figure. And they're playing pool and they're talking, and it's actually really nice. And when you end up talking about these things, it ends up where now you end up where Diana kind of opens up to Lois, where she's like, I was with you for 18 hours looking for blemishes in Wonder Woman's perfect porcelain skin. And she keeps saying, is that a made of clay joke? No. Like, I didn't find a lot. And she's like, oh, you probably found a ton. She's like, no, I didn't. And you end up where Wonder Woman's like, really? Like you didn't? She's like, no, and starts to play off that Wonder Woman has these things that she does to manipulate people. And, I can see the hurt puppy deal and whatever. And you end up where Diana kind of gets a bit offended and says, I'm just me. And you go from there because, again, it's really good. And when you don't have a lot of times that Wonder Woman's going to say straight up, I'm not perfect. Like, there are a lot of problems. We all have problems, like she said in France. And you end up where Lois, though, starts to spill the beans. And in this point, I think it's great because Diana is now pushing a bit of Lois's buttons, almost like she's the reporter trying to figure out what Lois's problem is, because Lois is kind of over the top trying to find bad things and kind of being a little snooty and snotty to her. But you go from there.
And I love this. I love when Diana goes, yeah, some part of you hates me. She goes, no, I don't. He's like, yeah, the part of you that's married to Clark hates me.
And she goes, yeah, kind of.
She goes, yeah, no, actually, she says a part of me, the part of me that's married to Cal. Then Lois corrects her to Clark, and then Diana says, see?
Yeah, and I think she did that on purpose, too. I think it's weird because I don't think before, it's just that's what she calls them. She calls him Cal because when they're together, they're not doing any secret identities. They're there as the Justice League, and that's who he is,
And the other thing is, like, and I've addressed this on my show a lot, and the thing about it is, like, Diana's all about being one's true self and being who they really are. Because ultimately, he is Kal-El. So that's why she says Cal.
Yeah. And when she says that, and you get on Lois's part, she's married to Kal-El, but she wants to, she can more relate to it. And I think that in her mind, being sensitive to this stuff and being the idea that she's, Superman goes off with Wonder Woman and they do all these things and whatnot, she kind of thinks that it's the Cal part that is there, but the Clark part is what fell in love with me when Diana actually says and really points out that Superman loves it. She doesn't say Clark. She's like, Cal loves you. He loves you. He really, and I think that that's something that Wonder Woman is, Diana is trying to push, and something that Lois struggles with, the idea, why would he love me? Why does this guy who's with Wonder Woman, the most perfect person, why did he choose me? And it's funny because Wonder Woman's kind of wondering it at points too, and actually admits at one point, when you got together, I kind of was pissed because I blew it. I blew my chance, and I realized that now. But she's not saying it as, I'm going to get him or whatever. She's just being honest. She does have the lasso with her, and that becomes a thing. But I do like the idea they're not, saying, oh, you guys are the perfect couple. And oh my God, no, it's pretty honest. And with that too, Lois still thinks that Diana, you still have feelings, all this. And that's where you get the lasso where Diana, and that's a big thing for Diana to tell somebody like, here, you grab this, I'll have this and I'll tell you the truth. But I like what Lois does as well. But you go with that.
Yeah. So they reference Action Comics 761,
yeah.
where that's like the biggest, like, on my show, we call it a massive bait and switch, because the thing is, that's about Superman dealing with his feelings for Diana. Then they have this moment where, as far as they know, so they've been in Asgard for 1,000 years. Everyone else is dead as far as they know. And they're like, and Clark's like, yeah, even in death, it still could be Lois. And I'm like, hey, douchebag, she's right there.
Yeah. So in that, this was the issue that Tom King ended up when he did the Super Friends, and it was Batman and Wonder Woman. It was a complete ripoff of this issue.
Like to a T to the plot points. It was a ripoff.
It was plagiarism through and through. You can't convince me it wasn't.
Which is it, and it's hilarious, Jim. Is like, so what I did when I dropped Tom King's Wonder Woman is I went back and started reading a lot of back issues for Wonder Woman. So one of the things I read was the sensational Wonder Woman digital first series. So when I'm reading that, literally the first story, is Diana wakes up and she's a 1950s housewife due to the mental machinations of a villain. It ends up being Dr. Psycho. Literally, it's the exact same goddamn plot as that Tom King thing. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? And then all of a sudden, I also remember how King took credit for Darkseid Is and all this other stuff. And I'm like, bro, what is it about you that you keep plagiarizing other people's work or passing off other people's work as your own?
Yeah, he does it all the time. It's one of the things that drives. Was Gail Simone, did she write that beginning of that sensational Wonder Woman? I remember reading it, but I can't remember fully the whole deal. But I thought it might have been. I was excited when that came out as well. I like digital first stuff. I was always into.
It was Stephanie.
Was it
Phillips? Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy. So yeah, I actually remember it. Maybe I'm thinking of another one from a little bit before that, but you end up where that whole story where that Action Comics 761, that was a big to do, and it ended up a guy who was friends of mine actually told me right away, and we kind of had some things on it and talked about it on the podcast when it came out and it became something. But then Tom King just denied everything. But in the meantime, it's almost exact. You end up where in that though. It was Batman, not Superman, but he just was thinking everybody's dead and whatever. And I kept wondering what Tom King didn't do it well, though, because even though he kept saying that, he would say things like, I miss my dog. And I'm like, your dog would be 850 years old at this point. Like, you keep it was so ridiculous. But again, this is where it's one of those where I can imagine Clark when Diana calls and says, hey, I let it slip about that Asgard thing. Why did you
tell her? It slip that we almost knocked boots.
And but she's using it as a deal of we were with each other for 1,000 years and he always just was about you. He never changed, even thinking you were dead. But Lois is pissed. What'd you say? I like what she
didn't know it was talking about. She's like 1,000 years what?
Yeah. And then Asgard, the 1,000-year war. It's like, you were with my husband in Asgard for 1,000 years. And then she goes, great hair. I thought you knew. And she's like, I done messed up. But then says, here's the lasso. This will prove it. And I like that Lois says, no. We don't need that. I just want you to tell me and whatnot. And they do end up where she says, you'll answer me, but you don't need this. You don't need to earn something you already have. Just keep the lasso and whatever. And you get that nice play at the end where then you have Wonder Woman smile at Lois and like, there it is, that look, the eyes, everything, the story. Wonder Woman is a mirror of human truth. And you get the play where, oh man, Lois must really, she's still a little, she likes her a little more. But I think it's more of the idea, okay, I kind of believe her, so I'll back off a little. But the whole play of it is, she could at least rest assured. But the problem is that Wonder Woman tried to tell Lois the whole time, too. doesn't matter what I really think. It's what your husband thinks, and he loves you. I know he does. It's very obvious that he loves you. And it's funny where Lois is so lost in this idea of Wonder Woman that she doesn't even like trust Clark enough to go.
Yeah,
but she still
what
is
does that say
worried
about her marriage to Clark?
Exactly. She won't trust him. She's all upset. And then as a play to continue forward, you end up where the mess, the thing at the end, Dinah's like, yeah, remind me to call Vanessa. And then we go and it's Silver Swan stuff. And you end up having, Vanessa in this tank. And you're going to get the Silver Swan. And you end up having the Sebastian, who, if people aren't aware, ends up at one point, I think, still the only male cheetah. So you end up having a lot of crazy things going on with that. That's pretty cool. And again, it's a cliffhanger. It's not really to do with the story that we just went, but it's pretty cool. It makes me want to keep reading.
Yeah,
and
me too.
Eventually, like I said, we'll probably at a point where we have a lull again, we'll get back to some things. And I do want to talk about that, 175. I was going to say 705, but 175. So that's pretty cool. And again, if you're going to rate this, it's one of the better issues. So
I gotta say 8.5 to 9 out of 10.
Yeah. I'm going to go 9. I really liked it. And what I like about it as well is I like Lois a little more than you. And so it's a good Lois issue as well, but doesn't make either Lois or Diana like elevated in a way that it feels already like they do have blemishes. Lois is
the other thing,
as hell to do all this, right?
I thought about this before I hopped on, and it's like this issue is literally, it's almost like, or you can think of this retroactively as Jimenez saying, actually, it's not that hard to write Diana. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And it really, like you said, for people who sometimes, and I haven't read comics all my life like some people. I end up where when I read something like this, you get the idea of, oh yeah, people did used to know how to do character work. Because a lot of times now it's just wow moments. And because you don't have the character work behind them, they feel very artificial. They feel very forced, and they don't wow you because you have no connection. I said one of the things, I love manga as well as, Western comics. Manga really hits the first couple chapters with character work. And if you do good character work, you're going to stick with a book even in its lulls. You'll be there for the characters. And I think some of these people, writers nowadays, don't get that. Plus, they can't tell stories. And
yeah. And we all know Tom King is incapable of writing an original story.
Yeah. He keeps grabbing things, and his wow moments are always death and misery. It's just, it just makes me just sad.
Yeah,
so with that, I'm going to go 9. So I'm glad that this is something that we did. And like I said, if there is a lull, we'll get back to that, maybe even go through some other kind of books and things like that to add on to our retro review each week. But I like to add things. I'm telling you, we used to have a 13-hour podcast, so I am not against adding things in. We had so many crazy things at one point. But thank you for joining me, Jared. Tell everybody where they can find you.
All right, so you can find me at Comics League, and for my variety of long-term and short-term podcasts, mostly surrounding Superman and Wonder Woman, so go figure, and Comics League JT on Twitter. Yeah, and make sure you do end up going on Twitter and YouTube, because a lot of the things you do, you end up having on Twitter as well. So I get the updates and I watch. I have you on at points while I'm doing some things, so it's really cool. So check out Jared, and with that, we'll go back to the rest of the show.
Nothing makes much sense. You're doing things you think are wrong, but there's no way to confess. matter. And when he comes for you, all this will lead into this dark pattern. This dark pattern.
All right, and here we are starting the last section of books, and we're going to be talking first about Green Lantern Corps, and I'm here with Zach. What up, Zach?
What's up, Jim?
What is up is Simon got too tired. He ended up was way too tired. He was going to talk.
He got sober is what you mean.
Yeah, well, he had some movers or something, or some people coming in to do some work, and he had been drinking a bit, and then we ended up starting late and all that, where he had to bail on the Green Lantern Corps, so we're not going to have him yell out what was in the egg, as you end up having on the Marvel podcast a lot, where Simon, I even laughed at him at the end of our Patreon Spotlight when we were talking about Fire and Ice, that people were like, man, it's cool, you're on the X-Men podcast. He's like, I don't listen to that. Like, he's just to everybody. He's so cold. But here we are, and he misses out because it's a good issue. Again, it's a good series. I'm really enjoying it. And it is Green Lantern Corps number 3. Rough Riders, written by Morgan Hampton and Jeremy Adams, Fernando Pasaran on pencils, Eau Claire Albert and Jason Paz on inks, and Arif Prianto and Ray Barreto on colors, and Dave Sharp on letters. There's a lot of people jumping in and out here. And then on the whole play of the editors, we got assistant editor Gillian Grant, Kathleen Wisniewski as the editor, and Paul Kaminsky's group editor. So you end up where one of the big things was, how did the Red Lantern survive? And the idea where it looks like they have this, armor, things like that, that's keeping them alive, and they're able to tap into Zilius socks. It's more Zilius than anything. They don't even really mention the play of this armor as much. It just ends up that Atrocitus is pissed because he says, you guys screwed us. The last thing we saw were Green Lanterns, and
destroying
then the battery, ended up blowing up, and even said they came as Red Lanterns, then they ended up turning. And this is the whole play. We know that it wasn't, the real Green Lanterns, it was the United Planets, but Atrocitus doesn't want to hear anything of it. John tries to tell him it was not us. You kind of should know that. Hey, come on. But he's just pissed. I mean, he's pissed off and saying,
understandably,
says, no, you guys did it. And then goes through and explains that they were weakened. Only a couple of the Red Lanterns, obviously the bigger ones, end up surviving because he says they had a charge on the ring. Okay. And they do mention, I'll give them credit. They mention the idea that most people know their heart is kind of gone. They just say it's tied into the battery, but they don't have a heart. So usually if the battery goes, they would die. They're going to play that there was a charge, but the charge eventually, if it goes, they're dead. But in the meantime, Zilius, and I wish that they kind of said it separately as well, because Zilius ends up being the battery, because he's so raged, but that almost goes with like a fractured spectrum thing as well. The idea that his rage was so much that he ended up pretty much, spiking in a deal. I think that with that, fractured spectrum, it works out a little better.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Explaining it that way. And I kind of filled in the blanks that that's what it was, but they end up, oh my God, we'll use Zilius as a battery, and they do end up, and we saw it. They tap into it, so that's what they're able to do, but they're not full powered. This isn't Atrocitus at his best. They end up doing what they can, and they had enough power, though, to take over the slave ship to go and get to where they are now. So in that, John says, listen, Atrocitus, that was the United Planets. It wasn't us. We're not here to fight. Cher goes, yeah, I am. And he just wallops him out of the ship. And it's like, holy crap. Like, Cher is really pissed, even going again with a bit of, kind of being consumed by rage. And she even says a little later, like, yeah, I had to kind of pull myself out of this because she was so angry at this point. And it was pretty good. But as you go, you get that egg. You get the egg that, Simon was yelling, what's in the egg? Well, what's in the egg is the Thanagarian god Horus, the big giant, bird god. And it's pretty cool. You even said to me, though, how does that work with the Venditti stuff? I don't know.
I don't know how it works at all.
I don't know either, and how that plays out, and if this is something that somebody like Eric, because he loves Thanagar, he loves all the things going on, if he would have had a problem with this. I think it's cool. I think it looks big, and it does set up, because Thanagar being destroyed, you're going to have to find a new Thanagar, and this is what
a new
Horus
Thanagar.
Is, new Thanagar, and
how
Horus
many times
seems
has
to be
Thanagar been
about
destroyed? I don't know. I've lost count.
Exactly. So with all of that, they're like, oh my God, here's this crazy god. But the problem is, it's kind of going berserk. I mean, it doesn't know what's going on. It says, you woke me up early. I should have had Millennium. What is happening? And Shire has to kind of go and approach it and say, like, please, like, stop it. But in the meantime, you do have, and what is kind of a team, a duo of Atrocitus and Razor, which I do like. And you end up where Razor, being a Red Lantern, now a Green Lantern, it's not that Kilowog is training him, but it kind of plays out that way anyway, because he's the trainer and he's kind of with Razor trying to keep him focused and things like that, because he was affected by, Nato, the Sorrow Lantern, and he ends up really upset. And at the end, you have to give Razor some credit. I think I'm not a big, I don't have a lot of connection with Razor, the cartoons and things like that. So when you end up having him, I'm like, okay, he's cool enough, whatever.
He's all right.
But I do actually like him a little more after this issue. You give him a little more personality, where he's like, okay, I kind of have to get myself inspired. I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm not going to let this sorrow affect me, except I'm going to use it now to push forward and kind of have his own little mission. So it gives him something to do. And I thought that was pretty good. Again, Kilowog had the big moment last issue with, you can't upset me. I mean, there's no way. I lost everything, and I'm, going forward. So he actually fought off Nate and the Sorrow Lantern. Nate, when he leaves, though, he does what he did before, where he says, Starbreaker will stop. It feels like he just wants this all to end because of his suffering as well. He's not somebody who's like, I'm going to take over the world. I'm going to take the universe, anything. He's not even saying it's shocking that they don't even go. And you can tell why, or that they're not trying to make him very evil, because he's not sitting there, I'll get Carol back. Like, if he kept saying that, then you're like, boy, you're pretty sus. But he's not doing that. He just want it all to end. Yeah, he just wants it to end. He wants to end it, and he thinks that Starbreaker, with his plan to kind of end it, will be the way that he could stop suffering. So it is one of those weird plays that he doesn't feel like the villain. Starbreaker is the villain. And so at the end, either Nate Dogg will end up passing, and they'll kind of go with the idea like it really wasn't his fault and feel bad about it, or maybe they can save him. But if they go full out and like, oh, we're going to make him a Green Lantern, don't do that.
I don't want that.
But if they end up, I kind of think that he just needs to kind of go. He's so upset, and he's so there. That might be best for him. But he was such a nice guy. He was so nice to Hal. He let everything happen. So we'll see. We'll see. But again, what usually happens nowadays is he'll have a turn. He'll be the one that at the last second, he'll like grab Starbreaker, almost like Darth Vader, and throw him in the
sacrifice
shaft, stuff like that. Yeah, he'll do something like that to be kind of a redeemed character by the end, which, okay, I'd go for that as well. But don't make him a Green Lantern. That'd be the worst.
Don't.
Now,
Absolutely
it'd be funny if he just becomes a Red Lantern. That'd be kind of funny. But while this is going on, you have this big god, Horus, and I'm thinking the idea that you'd be in awe of them and like, oh my God. But the problem is that Atrocitus and the Red Lanterns, they need nth metal. This is now a god made of nth metal. It's humongous. And Atrocitus just goes, blast it. He ends up calling Dexter, who actually I love. Yeah, Dexter is, helming the ship, which makes me laugh. He's the Captain Kirk there. And I was going to make a joke about Captain Kirk, but it would have been inappropriate. So you end up where he's like, Dexter, fire. You heard him, fire. And they just fire at Horus. It does nothing. It's an
pisses him
metal
off.
god. Yeah, he's just like, oh my God. And he starts talking, crazy ancient Thanagarian. And that's when he's pissed. It's one of those, like, if you end up knowing somebody who English is their second language, but they usually talk to you in English, then they get pissed and start yelling in Spanish or Italian. You're like, oh God, they're pissed off. And I do like that.
Love Dexter. Reverse thrusters.
Yeah, oh my God, he's so upset. He's like, we got to get the hell out of here. Let's go. And they're like, no damage detected. It's turning towards us. I'm like, get the hell out of here. And then it blasts them. And you do see John, like with his eyes rolling. It's a very odd deal, but it just blasts the ship. And I do like that point of view deal of being behind, and it's ripped in half. It's completely ripped in half.
Where's Spider-Man when we need him in Homecoming? Just whip, pull it together.
And they try to do it actually with the Green Lantern deal. Atrocitus is like screwed, and he's like, no, because he doesn't have the power to do anything with this. So they end up where the Green Lanterns do save him. That's kind of the play of, see, we're not that bad. Until later when they throw him in a science cell. But you end up where they do pull it together. And then the big other play, though, is with that happening, Zilius, Madball Zilius Zox, is about to explode. He has so much going on. Now, at this point, I thought there would be something really, really cool, because Atrocitus goes and says, oh my God, with the ship torn in half, the system siphoning his power are offline. Without them, he'll explode. And he's like, I'm going to take the power. And it's like, Zilius, give me the power. Give me the power. And you do end up where I thought at one point, you have Shayera, who might be like, well, I have the nth metal. I'll help you too. Hey, I'll do this too. She gets bitch slapped aside. But in the meantime, I thought that'd be pretty cool to kind of willingly become a Red Lantern just to save Zilius. And you'd have Hawkwoman, who's already pissed, maybe become a Red Lantern. Would have been pretty crazy. But instead, he slaps her aside. And then he takes the energy, but it's too much. That's when she says, grab onto my mace. And you got the nth metal there. We'll siphon some of that off. And they're all saved. Look, I love Zilius. He's so cool. Atrocitus is the big bad, but I love Dexter and Zilius the most. And it's cool that they're here. Lise doesn't. I don't even think I don't know where she went.
Issue. I mean, she's somewhere, but I don't see her.
Yeah, she might have been going to the bathroom. She's on the
I see her right here in this one. Razor's carrying her.
But I wish that she had done more. That's a big deal. And her and Atrocitus just fight all the time, which makes me laugh too, because they are not the most cohesive core. But what were you going to say?
I was going to say, did you see Razor has Dexter and a kitty carrier? I didn't even notice that on the first read through. Now I notice that's hilarious.
Yeah, and I like
Dexter's
the idea.
Pissed. Like, how dare you?
And it's kind of cool, the idea of the play of Razor even knowing them and saying, hey, and even says at points you can change, says to Atrocitus and things like that, and that's pretty cool. And that's a pretty cool play. So you end up where you're there, and they go to Oa, and they go to the science cells, and they do put Atrocitus in. You have a bunch of people in there, but Atrocitus now, again, you just helped them out. They're in trouble. They don't have the batteries. You are trying to bring back the batteries. I think you should kind of maybe go that in the New 52, the New Guardians route, where you had all the lanterns together and it formed that core. I kind of wish that you did that. They end up just pissing Atrocitus off. They kind of freeze them, say, yeah, we'll get back to you later. We'll figure this out. So when they do end up, I mean, this is the play. You have them there, and they're saying they're there to protect it. There's obviously going to be a thing where once you bring back the battery, you're going to wonder, should we bring back Atrocitus? I just wish he was involved. I think that would have been cool to have the other lanterns kind of involved with this bringing back the batteries, but it's okay. And you end up getting played. And again, you do have Razor saying, you end up having a choice and you could fight this and whatnot. So you have that. Now, I'm sure Atrocitus just wants to rip Razor's head off because of what he's done and all that. But you then go to John and Shayera, and it's kind of a weird play too. I thought at first it looks like he's got a weird fork. Then I thought it might be a straw, and it's a construct. I'm like, why can't he use a regular spoon and fork? Like, really? That's what you're doing?
He's trying to impress her.
Yeah, I guess he is. And so while you're doing that, they're eating some weird shit.
Yeah, some alien stuff.
Finally, Hawkwoman's the only one with sense to bring up the idea that Ellie is a construct, and you can't do those things. Hal should have said that right away. You should have had everybody question that.
He said, we're going to talk about this later, and they never did.
Yeah, never did. He's worried about Carol. So Shayera's like, hey, what's with your sister deal? Because John says, I've been down in the dumps. My mom died. I had all this. And hey, what's up with that construct sister? That's a little odd, and things go wrong. No, don't worry. That means we should worry.
Oh, yeah,
there's problems. And she's just helping out. Is she helping out you or the Corps? I'm like, well, she's actually helping out Team Lantern a lot, but we'll see. And
she needs a friend.
I would wonder, I wish that she kept going and say, why isn't she green construct anymore? She looks like a regular person, But yeah, he kind of says, look at my eyes. You said, can you trust me? Yeah, I can trust you. And then they show that they have that past with that crazy Malthusian frozen buttermilk. Hopefully he isn't lactose intolerant and he starts crapping his pants. But again, you have Kilowog and Razor kind of hanging with each other, which I do like. And he says, okay, I'm going to go find some things. This is something. I'm not going to let that stuff get me down. I'm going to make it inspire me and I'm going to go forward. And you have all that. And then you go back to Ilsmont, where, the home planet of the Red Lanterns, where Nate is just like, pretty cool here. I like that he's just like walking around. He's like, yeah, well, so much suffering, so much less. I'm like, yeah, they're all dead.
He is grabbing the former remains of the battery. So I'm like, you know what? That's actually kind of smart because if you're going to make a battery, you need that material.
Yeah, why not? So he's going. I just like that he's like, so much less, so much suffering, pretty cool. And says, but in the pieces of the suffering from the past, we can stop the suffering of the future. Starbreaker will stop it all. And again, this is what he wants. He wants it all to end. He just wants to end it. A little different than wanting to take over, wanting this. He just wants the suffering to end. And it seems like, for the most part, he can't help himself. When he gets near people, they end up, doing this. And he wants to end, so he's trying to get all this stuff. So it's pretty cool. I like the art a lot.
I do like the art.
Even with the different colorists and inkers, it's kind of a vast array of creative team. But overall, it's a very quick issue, but I think it's good. It addresses some things. Some of the things might be like, yeah, okay, that doesn't make complete sense, but I'm glad they bring it
I can go with it. I mean...
And the Ellie thing, I'm waiting for that to just be completely bonkers. It brings it up so that when you do it, you're going to have to keep, the longer you wait, if something's going to happen, you're going to have to keep bringing it up in little ways like this so people don't forget. So when it hits, people aren't like, oh, geez, I forgot all about that. You have to keep reminding people of that. So I thought that was well done. Yeah, I do too. I hope that something happens with that. And it would probably be Kelly, Teen Lantern, who would figure out something is very wrong. And maybe that's how it'll play out. But we'll see.
There's some radiant dead left over inside of Ellie or something. I don't know. Somehow she got infected.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. But what would you give this?
Yeah, I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. I really enjoyed this. Overall, the artwork's really good. The color's really good. And overall, I really am enjoying the story. There are things, like you said, there's just tiny little things I could nitpick. But overall, I really like what we're doing. I really like showing the aftermath of everything with the Fractured Spectrum, showing what happened with the Red Lantern Corps. And overall, just showing like, hey, there's a lot of things that we got to fix to try and get everything back to status quo. But at least we're addressing it and making steps to fixing it. So I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm going to go 8.5. I'm going to go a little higher than you. I really liked it. So I continue. It's one of my favorite books that's coming out right now. And I was worried about Morgan Hampton being involved, but it seems that whatever he's doing, if he's doing most of it, half of whatever, he's doing a good job. So I really do like it. But with that, we're going to go and we're going to finish up. We have Tom jumping on, and me and him are going to be talking some Batman and Robin and also Dark Patterns to end the show. And I'm here with my man, Tom. Tom, what up? I don't know what I was going with there. I was going
what
Tom,
up for you?
How's happening? Things going? Hey,
well, you didn't say my man Tom, and I got all flustered.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know what to say. I need these triggers and things like that. Now, I'll tell you, too, if people aren't aware, me and Gray ended up doing our Absolute Batman review last night on live stream on our comic book what is it? YouTube? I was going to say video
the YouTubes,
page.
yeah.
The YouTubes, the Weird Science Comics YouTubes. And Gray ended up leaving the stream right after, and usually we kind of talk to people and whatnot. He went to go do Taekwondo, and then an hour later came home, and then an hour later after that, I got a hold of him and said, you want to come back on the stream?
Oh, my God.
Because, it was 4.5 hours long.
What are you guys chatting about?
You can't imagine.
Oh, okay.
I don't, barely any comics. There were stories being told, people riling me up.
Wow.
Ryan, even I saw him in the Slack right before we started, where he did admit that he was just trying to rile me up to keep it going. And then it became like a kind of like, hey, we're almost at 2 hours. Let's keep going. 3, 4.
Oh, God.
And then that's when Greg came back at the 4th hour deal. And boy, we were talking about music and sports and food. And it was crazy. But
what a time.
With that, after that, Gray actually came back on, then had to leave because he was doing a stream of his own from Japan. So then I shut down and I went and joined him on his. I didn't get to bed until very late is what I'm saying. And right now I feel a little odd. I do feel a little off when we started that. We were talking for a while before.
Yeah.
And then it's weird to then start into the podcast mode of talking, and so I can know what to say. But here we are with my
we're
man,
all still here.
Tom. What up, Tom?
Hey.
Here we go. And this week, pretty good at DC.
I think so.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong week. So we're ending the podcast with 2 books, and usually that's the play of, oh, this is the last section. These books aren't great. No, these are pretty good books, though. Me and you, it's not going to be an argument. Because I
Probably
told
not.
you before we started, I said, listen, I think I like Dark Patterns a little more this issue.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you that it's a 10 out of 10 perfect book. I just think that it did a little bit more than I was expecting, and at least it didn't look like the things I was dreading. So I kind of, and I'm getting used to the Hayden Sherman art.
Oh boy, this was a tough one for me. with Hayden.
It's crazy because again, I think that it suits this book better than say Absolute Wonder Woman, especially when you get a fill-in artist on Absolute Wonder Woman that looks fantastic.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, when we get to it, I don't think you'll be that surprised of what I like or not like.
You're not going to pull an Eric on me and like talk it up a ton and then have like the exact same shit score.
No, lower than you.
Okay.
I'll end up saying it's like, oh my God, this is the greatest 4.5 out of 10. No, I won't do that. Again, I started trying to think as I was reading it, what were the scores that we gave? But we'll talk about that when we get there. We're here with Batman and Robin to start with. And Batman and Robin, one of my favorite, if not, I'm telling you, I will say, and I might have just said it, Green Lantern Corps suddenly it's starting to be the book that I really do like. And I like it, I think, more than the regular Green Lantern book.
I do too.
And I'm having a lot of fun, and it might be starting to knock at the door here of the Batman and Robin, because Batman and Robin has been my favorite book in the overall deal of all in.
The top 5 at DC are very strong, I think.
And that's the thing when you go through DC in general, and at the beginning of the podcast in the news, I'm talking about the sales, and the Absolute stuff is killing it. Even if you throw out the Absolute stuff, there's still a bunch of really good books.
Yeah.
Then there's like a couple that are like, and then it drops off. But that's the thing. Yeah. And the thing that always was in my mind, doing both Marvel and DC always was like, okay, well, they have a lot of mid stuff. You don't get real. But they didn't have the real strong. And then Marvel just had crap. And so I was like, well, DC's still better. Now DC has some really good stuff, but I don't know. I'll ask you, because I would ask Eric these things, and then his response would be, I don't know, I'm reading them. But the idea where doesn't it still feel like DC had buried themselves in a hole so much that there's a lot of people who don't even know that there are really good books right now. Like
there were some people that, because I go on the DC subreddit occasionally.
Okay, yeah.
And man, there were some people who had no idea that the Absolute books were even going on.
I'm under the opinion that that's the only things they do know. And then I realized when I talk to people, they're like, what are those? Yeah. Because I would say, oh, did you read that Absolute Martian Manhunter? Like, see what, and they're like, what is that? I'm like, like Absolute what is that? They don't even know about Absolute Batman and kicking babies. I mean, who would know about that?
Well, that meme did make the rounds on the internet.
Yeah, it did. And I'm telling you, people laugh so much at me because I ended up stressing it so much. But I'm telling you, I'm on the pulse of the streets. I said, this thing is going to be big. And though, on a side, I got yelled at this week because at Marvel, Daredevil had side boob. And I thought that was the best thing ever.
Like Daredevil himself?
No. He's hooked up with some former Ann Nocenti character that from back in the day. Kind of looks like Storm a bit. And they're laying there, and there's like 3 panels of just straight up side boob. And people are like, man, you're going too much. This one guy said legit that if you had a drinking game, if I said side boob, you'd get too drunk. You'd have alcohol poisoning. But I was having fun. But again, I will tell everybody, Batman kicking a baby is so great, right?
It was amazing. Yeah.
I have looked through the next Absolute Martian Manhunter. In that, you have Martian Manhunter, John Johns, yells at a baby. It's not as good, but he does yell at a baby and gets yelled at by the mom saying, stop yelling at my baby. So he pictures the Martian Manhunter face on the baby because he's kind of seeing things all around. Yeah. it is a pretty funny thing, but it's still that's a wacky book. But
yeah,
again,
you don't like that book, do you?
No, I don't like it at all.
It's okay. I appreciate it for what it's doing.
My play is when you have to have a book and you say, "Oh, if the art wasn't there, nobody was."
Yeah,
that kind of throws me. So, and I'm not a big art guy.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, this Batman and Robin actually has a crazy art style. Yeah, but when you see that, you're worried. Oh, it was falling behind. It makes sense.
It does make sense. Yeah.
But it is the Gotham cycle, and this is again. If people were listening last issue when we talked, we said, okay, Damian gets captured. Man, this has got to be ending soon. He's going to go find him. Is momentum real? All that stuff. And then you have this, and this is part of the thing, but also solicits. But this is part one.
I was going to bring that up before we actually started recording, but we'd start recording, and but it's part one.
Yeah.
But it's not really. This is really part 7.
Yeah. So in that, if you go and I will. Okay, April, May, June, July, August, September. You usually have part 1 would be a new trade, and then that would lead to what seems to be September to be a reset, not reboot. I hate saying reboot, even though if in my mind, I think you're going to get a lot of new number ones. You're going to get probably some creative teams. I do think, and I cross my fingers, that Philip Kenny Johnson, something I hate, but they'll start a new volume, but with him, same creative team. That drives me nuts a lot.
As long as they keep him on the book, I'm okay with it.
And I think that's what might happen.
Yeah.
Not that it's selling great, but it's still Batman and Robin.
Such a shame. Such a shame it's not.
So again, I had a video where I was upset. Phil Kenny Johnson jumps on the book. He should have gotten the benefit of new number one. This is not connected really. I mean, it is.
Coming out of Joshua Williamson's run.
So different, right?
It was a huge disservice.
So why didn't you do a new number one? Well, if you're going to do a number one in September, you don't want to have to do it twice. You can't end up saying, okay, we're going to have a new number one, and then at issue 8, let's have a new number one again. I think they must have told him, maybe, I shouldn't say must, but said, listen, you just do your thing, get the deal going, and then in September, we're going to get a lot of new number ones, and you can continue. You'll get your new number one. And then, but when you do that, you can't really have too many stories going on. I think that maybe after them, maybe they figured out later, this feels like it's a bit stretched already. You know what I mean?
It might have to do with Hush 2 ending then and Matt Fraction picking back up.
That's what I'm saying.
They want a little bit more of a reset to the Batman status quo or something.
And wouldn't it
I don't
make
know.
sense, though, if you get a Batman number one, people go to the comic book shop. That's big, right? You would hope it's big. People can argue, but if you're DC, you have to think that your main book getting a new creative team and a new number one is big. People go to the comic book shop. And now, if there's other new number ones, they might say, oh, Batman and Robin's a new number one too? Like, grab it. And I think that would be smart.
I think it is too.
When I say about rebooting and people lose their mind, I really, and I'd say I jumped on with the New 52. I didn't jump on because it was a reboot. I didn't know what continuity was. Before I met Eric, I didn't even hear. I had no idea.
Going into a comic book shop for your first time is very intimidating, and you have no idea what you're looking for. And I don't like
asking questions because you think you're going to ask the wrong question. So the New 52, full out, why I started reading was one reason only. It was number ones. That's it. I saw number ones. I didn't ask, oh, do I have to know continuity? Do I have to know? No, I knew where to grab it. I grabbed the new number ones. I grabbed Aquaman number one. That
it was the same for me for Rebirth. It was the exact same thing, yeah.
And again, where people yell that was a reboot, it wasn't. That was it wasn't even a reset. It was just, we're going to add some things that weren't in the New 52 and apologize for the shit that we messed up. That's what it seemed like. But everybody keeps reboot. So what I was going to say earlier, when they end up doing this thing, I know they will, but you don't need to have another slogan. Once they have all in, Infinite Frontier, people assume it's a reboot then, and they'll keep going on about it. And then you get that, DC rebooted 5 times yesterday. And
they've had 5 initiatives since
and that's
Metal.
The thing. They've had a ton of initiatives, but all of them and that's the problem. At one point after Death Metal, I said, you should have had a reboot. That would have been a good time. And a reboot in that, Eric ended up calling it something else. Because it was not a reset, but it was a funny term that he had because I didn't want them to wipe anything out. I wanted them to add the continuity because it opened up the continuity. Boom. I'll tell you, we could go on and on about this.
We could, man.
I'm telling you, the idea of it after Death Metal, Wonder Woman opens up the timeline. Instead of future state, you should have had 2 months of nailing down the continuity of the major books.
Man,
you should have had Batman continuity number 1, Batman continuity number 2, and all the other books.
Well, they didn't have the
that.
writers at that point, honestly.
No, and
I mean,
I always want to say Didio, but people say it's Didio. But he had been fired. Scott Snyder told them to go screw themselves. Tyne and everybody was leaving, so yeah, it was trouble. But we'll get back to this.
Yeah, sorry about that,
Batman
guys.
No, I don't mind talking about it because, again, it goes in with my idea of this book. This is the book that ends up, once they announced that Batman number 1, and then I heard some things with Philip Kenny Johnson, I wish we had a new number 1, but that's the way it goes, and all that stuff, it started to make sense. And it's telling you in the Slack, you'll see it's starting to get some, support. People I actually saw a couple of days ago, Zach was like, I think Jim's right about the September thing. I'm like, damn right.
I think it is. I think you are too. You've been on it pretty early too.
Yeah, and I think I said the same thing when I was counting things up with even All In and the stuff like that it really felt like, okay, everything's ending. And you usually can tell with like mini series and how they line up and things like that. And so we have this. I think it might be extended. I think at one point they're like, okay, we got this Matt Fraction going on. We need you to get to here. Because I think that normally, like, Philip Kenny Johnson does like to stretch some things.
He does.
And I'm not going to say that I like this issue.
I do too.
And so when you're done with it, though, I do think that a memento type thing like this, though, it was probably like, it probably is good for like a 6, a little bit more. But boy, it's going to be a while because I think it's going to keep going. But if you get issues like this that explores Damian and does a little character work in a different way, I'm in. But some people didn't like it.
I mean, and I'm sure that this is a big reason why people don't like it. And it's a thing that DC has been doing. It feels like a little bit more often now where they will end on a really big cliffhanger or a really big moment. And then they have an issue like a cool down issue, essentially.
Yeah. When you don't need to cool down.
But the arc has not finished yet. So it doesn't feel like it's needed.
They do it a lot.
That bothers me, and that is probably my biggest issue with this, because this probably will read better in trade, because that's what people write for nowadays. But this is written very well, so I have less issue with it than I think I normally would.
Yeah, and like you said, we had a huge cliffhanger. Me and you were like, oh my God, like next issue, we got to see this, and we're going to go that. And boy, and I think I even said, like, how long is the story? Like, we had no idea, but it felt like, I think we did say it must be coming to an end.
Yeah.
And then you get to this and you're expecting part 7 or whatever it was at the deal.
But part 1.
It's part 1, which again makes me think, this is at least 6 more issues.
It's got to be. Yeah, which takes us to September.
Yeah, which takes us to the deal. And when Phil Kenny Johnson was asked the other day, what issues are you working on? At one point, he did say the ones that would be what I think is the end of it, and kind of had like a little wink or something about it. But see, you go into this, it's Phil Kenny Johnson writing. It is, we'll get to this. Batman and Robin number 20. Phil Kenny Johnson writing. Hugo Petrus on art. Thomas Wayne's Journal. Miguel Mendonca on art for the present day. And then Junie Ba, the art for the Adventures of Robin and Batman. And I will say right there, Junie Ba is such a cool pick. Now, you may not like Junie Ba's art or whatever, but Junie Ba did a Damian Robin book that just ended a little bit that was really good. And so it's kind of a cool little synergy type deal that Damian's art, and you can kind of go with the idea. And also, Junie Ba has a more stylistic, like an anime manga type feel that fits with Damian as well.
It fits very well for Damian.
I thought that was a really cool idea. Marcelo Mayal on colors, Steve Wands on letters. You do have the James Reed assistant editor, Ben Mears editor, Rob 11 on a group editing. So you go in and Batman's still got the Gravedigger's Poppy problems, and he's seeing all this crazy stuff. Now, when this is all said and done, I think that Batman really has to buckle down and figure out what this Gravedigger's Poppy and make sure he
has been having very lingering effects from this, which it doesn't really seem like other people have been. But
no, and it's really going with him, and a guy who has pretty much, I'm sure he takes iocane powder every night so he can do crazy shit, right? Yeah. Like the idea that he has even dosed himself with some fear toxins and always has that. And that this affects him so much, it's crazy. And it makes sense because it kind of seemed to be gone. It seemed to be extinct. It's there. But boy, it's giving him like really specific time traveling.
Yeah, I mean,
weird
like that is the thing. Like there is a supernatural element to all of this that Batman is kind of refusing to admit is there.
He refuses it by the end of this issue in the weirdest way.
Yeah.
Where Damian, pretty much through his journal, hits him over the head and says, I think my dad does not think it's supernatural, but I think it might be. And Batman's like, I'm stumped here.
Yeah.
Ghost Alfred.
Yeah.
You know, I think I'm stumped. But yeah, so Batman he's just, and also I think that what Philip Kennedy Johnson does a great thing with. Batman is talking to Oracle and like, oh my God, everybody's out and about. They are trying to find Damian, and Batman, even in his state, which seems to be I think it's getting worse.
I think it is too, yeah.
Lingering. It's getting really bad.
Yeah.
And he's like, find your brother. And I really like that. If one little thing, if he would have said, find my son, it would have ruined the whole issue for me. It would have been like one line, but he did it. He got it right.
Well,
and they're doing it.
They're cracking heads, but I do like that he calls out everyone, and then he just he calls out Red Hood, Nightwing, Oracle, and Signal, and Protectors of Gotham, and as a Tim Drake fan, it's just like, damn it, he always
and Stephanie.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea too. It's like Stephanie, but Tim Drake. Like, here's the thing, Batman. Damian quit a couple times. He quit being Robin. I mean, at that one point, he did Robin no more. He ripped the R off and threw it down. Who was there for you? It was Tim.
Who went to the multiverse? Yeah,
it was Tim. Like, Tim is so desperate. That's the thing. He's saying this because he knows Tim ain't looking. The idea that Tim has that flashlight, he's looking at nowhere.
Nothing, yeah.
Because he wants to be Robin so bad. Yeah. I mean, we'll find out later. Yeah. Thomas Wayne's journal meant nothing. It's Tim has been calling me each night going, probably so much better being something else than Robin.
Being a doctor would be pretty cool, Damian.
Oh my God, he's sending him brochures. Yeah. He's signing him up for like lists. Oh, he's so desperate. But yeah, that is... Again, when I read it, I always think of that. This happens a lot in comics. It always reminds me. It is at the beginning of Gilligan's Island when the professor and Marianne, they just said, and the rest.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And you're like, really? Like that? So you end up, but yeah, that's the thing. Tim Drake fans get
shafted.
Look at him now. Oh my God. And seriously, I'm not even going to make like a full joke of it, but Signal?
I know.
That is crazy. Like Batman doesn't want to get canceled or something. But you end up where, Malik Bashir, Dr. Bashir, he's dead.
He's dead. Yeah.
And Memento has taken Robin. And I mean, if you were like, I think that Philip Kennedy Johnson realizes the idea. You really have to make sure you know that, yes, Bashir is dead. Not
good
just
riddance of that league of assassins scum.
That jerk. I love that Batman realizes, like, Batman has a lot of things to atone for after this and what he did. Yeah. Now, you can't say that Batman thinking that Bashir was sus and wanted, at least it didn't lead to Damian's or his death.
No,
you know what I mean? This would have happened anyway. Batman didn't say, like, if it was one of those that at this night, he said, Damian, you can't go. And then Bashir died, then you would say, well, maybe Robin could have saved him. You don't have that. Damian was there, and I think that was, on purpose because, Batman just doesn't trust anybody and has, like, that weird tunnel vision that he's just so it's ends up being a lot of things that you end up having in common. Normal. It's the idea that he's so worried about something happening to Damian that then Damian looks at it as, well, you don't trust me. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, the League of Shadows, they are going to be in League of Assassins, Talia, Raish. Damian says in his journal, they're always going to be there. He's never going to escape that. And it's always going to be there. So Batman has to realize, like, Damian is pretty good and he doesn't want to go back there. So work that angle. But boy, Batman just thinks that somebody could just waltz in and just convince Damian of anything. But Batman's running and he's just screaming. And he ends up where buildings are on fire, all this stuff going. And he's seeing, some things are from the past, but some things aren't. There's families that are still in these things. But what I think he does really well, he's talking to Oracle and you have swipes where suddenly Batman's somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And you look and you think, well, it might be just he was seeing a lot of things, but no, you even have Oracle say, wait a second, the last time you said you were here, now you're there, and this is weird. Like, these aren't places that are like near each other and things in my mind. But yeah,
I think he's structuring the story really well here, showing, that Batman's losing time. He's having these hallucinations.
He's blacking out and hallucinating, and that's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Batman. And at this point, I mean, how many stories have you read where they legit say, Batman, you got to get out of there. You got to go home. You got to go figure some things out. And actually, they're correct because he's out of it.
Yeah.
And then you can tell he's like really bad. And he's at the manor. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, you were just in Somerset. And he's like, I need Robin. And then I seriously.
Oh, geez, Batman.
So great. Now, in that, they missed out on one funny. Like, you don't want to be that funny or whatever. Yeah. I swear, I'm telling you, I swear to God, I thought that he was going to think that damn monkey was Damien. I thought he was going to dress him up as Robin. Somehow they had a little monkey outfit for him. And he's like, come on, Robin, let's go.
Yeah.
And he's I like where he's also like looking, because he says, I need Robin. I need him. And so he's looking under the bed. Is he legit thinking Damien's hiding under the bed? It makes me laugh that he's like looking all over. And you do see the stuff, and it's made so you see kind of Damien's stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
But in this play, he sets it up well. They have even Signal's involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tim Drake.
Yeah, everybody.
They're all involved. So you can have him he has to relax a bit here.
Yeah.
He's got to let this run out of his system. Now, I would think that this is where he comes back. And my whole play of where I would say that something pulls my score back a little.
Mm-hmm.
Batman knows he's having problems. Oracle knows. Everybody knows. I mean, they all hear the comms. And when he comes back, he should be right down in whatever they have set up at this new mansion. He should be checking his blood. He should be, on an IV. He should be making himself better. Instead of just like, I'm going to go and read Robin and Batman book. But it works out for the story. It's what it's more. This is more about him figuring out and learning more about Damien through the journal.
I mean, his son is kidnapped, and he's, I think under any other circumstance, he would realize he's a liability in the field. But
that's what I think. Like he has. I'm surprised he doesn't have like down in the Batcave. He ends up having a thing that Keith Richards often comes over and cycles through his blood every now and again, because I hear all the time that Keith Richards is always like, he's had blood transfusions, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but I would think that he would be doing something to get back out, but he's kind of out of it. And what I like about this is he picks up the Robin and Batman, and you kind of get a mini comic deal in the comic. But what it really, I think, is the clever part of it is that Damien ended up wanting to learn more about his grandfather, and Batman wanted him to. Bruce wanted him to. Gave him that journal. Now, Batman's reading Damien's journal that also goes with the journal that Thomas is reading, which is how the issue started. And we'll kind of go together with this, because once he picks up Damien's journal, you end up seeing what Damien's reacting to, things happening now, but also what he read in Thomas Wayne's journal. And Thomas Wayne, pretty good artist.
Yeah.
He's really good. And though I will tell you, I like the way that Damien's is modern manga looking at. And when you go to Thomas's, this is like old school. Like, this is old school.
You're right.
So they're like, oh, Thomas, like, pick up the pace here. But the whole thing with when Thomas was doing the journal, and luckily they don't put a year. That's kind of funny, too, May 12th. But you end up where Bruce, at one point, he learned how to make these paper boats, and he was all excited to do it with his father, but his father was consumed with work. And I like the idea that, it's not just Thomas Wayne realizing it. He actually does something about it eventually. But he even says at one point where he goes and sees, these paper boats, they were thrown away. And he says, what about that? And Bruce, I don't remember that. But he knew he did. So they get to go and have fun. And then also the mention of Alfred and how Alfred was a good influence. And I hope that Alfred's always there for Bruce and things like that. I swear to God, I'm glad. And this is, again, why I think that Phil Kenny Johnson does a better job than some. I swear to God, most of it would be, Bruce, we didn't get to do the paper boats. I'm sorry. Let's go see Zorro.
Yeah.
That's what I was waiting for. I talked to Martha. And,
I was ready for like some Cats in the Cradle lyrics being scrawled at the bottom of the page.
Exactly. That'd be funny. Harry Chapin, he stole the journal. And then on there, asterisks, we have to sue Harry Chapin. And they're like, well, he's dead. But you end up where all that going on, where Damien's version, again, a more modern version, is talking about being Robin. Seems like he loves being Robin, but one of the things that might be a little sad if you're reading it as a father is the idea that he thinks Damian Wayne is the mask. That's the fun play of which is the disguise, Bruce Wayne or Batman. And like, well, Batman's the real guy. Bruce Wayne is the real man. Like, and Damian says, I go through the day disguised, wearing a mask that protects my identity. But at night, I'm Robin. I'm flying around. I'm doing things, having a grand old time. But in that, he kind of discusses Batman as well and talks about Batman, how he fights, and it works.
I think it's a really good insight into Damian Wayne Robin, and I think Philip Kennedy Johnson does it incredibly because Damian Wayne has had such a tragic, awful, traumatic past. And, through this, this journal, you get that he feels that he has to keep moving. He can never settle down because then he has to confront all the shit that he's had to deal with. And, now he's realizing that isn't really helping him. And he wants to explore, his actual life, not just being Robin. And I think that's big. Philip Kennedy Johnson gets that really well.
Yeah. And I think that, if you want to not joke about it, but it's the concept of Michael Jackson or any kid star, and what happens with most kid stars? Very bad things because they never had a childhood. And so you have that. There's so many. That's why I think that he gets it. And I'll tell you right now, too, Joshua Williamson got Damian. It's just the stories were wacky and weird, but he did get Damian. Like he was really good with Damian and character work because Damian has the layers. Most people, if they don't know, they're just like, oh, he's a brat. Oh, he's a jerk. Yeah, he's abrasive. There's a reason for that. That's what makes Damian a great character because, he seems to be that, but the reasons for it are so good. And the idea that he does feel like he has to live up to his father, but he's also has to live past the idea that he was raised as a killer. And there's all that stuff. And what I think that Philip Kennedy Johnson does great in this is something he doesn't do. He doesn't have Damian in the say like a lot of people would do. A lot of people, meaning hacks, would be like, the Batman's awesome. We got to love him. And the Batman can do everything. I want to be the Batmans. I love the Batmans. He's actually doing like really detective work in the idea of what Batman always wants Damian to do. When it comes to him, it feels like almost if you are a sports fan that he's going through game tape and he's like, okay, Batman comes in. He wants to hit people hard right away. But boom. But I have to go in and I fly and I do this. And what it reminded me of, and it's funny that you're a Tim Drake fan, and that's just an aside. It's just funny that you're a Tim Drake fan. But it makes me feel like he gets why Tim even came in after Jason died, that Batman does need a Robin. I think that you kind of get a little subtle deal of there's Damian who knows that Batman needs a Robin. And he also thinks that he'll become Batman later. But he thinks there's something missing.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem, too. Like, he has, like, two different destinies that he's being forced into. Either being the head, the demon head, or being Batman. And he's pushing against both of those.
Yeah, and when you get things as a kid his age, and, unlike there's some super Sons friends that don't like this, but Damian's getting older and kind of out-aging the Super
15, are we saying?
Yeah, he's like 15, getting towards 16, which is crazy. But he's at the point where I know for a fact that kids start to want, like, I don't want to do what my dad's making me do, and I don't want to be told. And he's getting to that point where he is at like a kid Damian's age going off to do this thing at the Sacred Heart, hospital. That is actually like a big step. That's like one of the first things. And there's always that thing, if you are a father with boys or girls, you end up having that play where kids will be for the longest. It's the greatest, where you're like, Daddy, what are we doing? Anything you say is like the law, not even the law. They're just excited. We're going to see this movie. Oh, right. Then all of a sudden you're like, we're going to see that. I'm not watching that stupid movie. Like it becomes that when they start to get their own independence, it really kind of shocks you. And you kind of go, and that's what you kind of had with Batman, where he's just screaming, yelling, no, we're supposed to be training. And you almost get the idea in this, through this journals, that Damian's more mature than Batman, because Batman's stuck being an 8-year-old who only does one thing. And Damian doesn't think that's enough for him right now.
And, there is like some, emotional sense to that, too, in that Bruce has lost Alfred. He's lost his anchor. His family that he really has left is Damian. I know he has the other Robins and other Bat family, but, you know.
You're going to make me cry now. Because it's Cats in the Cradle. I'm telling you right now, in this deal, Logan has decided that he's going to move out. And he's our last kid. And it's like, I don't want him to move out. I was trying to finagle ways. I actually, at one point, was going to bribe him.
You're Batman. You're the problem.
And most of our kids, like Rafe, is going to move out as well. But Rafe is, he's going to be 22. But Logan's just 19. And I know that seems old for some people, but I'm used to our kids staying till like 22.
We have a ton of them. So
and I thought that it was going to be the deal, but he's skedaddle. I even sent him the other day because Zach's redoing the house and is redoing Logan's room now. But then I heard these weird things. I'm like, I texted Logan, like, you're coming back when your room's done, right? He just put no. I'm like, all right. So then last night I wrote, I kind of miss you moping around here. That's all he would do anyway. And I know that in his thing, he'd probably say, we didn't really talk that much recently or whatever, but it was just nice having him here. He just doesn't get it. They'll get it someday. But, and with that, there's nobody else here. I'm like here by myself unless they're making noise. I'm Batman.
Sorrow Lantern's coming out.
Yeah. So it's sad. Eric would have already cut me off in this shit. But you end up where he starts talking about like what he is, and he says, "My enemies attack from my past. Ever I feel the League of Assassins dogging my steps. Mm-hmm. Many shadows I knew before I was Robin. When I'm too slow, my shadow catches up to me, and I remember the truth. I am not Robin. I am just another shadow." And that's something, again, that he doesn't want to think of and remember. And so what then becomes a deal, reading Thomas Wayne's journal, and he has that play where I like that he symbolizes that he's falling into it and kind of, he actually becomes part of the story at one point. It's kind of a neat little thing. And he even imagines, what would I have been like if I was friends with my dad? I already told you that I don't think they would have gotten along at all. No. And then Damian would have become Hush. So you end up where it seems like he even feels bad, like he wishes that his dad could have had a childhood, and then that makes him think, I don't want to miss out on some things like that. And unfortunately, this is a debated deal, and Damian's starting to think that maybe this time when Thomas Wayne was still alive and Bruce was a young kid, it was better. It was better to be in Gotham then. And I it's a weird play.
It's hard because I hate that argument, but also it does make sense for Damian because he's only ever seen a Gotham that reacts to Batman being in it.
And I think that, I don't think that it's going to be full out the idea, but it might be where Bruce is like, listen, that was the good stuff. There was some bad shit. Yeah. Like, I don't expect, like, what they need to do is have them read all these other people who have the stories of, Thomas Wayne actually was cheating on.
Yeah,
they have to do this. They have
which
to do
which apparently he was doing all the time.
Oh my God, he was doing all, or then he was a real prick, or he's this. Thomas becomes one of the big things anytime they want to change something, or Elseworlds. It's Thomas who ends up being the prick. But you end up where all this, like, he does, it almost feels like a fairy tale, but he thinks back of, oh my God, this idyllic time when there was my dad, Bruce, when all he cared about is making paper boats and going. And that's something that I think that Damian can't even imagine his father doing. And I do think that by the end, they're going to be making paper boats. They're going to be at some, like, doing that. And then I think that the best would be the classic, because you get to that moment at the end, they're doing the paper boats, and Damian goes, yeah, this is boring. You want to go patrol? And then they go patrol. If they do that, I'll be like, dang it, that is awesome. Like, I think that Damian is wishing for something that he really wouldn't like anyway.
Yeah.
But it's a nicer thing. In my mind, that's where he could go and forget about everything, because even as he's Robin, that's just the opposite of what he was before. So it kind of converges. So, and then that he does kind of yearn for his dad's attention. Now,
no, that's not the only thing he yearns for. He really likes that Lautrec a lot.
My goodness, yeah. And the weird play is Lautrec comes in, who's his dad's age. I mean, even a little older, it seemed, right? Because they were there doing the thing. He thinks of her at one point as like a childhood chum or sweetheart, it seems. And she is like, she's got to be like 30.
Oh, 30,
right?
Yeah.
And so, and also French. You don't need that. I think.
Or British, I don't remember.
With the Lautrec, and then she's working kind of
for
in this
Scotland
thing.
Yard?
I don't remember. It was weird. And you do have Atticus Bly, definitely UK deal. But you go through that as well. And boy, at one point, he thinks Lautrec is the lady in the lake. He is all into her. They're whipping around on the bat cycle, the Robin cycle. But he says that Lautrec's pretty cool. And I think that what he's doing is trying desperately to, get people. But I think Bruce doesn't realize, because Bruce could be all of these people as well. But he's just so concerned and so focused on being Batman. So you end up having Damian. He does need some friends. He does need, again, that's something when you have little kids. Yeah, they have friends, but they're always, once you get, and I could just be sad learning this whole thing now that we talk about it. My score goes up because it's hitting hard. The one bit I say with me and Rafe, where we would all, and me and him really love football. That's our huge thing. And it was wrestling when he was little and then went to football. But football's the huge thing. Yeah. So we would be like, oh my God, the Super Bowl. Oh my God. And I remember, I forget which year it was, but I said, oh man, I'm getting the stuff for the Super Bowl, the food. And then I guess he didn't want to tell me last second. He's like, oh, he had just got a new girlfriend. Yeah. And it was like one of his first girlfriends. Like, oh, I'm going to her house. And it hit me hard. Like, I was like, oh my God. Like, and I think that's what Batman's going with. Batman probably thinks, why isn't this enough? But this Bashar is part of a connection to Thomas. And then this Lautrec is a connection actually to a younger Bruce that he kind of wants to, kind of go, but she's real cool. That's the cool friend. And he's, oh my God, he's like going over the top with this. And in all of that, Bashir, if you wanted to go, and it seems like the way this is played out, that if it was Lautrec, because there's still, who's Memento? I don't think I thought at one point it might be Lautrec, but the way that Damon explains, I don't think it can be now.
I thought for a second it was Lautrec, and then it can't be. I actually like this detective work I don't know if it's detective work, but just kind of detective reasoning that Damian does, where he says it can't be Atticus Bly because of how, he's going through his past notes and how impressively thorough they were. That it wouldn't be him because
why would he do that?
Putting on too much of a show for it.
Exactly. Why would he put on a show to himself and go really thorough when he knew the stuff already? It would have been weird. Now, you can go with the idea that maybe they're like, oh, he didn't tell you that he's, got, disassociative disorder. He was this, and that could be. But the way the big play, though, is that Lautrec, he's thinking Lautrec recognized something.
Mm-hmm.
When she went into that and saw Memento, she recognized something that, like, a person she knew who it was, whatnot, but then says, like, I wonder who that was. But even then, the way that it's presented, if you go now and have it be like Lautrec when he says it can't be her, I think it would lessen things. So I think kind of going with this, the idea of this being the Damian, and also to go with some of the things with Batman and Robin. And the way that Joshua Williamson played it, I said that through the whole run of Joshua Williamson. Damian was smart at the expense of Batman. Batman was always not knowing things until he did. Or a lot of times people were just handing him stuff. You'd have Batman like go and shush finally like, oh, I got to come clean, and give him info. But in this, it does show you, and I think some people might have an issue, but Batman's off. He has that, grave puppet. He can't really think things through. And Damian did say to him right before he left for the deal, I'm on the case. I'm going to find, and almost like, and he plays it in here, it is like 2 days till retirement when he says that when I said, now you have the weirdest open-ended deal because he's going on and on about it can't be Atticus Bly, and then says where I said Bruce is just, he's so dense where it's like, my father won't accept the possibility and won't accept what it might truly be. And it's obvious what he's saying is it might be supernatural.
Yeah, and he has a panel drawn of just a bunch of like cultists.
Yeah, and so it ends up where his notes and the Gotham crimes have led Lautrec and me to investigating possibilities I know Batman has not considered. Possibilities I do not expect him to accept. And then he ends up afterwards, he closes the book. I don't know what he means.
Yeah, what is he saying? Trying to tell me?
Every bit of this has been Batman saying, Memento isn't real. He's not real. It's not supernatural. It's not real. Why can't he get that? But you end up where you also see the idea, I said 2 days to retirement deal, and then he gets kidnapped. But he says pretty much, I want to get this case solved because then I'm quitting. I'm going to do other things. But
I want to join the Sacred Heart program.
I love the idea, though, that it's with an asterisk. He actually says, I'm trying to find it, but basically what he says is, listen, when I'm done with this memento, and I kind of clean up Gotham and everything's okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, he says, yeah.
It's never happening, Damien.
And we end this mob war. There's always a mob war.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's such a cute little thing for him to think this will ever happen.
There is a weird mob thing going on in the background that has like not been explored. At
we
all,
haven't
but
really
wasn't
done
it like
that.
Tiger Shark and
it was all those. Penguin was involved,
Yeah.
and then Penguin was upset about things, and there was a weird play that it seemed to disappear once that boat ran into the
boat,
pier, but
yeah.
that seemed like it was causing him more problems.
Mhm.
But boy, when Damien's like, I think that I'll be done. This is actually, it really feels like if you watch movies or read like a Mark, it's Hit Girl with Big Daddy, where she's like, "Are we done now?" And he's like, "No, baby, don't. We'll do it when we clean up." But it's never going to happen. So he just kept pushing it on. But when he says that, I'm like, that's never happened to David. And that shows though that he's not going to just ditch Batman, and he's not going to ditch Gotham. He's not a jerk like that. But I do like again where you see Thomas and Bruce, and they're doing the paper boats, and Damien's there with them in his little, way of his little journal. I thought that was pretty cool, but also was making some of those boats and things like that. And that's where Batman has the problem.
Yeah, because Batman, as he's looking at the journal and looking through his stuff, knocks over his own paper boat, and then seems to have breakdown and hallucinates Alfred.
Hallucinates Alfred, and that's the thing again. He's hallucinating Alfred, but in my mind, Alfred is that part of his subconscious that is trying to fight through and tell him, snap out of it, bitch. Because he's like, I love where he's like, I don't know what he said, Alfred. He's like, really? It's right there.
Yeah.
Go back and look. And he's like, look at the pictures. I'm like, just look at those coldness around that thing. And he's like, that's what he thinks it is. And it might be, or it might be a combo, but things are weird at this moment. And this Gravedigger's Poppy is like, the craziest thing where Batman, even if he does know about this certain hanging, and that's what he's seeing. It's so crazy. And then he's like, okay. And he goes, look more closely at his drawings, sir. Call upon that remarkable memory. Does that resemble a journal you've seen before? I'm like, what are you talking? Oh, it's a casebook. It's a weird play at the end to get through a casebook,
okay,
right? It makes okay sense. But you do also see the stuff that Damien's reading is some thick volumes of manga and stuff like that, but also the art of war. It all looks pretty cool. And then in a joke, the Civil Wars, they kind of have that.
Yeah.
That it's, and it even has the wars even look like Star Wars, but it's Civil War, all that stuff going on. But he's like, Damien kept a case book? Yes, sir. One he didn't want to share with you until he was ready to catch his man. And it's like a memento book.
Just on the two bookshelves that are in Damien's room.
I want to see the other ones that he has. Shush. Like something like that. Like some nonsense.
The time we went to Dinosaur Island and Vengeance was there. Vengeance.
Also, there's the book. Maybe Zaz's son, the soccer goalie. That one has a big X on it. Big X on it. He's like, that was bullshit. Now we'll do Shay, the bully soccer captain, Mistress Harsh. There was some weird shit
that series was
It was not very good. People still will say, like, oh, that was really good. It really wasn't.
No.
The character work was okay with Damien.
The character work was
some
okay,
nice stuff between them, but the stories were bullcrap. But
it was awful.
That's how it ends. He gets the memento book, and I saw a lot of people in the Slack did not like this issue, and they thought because it was like a filler issue that it extended things. But again, once I got in my head, this is going to be a longer story. It's not, you said it already. It's not what we expected or maybe wanted. You want to see Batman going out and you want to see Damien, whatever. But for something like this, I think it was well done. I'm not going to go as far as Rocky's man Jace to say it's an Eisner winning
I wouldn't
issue.
either.
And he was saying it, I think, because of the different art. And that's okay. It works because of what you're doing, but I thought it was good. I thought it was really good to. If you're a Damien fan, I think you'll like this a lot, and I think that it really gives Batman a lot of things to think about while he's already crazed up.
Now,
which is funny.
I like this issue a lot, and I think it shows Philip Kennedy Johnson really gets Damien. I will be honest; I will be upset if we get another issue like this.
No, I don't want
throughout
another issue
the series.
Like this. Yeah, no, I don't need that.
But I think this worked really well. Honestly, I think it's so well written. I wanted something different, but I'm going to give it an 8.5.
Yeah, I could almost go 9, but there's a couple things that pull me back. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go, I'll go 8.5.
Yeah.
I think it's really good. I think that it's a cool issue. You're right. It'll read better in trade, probably. It's more of the waiting a month to see what happened with
That is the
Damien and us talking.
Yeah.
And then when you get it, you get this. But
This-
it does end up making you.
This is the problem with writing longer form stories like this, is that these issues and these kind of storytellings work well in them. But like you said, when you're waiting month to month, it's a huge disruption. And that is my biggest critique of it. It's a massive disruption to the story.
Well, and if you are a Philip Kennedy Johnson fan, you
That's how he writes.
This is his
Yeah.
deal. I mean, right now he's on Incredible Hulk, and he's been telling one story pretty much.
How long did Warworld go?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This Hulk is just getting to issue 25, and
Oh,
it's still
Jesus.
dealing like it's Banner, Hulk going around with this girl Charlie, which felt like it would be 6 issues, and now it's getting to 25. Now
Mhm.
they're going different places, but in that he also likes to, deal with other characters and deal with things. And
Yeah.
I want to ask you, and he loves lore.
He does love
He
lore,
loves
yeah. Which
lore,
I
and-
do like that this is actually kind of steering a little bit more away from that.
Here's the thing, though. When I looked at it, I'm like, this is what lore can he have? He kind of has Thomas Wayne.
That's true.
And Damian lore. But this is, in my mind, a more focused thing. This isn't going off like if I'm waiting for that issue where we find that somebody did an expose, like we do find Atticus Blythe Steel, and we have a whole issue of just the origin of Memento from 1722.
Right,
Like that's something you would usually do, but this is more focused on the characters. But I will ask you, he does Damian Wayne really good, right? I mentioned something earlier, but I do think that if they were planning on having a Tim Drake book that they actually want to be serious about and really get fans back, I think he'd do a good job. I think that he also gets the idea of being Robin and being
I
the
do
deal.
too.
Now, he did diss Tim almost in the way that you probably will find out he doesn't really like Tim, then I'd have to pull it back.
Yeah.
But I think that just how he wrote and how Damian realizes that Batman needs a Robin. And what is funny, too, is some little subtle things as well. When Damian is writing his book, Damian is a pompous ass. It's Robin and Batman. It makes me laugh every time that it's Robin and Batman because he thinks he's...
Yeah.
It makes me laugh, but that makes it good. It's pretty cool. And it changes it up a little bit. Also, the name of that Jeff Lemire book that's coming back. But
That's true.
in that, I'll give it an 8.5 as well. But we'll move to the last book of the podcast and something that isn't as good. I don't think. But people, it's
Are
weird.
they still liking it? I actually have not heard people talk about it since the first arc ended.
I think that what has happened is, I think that I'm not going to say that we're completely right, but that first, the Wound Man, really good concept. It just didn't pan out.
No.
And some of the things where, because it was the first 3 issues, I think that he was trying to introduce what this Batman was about. It felt weird when he's crashing into places and ripping things open and whatnot. And then every bit of that story, in my mind, felt very forced to get to the next thing. We talked about this before. And so the people who were kind of into it, I think a lot ended up, I'll get this. It does feel like something you could get in trade.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
It'll make a
so
good
I think the
maxi
people,
trade or
a bunch
whatever.
of people might have left, but the people who stayed really like it. And I talked again. I've been on the Comic Aficionados, and I hadn't been on in a while. And I was asked again, and they were dead. So I did go on, and a guy Dylan on that, who's a real nice guy. He's a younger guy. He really likes Philip Kennedy Johnson, but he also really likes Batman, and so he loved that Batman and Robin. But he also really loved this, and actually said that he wasn't even liking it that much until this issue. This issue is the one that he's like, this is really, really good. So I'm like, oh, great. So I go into this. I'm like, me and you haven't. We've been criticized.
We have been, yeah.
And I actually
For a couple different things.
Yeah, one person did say, I forget who it was, but I wish I could because I'd throw them under the bus. But they did say that what are you doing? I said, we're going to be talking about Dark Penance, and they said, it always feels like you guys want to find something bad about it. And I said, actually, what we're trying to do is try to find something good. And we feel like we're not, we feel odd. So I did say, okay, I'm gonna read this open mind, whatever. Not that did it, but I think that this issue where we thought the idea, and I've been yelling about the Scarface building and all this stuff, it's ridiculous. It's odd.
Over the top and I just don't find it that interesting, the whole building thing.
I think that the thing here is I don't mind this issue, and I actually like this issue a little more because The building thing is nothing. I think that Dan Waters, I think this building part of it is supposed to be this wow moment that never hit with us.
But and they don't do anything with
That's what
this
I'm
issue
saying.
at all.
I don't think it's anything. So
Yeah.
it got me mad.
Yeah.
When we had the look at me, Batman, I'm the building,
The
and even in this
couch cigar.
the little bit here is like, you're going through my arteries, Batman,
Right, yeah.
Batman. And I'm like, yeah, that seems like it's like one of those, like, that's a concept that Dan Waters thought of and thought it was neat, but it's not going to work out. So he just has it there as kind of but when you do go into it and you have Batman going around, I don't mind it as much, mainly because it's just contained in this building. He doesn't have to go off and talk to huffing doctor. I like having the expanded deal, but anytime he did that, he was just handed info. So he is trying to figure things out, but really the only thing he has to figure out is, I got to get the ventriloquist. And then there's a twist at the end. That's actually the only reason that I thought, oh, here he goes. It's ventriloquist, same thing. And when you get to him, it's kind of horrific what has happened. And then Batman does say something. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of a little better. It seems more focused, I think, in a weird way, because it's a weird story.
I don't know. I like the twist at the end. And I think that might be the only thing.
It's a twist, though, that I'm telling you, old Eric Shea, he wouldn't like this twist. He'd be like,
well,
what is this? Because
there is a problem I do have with this, because, and I'm sure it's what you're talking about with
Wesker.
with him finding Wesker. And
you could reveal Wesker has his tongue cut out.
He has his tongue cut out.
That ruins the character going forward.
He can't ever be the ventriloquist ever again.
Be, but he has been. And Eric will say, and it usually would drive me nuts, where he's like, well, now that we saw this, they better change this. I'm like, really? You're going to think that? But this is odd. This is something that's really just ruins the character. But again, you kind of have to go with it. At the end, I'll give him a prosthetic.
And it's like, I don't know. I mean, when you're doing these kinds of things set in the past, are you doing continuity?
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever.
It feels like it's a side continuity.
Yeah.
I'm saying, people saying we nitpick. I'm not saying that at the end that ruins the score or anything. I said that at the end.
No, it doesn't really affect my score.
It really was weird. And when it happened, it threw me out a little. Yeah. It's like, well, does that work? And then I always think of Eric with this nonsense. But it's Batman Dark Matters #5, and it's written by Dan Waters, and it's art by Hayden Sherman, who I think is way better suited for this book than he is the absolute Wonder Woman.
With that, yeah.
And I'm used to the art. I don't think that this needs to be. I think actually it plays better with these wooden masks and Scarface, with it not being as detailed. I think that Wound Man needed detail to be really what it was. But colors by Triona Farrell, letters by Frank Vetrovic, and edited by Ariana Totoro, group editor Rob Levin.
I'm going to tell you one thing that I actually think I've been having issues with this whole series is the colors. I think it's too colorful for a Batman book.
Too much pinks and purples.
Yeah.
And something that should feel older,
a little darker, a little dimmer, but somehow there's massive color saturation throughout the whole thing.
There is. Now, I will say that, like, again, I think that it fits Hayden Sherman's style fits here. And when you have that credits page where it's Batman like going for the kick, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like that's actually pretty well done. And in it, when you start looking, because you see Batman at first, then you look and it's like all these Scarface wannabes are up there and they're all doing crazy shooting and stuff like that. It's really cool. But I'm with you. The shading and some of the colors are like too day glow, too over the top. I don't know if they're playing like, I mean, when I see something like that, I definitely think 80s right away, but I don't think that they're trying to push anything. I just think they're like, spruce it up. Yeah. Make it colorful. And it's just odd. But you end up where in this, you have Gordon, the GCPD, they're outside of the building. They really don't have a lot to do. So they're outside.
And they can't really do anything.
No, they can't, because if they go in, this lady cop, she's done.
And these guys are armed to the teeth, too. I mean, they all have guns.
Yeah, they're all with the Scarface things and all. Now, when you get to the end, we'll talk about what these people are and what, because even at the beginning, going through it a couple times now, you even see, like, you have that thing, and they all have the masks on. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really looks like one of them is like an 80-year-old woman. Like you see that hair and things like that. So what it is we end up at the end, we find out that it is the people in the building, and it makes more sense that they're there to save their building because that's their life. But Dan Waters mixes so many things into it that I think it gets confusing. And Batman starts to talk about, when you hear a voice, you think this. I'm like, don't know if it's the same as what he's saying when you have what is probably just a loudspeaker with somebody yelling, "Hey, Gatman!" You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not. And so, but then you also mix in supernatural that isn't explained that I think won't be. I think you're supposed to think
it will
there
be
is.
explained.
I think you're supposed to think that this building is haunted.
Yeah.
And so, and I can go with that. But you end up having the one thing that, again, doesn't really, I don't think anybody reading is like, oh, I hope that police officer is okay.
Yeah.
She's there hanging. It was a visual, but I've kind of lost track of that. And I just want, Batman to go and kick some butt and go, which he does. But it's like, you're reminded of what the big scope is. And I'm like, yeah, it's not really big. And also you see that stupid building with the cigars.
Yeah.
The sofa. So Batman goes in and he's going, he's legit. He's kind of going door to door, trying to figure out what's going on as you have, quote unquote, Scarface yelling at him from a disembodied voice. Now, I said that Dan Waters impressed me. One of the people forget Scarface because of the ventriloquism, and it's not just bees. It's like bees, peas. It's that sound. It's really hard to
whenever
do if
your
you're
whenever your lips like have to come together.
Yeah, when they come together, and when you end up where you're not trying to move your lips, it's the hardest thing. And what is one of the things? And I actually went and looked up some things. There's videos.
You did some dummy research.
I did some real dummy research because it really wasn't needed. But the idea it's the idea where legit what they suggest if you're a ventriloquist. First off, you have to make a script. You don't want a lot of bees. Or peas. But when you do that, they do end up saying that most people will steal and twist and use G's. That's a way to do it, but you have to do it. Like Scarface just yells them. Like it's not like you're doing like, "Hey there, Gatman," like that. But I gave him credit. He goes too over the top with it. He really wants so much credit now that it is just, "Hey, Gatman, hey, you're a gaggy. I'm the goss, Gatman." And it's like let me
smoke my Cugan.
Yeah, my
Cigars.
Cugan. Like you have to force yourself to even say that. That's why I actually did the research, because I thought maybe the beginning. Because again, when you first start a word, you have to position your mouth in a certain way. And I thought, I've never seen Scarface actually mess up B's to G's in a word. You know what I mean? So I was like, man, when he said Cugan. But it is a thing. I looked it up. So it's not a Scarface thing. It could be. I'm sure people say, oh, yeah. But it is a ventriloquist thing. I thought that maybe once you're doing other consonants, vowels, that it smoothly goes a little easier. But no, it's always a thing. So he goes into this room, busts in, and there's a little girl there. And like, "Hey, are your parents here?" She kind of points, and this woman's there. And this is where you get this, and I think it should be more on the nose. I think that it should be more explained. The problem is Batman doesn't listen to this lady. He starts he bats planes. I mean, and she's like, "Oh," and he's like, "You're sick. You need to, tell the doctor that." And then starts talking about the idea that a lot of these people, you kind of lose track of the idea, too, that this building is going to be torn down. All these things going on that these people don't want to leave. And in a weird way, she says, I think you're full, because Batman starts going, well, a disembodied voice. People start believing him, and then they think it's real, and they want to give a supernatural deal. And I'm going to tell you about, he starts like Pythagoras once.
Pythagoras, the ancient Greeks.
And I love where she just goes, why are we talking about Greeks? And Pythagoras. He's like the ancient Greeks, and he's talking to himself, but her. And it really feels like in this one, Batman fully on the spectrum, that he ends up almost, again, I always bring it up, at young Sheldon. That he's just going to tell, he's waxing poetic, right? It's so crazy.
Well, it's just, look, I mean, this whole scene is only for, the narrative structure of just finding out that, people act funny when they hear a voice that they can't see. But somehow that's 2.5, 3 pages.
Yeah, that's
of
the
just
problem.
No point. There was no point to any of that.
And it's that she's like, I don't know. I hear, and she's mad. She's like, it's ridiculous. You keep hearing the stupid wannabe Al Capone. She's like, it's really bothering me. And also she ends up saying, because it keeps saying, and she really should have said, she goes, heard him, because, hey, Scarface, you heard him before? And she heard him. All night, that racket for months, telling us we're safe, and as she should have said Gotti.
Yeah.
Because even though he says Gotti, I wanted to say, in his Gotti, what the hell's a Gotti? Like, I wanted that. But she says that, and she says, yeah, I'm hearing this. It's ridiculous. And all these people are starting to believe it. And obviously, she's just there annoyed with her daughter. It's kind of a weird deal. You almost feel like this scene, Batman could have went and turned around, and then they're gone because they're ghosts. It's such a weird scene, and
It's
he's
just
going on and on, right?
Yeah, he doesn't like tell them, stay locked in somewhere. It's just literally so we can hear Batman's thoughts on the situation.
And he should say, like, listen, here, I'm writing in a note, just leave now.
Yeah.
She just says they don't have anywhere to go or whatever. Tell her to go out and talk to Gordon, get her in a hospital. He says, you are sick. And she's like, no, I can't do this, and I can't walk for months. But then even then, what you have from the mouths of babes, because Batman's saying this, and the mom's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Batman. And then the little girl comes out with the iced tea and goes, like the Wizard of Oz, because it's this big, powerful voice. It makes sense, the idea that you hear this. But that's a little different because that's a big, powerful voice that you think is leading you. But again, he goes, yep, thank you, like the Wizard of Oz. And I'm like, don't drink that, Batman. Yeah, I thought he was getting poisoned. So in all that, it's like at this point, I'm like, oh, come on. But we keep going, and we end up having these other characters, that Rickson, and also this
the guy who we thought was maybe controlling Scarface, but isn't now.
Exactly, and it's this Rickson, and he was hurt, and he's down, and then I didn't realize. I guess maybe we did find out, but it's his wife.
It's his wife, yeah.
This lady, Michelle, comes in like, okay, sorry, are you hurt? Whatever. And then, you have Rickson like, you know what the boss wants. You got to do this and that and the other thing. As Batman is still just talking to this lady, and she says, everything you say, whatever, but this place is haunted. And because Batman's saying everything can be, explained through all this psychology stuff and how people think of this and the Greeks. And she's like, no, I hear outside my door every Thanksgiving that my dad's telling me that the turkey's dry. And believe me, I don't want that memory. Mm-hmm. So there is something going on here. They might even play it off as a gas leak, something weird like that. Right. But besides Scarface, there seems to be something else going on. But it makes it seem like, again, these are people who have nowhere to go. They don't want to leave their home. It's like when they have a hurricane and people are staying. They
don't have options. They're being pushed to the limit. You know.
And so in that, the play that it goes by the end seems to be, Scarface is just, and when we end up finding out who it seems to be, that's just an opportunity to kind of fight back, but make these people fight back, which they want to fight back, but in a different way. Like, it ends up being a little convoluted.
It's
That's
pretty
my problem by the
convoluted,
end.
yeah.
The convoluted deal of it was like straightforward of like Precinct 13, and you end up where these people, they end up wanting to fight back, but they think they can't, so they assume, I don't know, but the idea of Scarface for months and this, it just gets a little convoluted.
And then as we find out later, it's Rickson's wife who's controlling Scarface. So she is doing it so that she can fight back and have a voice against Rickson, but that doesn't really explain why she cares about the building tenants.
And why she's involved with the Gat Man, because that's more of a Wesker thing. And then when we find out what she did to Wesker, it's really bad. But you end up where Batman says, okay, Scarface. And he's thinking straight up, this is just Wesker. He's there. He's doing this. He doesn't ever call down, because you did have him defeat Wesker a little bit ago. And the idea of where was the last thing going, he got released, all that. But I think he should do a little more legwork there to see first, is he possibly here? But they end up where he says, if he is, he's going to think this building is Scarface. Well, he's got to be in the brain, the top. It's very basic.
And he's like, oh, it has to be the 12th floor. So I got to get up to the 12th floor. That's where the brain is.
It's such a weird play, too, because, and then you have a little Batman 66 when he's going up the deal. But at one point, he's so specific about needing to know what floor he's in, even though it seems like he's just going to the top, kind of.
Well, okay. I mean, this is where my problems really start to hit. Is one, he's getting he's on the side of the building, and he's got police searchlights on him. And at no point is he like, why are those idiots doing that or anything? He just goes with it. That just, I don't understand why they're pointing it at him or why he's not reacting to it. He then goes into the building. All these people are shooting at him. He goes in, and he goes in, and he's like, I got to get to the 12th floor. He does no detective work to figure out where the 12th floor is. He doesn't look for any of the room numbers.
Yeah, the room numbers would be 813, 915.
You can see there's a panel that says 904. And then he has some goon say he's on the 9th floor, and that's how he learns what floor he's on. Again, never Batman doing detective work, just people telling him what is going on.
And in that, it's funny because he's like, I gotta know what floor I'm on. I gotta find it. And at the one point, the guys are just talking to themselves. And like, hey, like, boss, he's on the 9th floor. He's on the 9th floor. And they're like, oh, I'm on the 9th floor. Like, they just yell it out.
You can see on that page at the top left, 904. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a little long. Batman's early. It's early Batman.
Sure.
He does headbutt this guy. And again, that guy looks like he was like a professor and looks like he's really old just from the outlook of him. And Batman is beating the shit out of these guys.
Well, none of these guys are gangsters. They're all just tenants.
Most of these guys are tenants in a building that is over, it's a lot of old people.
It's mostly
here.
Old people.
Sick old people. I'm like, I love it. He's like, man, this training's working out. I'm beating the shit out of everybody. But he does check the one guy. Like, I like where he punches him and then like, did I kill this guy? All right. But yeah, so they end up where he throws a smoke bomb.
Oh, he commits a war crime. I'm pretty sure white phosphorus is banned by the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, and he's like, white phosphorus, it just burns people. Like, where you end up having Scarface. And if he does legit think that Wesker is on the 12th floor, he's not hurting Wesker. He's hurting what seem to be normal people that just seem to be. And he's even told that lady, listen, these are probably just tenants who hear that voice and they start thinking crazy things because of the psychology. And he is just straight up attacking them and then with white phosphorus. He's like, I left my napalm at home and next I'm just going to burn them. But yeah, and they're there. Again, they are attacking them and a lot of they're armed to the teeth. So some of them are gangsters, I guess.
I think some of them might be the Scarface gang.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Not all of them.
No,
but he just, and also like his suit seems to protect him from the white phosphorus. So he goes and you just have Gatman. And even that, but his gas bomb, like I got my Cugan cigars. Like I'm always doing this. I'm like, oh, here we go. But he does eventually get through. He beats the crap out of some people, gets to the 12th floor. And what you want to have in this, why they really spell it out, is so that he can bang heads 10th floor. Then kick a guy, 11th floor. That's what it is. It's supposed to lead to it. But I don't feel tension because in that, if it is Wesker, which it is, but even if it's full out Wesker, he's going down. Batman just punches him. He's done. He's not a threatening guy. It's that Scarface and all that. So he goes in, there's Wesker. He goes, yep, I'm right. Wesker. I like where he just orders him. Wesker, prison.
I know. I did like that.
And then Wesker, who there's also a bunch of dolls around him and stuff like that. But he's like, and then you realize he doesn't have a tongue.
Which is interesting because the last arc, Dan Waters also had people with their tongues cut out.
Yeah, he really likes that. Maybe he has a weird thing about it. That's a weird fetish. I don't know. He's like, your tongue. Someone cut out your tongue. Now, in that, Batman does legit do some work here and says, okay. And I like where he just looks at it. He's like, from what it looks like right here, it looks like, you didn't do it yourself. I wanted Wesker, when I do it myself, you asshole. And he says Scarface did it, meaning the new one, because Batman does realize that. And then we go, and I think the ending is pretty good in the way that you end up where you still think this guy is the one connected. And the idea of, Scarface, oh my God, Scarface, what are we supposed to do? What are you doing? And you end up having this guy is a piece of crap there. And then starts talking to the wife and says, hey, don't get scared, sweetheart. And that's at the last bit. I mean, I said to you, it's like 2-minute warning of the idea. Don't worry, sweetheart. He hurt you. So do it. And she kills her husband. But the last second moment is that he was abusive. And then this is why, and I think this is okay, because the idea where Batman then talking to Wesker with Scarface, this is his, his other. And he is pretty much letting, now, it doesn't look like he's letting, because Batman says, hey, you and what I wanted Batman to be sitting on that rocking horse. But you end up where Batman says, who did you give Scarface to? Who did you give Scarface to help? Because they were in a situation like yours. And I wanted West to go, I'm tied up with a cut tongue. I didn't let anyone do shit. Like, it just doesn't look like the idea of Scarface saying, oh, I heard your plight. You can borrow Scarface. Like, Wesker's like, they screwed me.
Yeah.
Like, I was forced to do this. But he says, who's the one who needed help? And that's where it kind of ties in with that last second deal that this woman, she needed the strength of Scarface. Now, in the meantime, if that was all it was, I think it'd be a stronger story, but it gets convoluted in the building, the cop, and all these, and the gang. But it seems to be her. It seems to be that she was the deal. And that's when she does, and she kills him. But the lady cop sees this. And it is a crime. Again, it's a crime of passion. When you listen to those true crime things, she stabbed this guy like 60 times.
Like 6 times, all in the back.
All in the back. This is not one of those like one-time slice. She was going at it. She went to town. And then says, he hurt you. Yes, he couldn't protect your home. So that's where he tries to tie it in. This guy was abusive, but also blaming him because, hey, baby, we have to move. Now, obviously, this woman's insane. She's got problems. I think that what Dan Waters kind of was trying to make it seem like she is not guilty of anything. She is. And by the end, they better get her to Arkham, or maybe at one point you want to have Batman say, listen, I really want this woman to get help. So we're shipping her to a mental institution in Metropolis. We're not keeping her here in Gotham because that Arkham is awful. That tower is ridiculous. Also, that tower, I'm surprised that isn't friggin' haunted. But you end up, and at one point, I think they did say it was. But you end up where, he wasn't a man. He couldn't protect the home, the boss, and end up where this lady says, boss, I think she's awake. The cop, she saw it all. And I really kind of wanted her at the last second to say Goss or, use one of the G's, even though she's not talking through Scarface, to kind of give us a little like wink, wink that she's kind of playing that. But and then, and Scarface says, well, that won't do, will it? And in my mind, you force the G so much, you should have a line that has a G there in one of the things for the ending, but she's picking up that knife. And actually, she does say we can't have no witnesses, gaggy. Yeah. So you do have that in the last deal. So you have what I said. I forgot I just turned the page. But again, even playing with the art, I'll give Hayden Sherman a little bit of credit in here because when he does that, she definitely looks like a wooden puppet. And so
she does. And
so does the cop. So I think that
it is an interesting.
I think she's thinking like this is part of the psychosis that she's under at this point, thinking that this is all just, and that's, again, if you want to go with the whole play of that, the way she's doing it, I would think that it would be Dan Waters saying that she's disassociating herself from some of this violence and things like that she does want, but it's not, she doesn't think it's quite her, that she's also a puppet and he did this. You could have a lot of things with that, but in the meantime, I think it gets a little too convoluted within the story because I really think there's some cool things with this and the psychological stuff with Scarface and Wesker, but then with his tongue cut off, it's weird. But I did like this issue a little more. I did like it a little more than the Wound Man. Yeah.
I do like the Wesker stuff, and I do like her taking over for him. I don't like the building stuff at all.
Yeah, I think the building felt like, again, where the building plays out is one thing. That's where Batman knows he could get Wesker, and that is forced. Right. You don't need that. And it's not really true, because Wesker isn't controlling him. That's the point. He says Wesker will be in the brain part of this building. I got to get there. He's there, but it's with a cut off tongue tied up, it seems. So it didn't even make sense with the deal. It was just to give a motif of the thing. And I think that was a misplay. If I was an editor and worth my salt, I probably would have said, listen, you're either going to do it or not. If you're not playing this game, then it's kind of weird. Just have that, make it the disembodied voice of almost what happens when, a puppet like that doesn't have a body and is kind of just all over the place, but something like that. And I would have actually had too, because of that disembodied voice, I would have a lot of these people, not just her, I would have a lot of them thinking they're the Wesker to the Scarface. And
sure, right. That's what I thought was going to be happening.
I did too. And especially when she sees and you see her almost looking like a puppet at the end and things like that. And again, I think Dan Waters would say, don't you get it? Like, she's actually the puppet of Scarface. He's controlling her. And I'm like, whatever. Okay. It gets a little too wacky. But what would you give it?
I don't really think this is a very good story. And it's not a good story, so I lean back on the Batman stuff. So is there good Batman action? Not really. Is there good detective work? Not really. So I hope you have it queued up. I'm gonna give it a fuck you 5.
Oh my goodness, really? That bad? Like I'm a 7.
Oh my god,
I actually liked it a lot better.
I do not like it at all.
Oh my goodness gracious! Wait a minute, I never even expected that. I know we haven't liked it, but I thought this pulled it together a little bit. Oh my goodness, where's Sammy? Oh my goodness. Where is Sammy? Oh, there it is. Oh, Sammy. It hurts. It actually doesn't hurt me to hit it because I haven't liked this, and I would have dropped the book by now. Anyway. Sammy
came in hot.
Sammy didn't know that he was going to be called on to steal it. The problem was all of the sound effect things were all full. I'm like, oh crap, I have to get rid of stuff. Certain things. Ooh, I do have this stuff. I mean, in case we had some things like that. There's some weird things that we have.
Sassy.
I got some other things. Jason ends up, and me and him have a battle, I think, when he does the X-Men deal. He gets rid of a lot of my sound effects, and I don't realize that because he had some of his own. So when I go to do things, I'm like, oh, I'll hit this. Like, he accidentally got rid of the ding sound, and then that's a major deal.
Dang.
And it almost, here's the weird thing. You can't adjust where they are on this bar that you have.
Okay.
So what it ends up being is like the first one on the deal is going to be that. That's what. But it almost feels weird that when he took it off, I added, and it's like the last. It feels weird. It almost feels like a deal.
Where's the edit that out?
That edit that out is I'd have to pull that back out and put it on because the thing is, originally I had a full out like 100, 200 thing soundboard. That was separate. This only has like 9, so I have to shuffle.
Oh man,
them
so like all the like the Superman Reborn stuff.
Oh yeah,
gone?
that stuff. Damn. Yeah, I have it, but it's just I have to pull it up and go.
Put it back
now, again, you can go by the idea. I have this. Me and Rocky talk DC versus Vampire. See what I have that and things like that, and then I have Dirty Songs, and then I have Jenny. So I have a bunch of things.
Okay,
but that's why it ends up being not as many. And I do realize that with Eric gone. Talking to new people, I don't use the sound effects as much. So I gotta get back to that.
Bing bong.
See, you got it on.
Yeah, I do miss the ding.
How about that?
Yeah, the ding. Now, I did load up the ding the other day to do things, but the soundboard has problems at points and doubles things up, and it was doubling up the ding, and it drove me nuts. So
there was something else that was doubling up.
Yeah, Wolfman was doubling up at one point. So I love that one. I had that up recently. Yeah, it's weird. And Eric used to think I was fucking with him. He always would say, like, oh, because he'd start to talk again. It would go. I'm like, and then finally it happened to Jason. I'm like, and I said, listen, Jason, I'm not talking to Jason. I mean, he's such a miserable prick. But that is it. Fuck you 5 from Sammy.
I feel bad because I feel like I pulled you into reviewing this, and then I don't really like it that much.
The thing is, like this, maybe it is the play that it was more psychological. Like he's trying to do these things, but I think that this worked a little more for me. Though I still think a lot of it was forced. But I think I was a little more positive because the rest of it I did not like. And I'm not going to pretend. I'm not saying that I'm like, oh, man, that Wound Man, I was thinking about it. And I thought that was garbage. And I thought it ended. And the big play, even talking today about this book a little, I said, I like this issue a little better. But I don't think that these 3-issue things like that Wound Man just ended horribly. So, and I kind of have a feeling that
I can't see this one.
I mean, at this point, I think all you get is Batman going, finding this woman and saying, I'm going to get you help. And I don't know what you do with Wesker with that tongue, but I think that's it. And also he'll probably end up buying the building. Like there's all the things that seem like the tropes that would happen. These people need help. They need medical assistance. They need somewhere to live. And I think that Batman just throws money at everything and goes. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. And then, in fact, Batman will probably, I'm telling you some things, Batman will probably, it wouldn't make sense, but maybe see a ghost because of these people seeing ghosts. Mm-hmm. Where like, it'll be Thomas. And he'll be like, I told you you're a loser, son. And then he'll be all upset. Or, they'll be doing paper boats or shit like that, like the deal. But we'll see. We'll see. But that is it for the show. And thank you for joining me. Thanks, everybody. But I'm going to go off and talk about the things that we'll talk about next week. That's it for this week's show. Pretty good week of comics. Darn good week of comics. And I hope everybody enjoyed hearing everybody talk about the comics. And please go and check out the show notes so you can go to the links if there are for all the people that ended up showing up and helping me out. because they do deserve the love, all the flowers, as they say down at the rec center. So what are we going to be talking about next week? Well, let me tell, what won't we be talking about next week? Oh my goodness, there's a lot of books. There are a lot of books next week. Only one absolute book that I will start with, Absolute Flash number 2, the Jeff Lemire book. Me and Gray will be talking about that on the YouTubes first, then on the regular feed. But I would love if everybody would join us for the live stream that we do every Friday night at 7:15 p.m. on Fridays, where we do go through the Absolute DC stuff. And so, yeah, Absolute Flash number 2. I'm looking forward to that opening up a bit, kind of getting a little more of the lay of the land. That first issue was a little bit, it was good. I liked it enough, but it was confusing by the end. It was kind of like, yeah, I don't know what this is really about, but I kind of, I'm intrigued. So, and I'm a Jeff Lemire fan. That's pretty much why I was intrigued. And he hasn't often let me down. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's where we start. Now we're going to go through the regular books. There are a lot of them. And if you remember, 2 of these books will be picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. And I'll have some picks of what I think they are. But we'll go through these fairly quick. Detective Comics number 1096. I'm guessing that we're getting close to the end of the whole, Wonder Drug / Scarlet deal. The whole, it's very personal. And Batman was banging her, all that stuff. But it is Tom Taylor and Michael Janine with that one. And yeah, the cover, if you look at covers or you're into that sort of thing, looks really, really cool. We have Nightwing number 125. You have Dan Waters and his book, and this seems like a side issue. We have all the stuff with the Flyboys and things like that. Well, it looks like it might be like, hey, let's take a little break from the overall deal and have an issue with Maggie Sawyer, Nightwing, getting upset, erupting as they investigate a mysterious death. But the shocking revelations they uncover will shake both of their convictions and force them to reassess their allegiances. So we'll see what all that means. But yeah, it looks like a big Maggie Sawyer and Nightwing issue. I'm always up for that. I like Maggie Sawyer a lot, so I'm down with that. We also have the Batman Superman World's Finest number 38, the We Are Yesterday story crossover with the Justice League Unlimited. That starts here, and the cover looks pretty cool, so we'll see how that goes. You get a Grodd on there, and we'll go with that. We also have Wonder Woman number 20, where you have a Batman Wonder Woman team up. And the last time, that was a big thing was when, and we mentioned it this week, that Tom King ended up plagiarizing an Action Comics story. So there you go. Titans number 22. It is a book where you have John Layman telling the story. Titans is a little odd. It hasn't been great. It seems to be kind of like just going through the motions at points, but this one kind of promises to give us the reasons, the way that Slade, Deathstroke, had come back from the dead. It's odd. It's almost like they're having that like, oh, we're going to introduce, but Deathstroke has been hanging around. It seems like they should have had this issue a little bit before, but here we go. You have the New Gods number 5. It is with guest stars, the Justice League Unlimited. I hope it's more focused on Mr. Miracle, Bart O'Ryan, that Miracle Baby, than going and giving us backstory and lore right now of New Genesis. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Zatanna number 3. It's a weird book. It's such a weird book. It looks great. And the story, it looks great. I know that Edward is like, you son of a gun. I always have to give some shade. I wish what I should do at some point, I should like really diss the book, but I should then reverse it on the thing. So then I'm tucking the backwards word magic. It'd be pretty cool. I might do that. I'll do it right now. See, there you go. I can do it. But yeah, we'll see how this book goes. I hope that it becomes something that's more of a must read instead of a must look at. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I would believe that of all the books that I'm mentioning, I think that that's the first one that will probably be on the Patreon spotlight. The other one is going to be coming up just about now, actually. Summer of Superman special number 1. The big play of this will be that first Dan Slott story here with Superman and stuff like that. And I know that people pish-posh Dan Slott, and he is kind of a jerk online. I hope that it's good because I like good stories, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. We have a book that me and Simon loved, the first issue, DC versus Sonic, or DCX Sonic the Hedgehog #2. Yeah, Simon really liked that first issue. He was drunk as hell, but he really liked it. I did too. And there you go. And that's a weird one. The first issue, we didn't put it on the poll because we weren't sure we'd do it. So if I do put that on the poll, that might beat out Zatanna. That's a crazy one, but we'll see. And then we have the last book, which was a book that we added last issue, or last time it came out, Challengers of the Unknown. Challengers of the Unknown #5. Didn't love it, but we added it. And we'll keep doing it, I guess. But there you go. A lot of books. And as I'm looking and thinking, a lot of the books that me and Simon do are hitting. So I might have to get him a little bit of like, hey, you can't get too drunk. Or maybe get real drunk, like get so over the top drunk. I don't know. And I have a couple of other people in mind to maybe join me for some of these books, maybe some new people to the podcast as well. Some people have reached out. I'm not going to say who, because boy, it would blow your mind. One bigger name than the last biggest name that was bigger than the biggest. But we'll see. We'll see if people can end up joining me. Some people in my mind that, might be big Superman fans. Also a guy who is a big Batman fan. So we'll see. Some friends of mine. We'll see if that comes to be. But that is it in two of those books. As I said, if Sonic's on the poll, then I would say Sonic and Superman Special. But if I don't put on, and then I think it's Zatanna Superman Special. That would be my picks. And just if you're into it, and some of the things, if you aren't on the Patreon, or you wouldn't know. I was going to say Badass, but I think the poll for the retro thing is open to everybody. There are a bunch of facsimile issues, and a lot of times I will put the facsimile issues on the poll for the retro book because it's kind of cool to be able to go grab a facsimile and go through it as we go through it. But these are like, things that either we'd already done, the original Hush, or a bunch of Superman stuff, but it's like Action Comics #1, which I think I've reviewed a million times. And also the Superman for All Seasons Special Edition #1, but we had already done that, me and Zach, on our Year One podcast. So we have that already going, and so we'll see. But yeah, there'll also be the retro book and things like that. So we'll see how it goes. But that is it. I got to get out of here because my kids are deciding that 10 o'clock at night, it's a great time to start drilling. Drill, baby, drill. I think I heard somebody say as they start doing it. Now they're running like a vacuum. I don't know, but I'm sure you can hear that. I hope I can get it out. And you're just like, I don't know what he's saying. But that is it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody that, joined me to talk about these books. Really good week. Thanks, everybody listening. You're part of the Get Fresh crew. And that is it. And I will talk to you later.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart. Thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just stinks like a fart. They stink like a fart. Stinks like a fart. Like a fart. They stink like a fart. Let's go! 2, 3, 4, 5. That's red comics. Most of his life. 9, 8, 7, 6. Jim can really act like a shut your mouth. Every other show sucks.